All right, we're going to get started. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the Tuesday, January 28th, 2025 City Council meeting. I'm going to ask all the members of the audience to turn their cell phones off or on vibrate so we don't disrupt the meeting. And Councilmember Raskin, would you like to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Zwick, do you want to read the land acknowledgement? Do you have it, or?
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleño Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curuvunga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor our elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on this ancestral land.
Thank you.
I will now call the roll. Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Here.
And Mayor Negrete.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. All right, hearing none. Mary, did you have some agenda management?
Yes, I have some agenda management. So this room is going to fill up pretty quick tonight, and we have a lot of items on here. And in an effort to get out of here before 3:20 a.m., which is what it says, and to do business within the same day that we started, I'd like to see if I can get, I'm going to break these down, so just bear with me. I'd like to see if council would like to make a motion to move the continued items from last meeting with the 16 items. So the 8 items would be with the 16 items. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, seconded by,
Move the 8 continued items to under the 16, so we don't have to hear them first.
and a second with Councilmember Zernitskaya.
We can do a voice vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second, I'd like to ask if we can continue 5A, 5S, and 14A to the February 11th meeting, as those items will have some discussion around them. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Say that one more time.
To move 5A, 5S, and 14A to have those continued to February 11th.
Mayor, for the record, it'd be good if we note what those items are.
Yes, you want me to note what those items are? So we've got item 5A, which is the approval of the City of Santa Monica legislative platforms for the 25-26 federal and state legislative sessions. I know there was that was pulled, and there might be some discussion around that. And then item 5S is the adoption of the resolution adopting a policy regarding acceptance of gifts by council members. There was some conversation or questions around that. And then 14A is
Council rules of procedure.
the council rules and procedure, which there was more discussion to be had. And because we have the airport, which is going to take up most of our time, we're just asking that those items be continued to February 11th. I think we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis. Do we have a second?
Second.
And Councilmember Snell seconded. All in favor?
I'd like to make a substitute motion, please. I move that we continue item 5A, but keep 5S and 14 on the agenda tonight.
So you want to keep, wait, I'm sorry, say that again? Move 5A, but you want to
Just
keep.
continue 5A.
Okay, so just to be clear, this 5S is the gifts where we're going above and beyond FPPC. I know there was members that had a question about I don't want to get into the discussion now, but about the extra layer of $100 at one time as opposed, that's still in there, correct? So, I mean, the motion is on the, we have to do we, I don't know if that's friendly. There's discussion around 5S, so it'd have to be pulled to be discussed.
He needs a second.
So we
Do you have a second for the substitute, or are we just going with the first? We have a motion to move the three items, which is 5A, 5S, and 14A. The substitute motion is to only move 5A and keep 5S and 14A. I don't hear a second on the substitute, so are we voting on the first?
Correct.
All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Well, could we, how about agreeing to put off 5A and 14A? I think 14A is going to have quite a bit of discussion.
Well, so does 5S. That's why we were just saying if we could just hear it on the
Yeah,
14th,
I'm
we
just
can
trying to
discuss
see if we
it.
can get a compromise here.
I mean, what'll happen is that our item will just be pulled and we'll be discussing it.
Are you proposing an amendment to our original motion, Ellis?
Are you proposing a substitute on the substitute?
You can't do that.
I'm asking if the maker of the substitute motion would be amenable to a different form of it.
I'd be willing to, is this on?
Oh, let me press,
Test.
there we go. Oh, yep.
I'd be willing to continue 5A and 5S. I'd like the rules discussion tonight.
You'd like to discuss the rules tonight? Okay, I just want to be realistic with everybody that there's a lot of chits to speak on multiple items. We have an extensive closed session, not too extensive, and we're already set to go to 3 a.m. So this agenda management is just so that we can have ample time to discuss it before hopefully 1 o'clock in the morning. I know all of,
Why don't we move 14A to the end of the agenda, and if we continue it at the time?
so your substitute motion is to
Continue 5A,
continue 5A and 5S.
continue 5S, and move 14 alpha to the end of the agenda.
And then if we don't have enough time, we can see where we're at.
Revisit it.
Is that friendly to the makers of that motion? That's his, well, it's,
I'll second that one.
all right, so we'll vote on the substitute motion first, which is to move 5A, 5S, put 14A to the bottom
So that would be after the 16th.
after the 16 items. And if we run into an issue with timing there, we'll take that up at that point. All in favor of the substitute motion?
Aye.
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 Okay. So last agenda management is to move 10A and 10B to be heard prior to 7A in an effort to get staff out of here before midnight. So we would be,
I'll move that. Oh, sorry, someone did.
you want to make the motion? So Mayor Pro Tem Trosis is making that motion. Do I hear a second?
10A and B to 7,
Yeah, be prior to 7A.
prior to 7A.
Yeah, second, yeah.
And Councilmember Zwick seconds.
Voice vote?
So just to be clear for public comment, when these items have been continued, so we will not hear public comment on 10C and 10A. 10C has already been continued.
We still need a vote on the other item.
All those in favor in moving 10A and 10B prior to 7A, say aye.
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 Can I make one more?
And did you want to add your note about,
Yeah, so I just want to make a note that 10C was already moved to February 11th, and 10A and 10C will not be heard tonight, so there'll be no public comment. So if you signed up to speak on 10C or 10A, please note that we will not be hearing public comment on those items tonight. And then Mayor Pro Tem Trosis, do you have,
Nay, we just moved.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if folks would be amenable, including the clerk, to move 4F to the next meeting. Moving 4F, the evaluation of the city clerk. Oh, she would, okay.
I think we'd rather keep it tonight if we can, because
Okay.
we're pushing a lot.
Okay,
And the only other thing, I don't know if it's necessary to say now, Clerk, is if council is amenable to waiving the staff report for the DOT presentation, the report, which is 10A.
I'm amenable to that.
I'll second it.
Do we need to do a voice vote on that?
I don't know that you really need a vote, but I guess we can, we don't really need a vote for that.
Okay, so we might have taken off, I don't know, 90 minutes off the meeting, but,
Can I ask a question before making a motion? Is there any interest in putting over the appointments to the city boards and commissions in 16A through 16G to the next meeting?
So I would just advise that the appointments to the disabilities commissions, they've been having issues with having a quorum. So I would suggest that we at least do that one tonight. Also, the TOT, I think, is precariously close to not having a quorum, and they need to meet before the budget. So I propose that you continue with that one. And then the audit subcommittee, they need 3 new council members, so, and they meet next month. So I would suggest we do that one tonight.
Okay,
That one
yeah.
should be pretty easy, though.
I'm thinking specifically of 16A through 16, let's do 16F then.
Well, she's saying that we need to, oh no, that's travel and tourism, okay. So the motion is from Councilmember Raskin to continue items 16A through 16F.
Second that.
Second with Councilmember Hall, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Look at that, we might get out of here at midnight.
And the next meeting will be longer.
But that is up to all of you. Yeah, so I just want to make a quick announcement. Many of you who are used to these meetings know that we often go till 2, 3 in the morning, and I think we'd all agree that the people's business should be done during a decent hour when those of us up here making decisions on the dais are alert and prepared to make coherent decisions, and you're able to see them. And with that in mind, I know there are many speakers. I think at this point I show 47, but there's more to come. And so many of you are maybe speaking and saying a consistent message on an item. And so that we just ask that you consider, meeting with your group and having somebody speak on behalf of the group. You can have a show of support with everybody here so we can see the numbers behind you. And you can have time donated, so maybe one person is speaking for 4 minutes as opposed to 2. We ask you that. If not, we are going to have to probably reduce the public speaking to a minute to be able to get through everybody who wants to speak. So you can talk amongst yourselves. If you've put yourself in the queue and you know that you're willing to donate your time to have a lead speaker in your group, it would really help us be able to hear what everyone has to say and get everyone out of here. And on that note, we will also be letting students go first so that they can get home and do their homework.
I move that we have public comment, general public comment limited to 1 minute, consistent with what other bodies do.
I'll second that.
Sorry, could you repeat the motion, please?
I move that we have general public input on items not on the agenda, limited to 1 minute, consistent with several other regional bodies.
And we're doing this not to limit your ability to come and speak, but like I said earlier, I think there's a lot of comments that are sending the same message together. So will you still be able to donate your minute time to someone, or?
This is general public input. General public input, time donation is not allowed.
Okay, so this is just for the general public input, not on items on the agenda. So with that being said, just a reminder, first we need to take a vote.
Yes, well, we need a second.
Second, Councilmember Snell.
Voice vote?
Voice vote, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
So general public input
Is there a no? Okay.
will be, general public input items not on the agenda are limited to 1 minute. And then, as I said earlier, for those of you speaking later on the agenda item, please consider conferring with groups that you're with to limit that, the number of speakers. And with that, I think we're ready to go to public input.
Yes, public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have 5 speakers under this item.
Okay, I'm going to be calling up all 5 speakers. I show more than that.
Some are duplicative.
Okay, I see. And so if there's open seats, please take a seat. As I call you up, please line up in the order I call you, and when you come up to the mic, please state your name. I've got Test as number
that's
1.
fine,
Okay. Jerry Rubin, Anya Baroff, Robert Anselmi, Denise Barton, Jacob Wasserman. Now I'm showing some other names here, but
Oh,
I have a lot of other names.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's 13, but like I said, there's some that are duplicative. So
Okay.
it's down to like probably 6 or 7.
And Corinne Khan, and then I'll call the other names after. 1 minute, right? Yes.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin, I'm on the Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm just speaking for myself. First, I want to say thank you to our Honorable City Manager, David White. I know he'll be leaving soon, and I want to welcome our interim city manager, and I think she's going to do a great job. I just want to thank all of the firefighters, all the police officers, all the city staff. Particularly, I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for all these courageous updates, even with your own health issues. At our last Urban Forest Task Force meeting, everyone there deserves the credit. We escaped the fire for the most part, but the winds did some work, and they did a lot of cleanup. It helped to deplete their budget, and I urge you to think about replenishing it because our trees and our urban forests need your support. So that's it for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Anya Baroff.
Good evening, members of City Council and fellow residents of Santa Monica. Today I stand before you with a sense of pride and a shared commitment to our city's past, present, and future. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of our beloved Santa Monica this year, it's only fitting that we honor the community's resilience and unity with a lasting symbol of growth and togetherness, a tree of unity to be planted just outside of City Hall. The tree will serve as a testament to the enduring spirit that has carried us through 150 years of challenges and triumphs. It will stand as a reminder that no matter where we come from, we are united with our love for this city and shared vision for the future. In conjunction with this, we are excited about the opening of Santa Monica's Roots and Branches landmark exhibition at our historic museum opening February 19th. This exhibit will showcase the beautiful, diverse trees and natures that have become integral to the landscape and character of our city. And it will not just be a celebration of nature, but of the stewardship that has shaped the city into the thriving, vibrant community we know today. Thank you very much for your support of this. And
Thank you,
looking
Ms.
forward.
Baroff. Robert Anselmi.
Thank you, Robert Anselmi. Good evening. I am here to express my deep concern about the impact of the fires on the air quality and environment overall in Santa Monica, both in this period of the immediate aftermath, but also into the foreseeable future as the massive cleanup gets underway in the Palisades. In my weather app, I've been looking at the air quality index numbers for Santa Monica. They've been quite good for the last couple of weeks. They've been almost as good as the numbers for the Palisades. So clearly, the AQI is not telling us everything. A significant amount of ash was deposited in the city, and while the rain that we had obviously helped, I'm very concerned about what this means for our future, and especially with all of the cleanup that's going to be happening for 18 months. The Coalition for Clean Air did 2 great webinars. Catherine Butler from the Department of Toxic Substances Control mentioned an air monitoring network.
Thank you, Mr. Anselmi. Denise Barton.
Good evening. Over the extended holiday, I came across a Cal Matters article you might find interesting. The article titled New Battleground Emerged in California's Endless Housing Conflict, dated May 1st, 2024, states, the second battleground is Los Angeles County Superior Court, where Judge Curtis Kin ruled this month that one of the legislature's most powerful laws aimed at forcing cities to accept more housing does not apply to cities with their own charters. Santa Monica is a charter city, so why has no one inquired if this would apply to us too? And again, this article was dated May 1st, 2024, making it look like you've been running a charade and gaslighting the community for 9 or 10 months now. So I would hope that you would represent the residents' wishes, not your own, and reconsider your actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Jacob Wasserman. And just before you start, Jacob, I'm going to call a few more names. We have Corinne Kahn there, Jonathan Foster, Harvey Etter, Danielle Campbell, and Zoe Montaner. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Wasserman. I live at Washington and 11th. And I want to speak against the current ban on bedrolls and sleeping bags for people who are experiencing homelessness. It's a literal and figurative blanket ban. And it's cruel and unusual punishment, no matter what our conservative Supreme Court says.
I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, this is public comment on,
I'm speaking on the current law in effect, not
on any items on the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay,
But it still pertains to the item on the agenda.
yeah.
Well, I have to go put my kid to bed now, so I'll just say I hope you overturn it. It is cruel and unusual punishment. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman. Kareem Khan?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Corin Khan. I'm here on behalf of La Brea, Washington. They're the owners of the historic Wilshire Theater. I'm here to talk about the Euclid Housing Project. I want to challenge the council to reconsider the decision to allocate all of the parking at that location to residential parking. If this city wants to achieve its own sustainability policies, state sustainability policies, GHG reduction, what it should do is provide no parking for residential, for the residents. It sounds draconian, but the theory is it's a self-select project, it's a self-select population. People who can use transit or alternative transportation will apply to live there. They will not generate any GHG. And I would say that we should allocate all the parking to the commercial use because that's, let me back up. The city is not required to provide any parking for the residents, but there's no limitation on commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Jonathan Foster?
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I am supporting the extra late, real late term abortion for the Democrats in the Santa Monica City Council. We will chop your heads off, your arms and your legs and call it abortion. What do you think? So what's the difference if they do it to a baby inside the girl? It's the same thing. You keep talking about you like the Tongva Native Americans. Why don't you, instead of having a cheap drug addict park over there, why don't you build them a 25-story building, pay their rent, food, health care, all this kinds of stuff. That's what I would do. And the next one, I heard that De La Torre's family has 8 people. And when we talk about the Jamil Shaw Sr. family, his wife, they had 2 kids, they lost 1, that's 50%. So I think De La Torre's family, shouldn't they lose 4? They would lose 50% of their family.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Harvey Etter?
Hello, my name's Harvey Etter. I'm main organizer of a tenants association at Step Up. We've been there 3 years. I've been going there over 30. I've got feces for 6 months in my toilet. They're retaliating against me. They're being sued by Bonta. In LA Times, one article said over 20 million, and the other said 114 million with Shangri-La for abusing homeless money. There's a $50 billion over the last 5 years. We're trying to get copies of the contract. We went to city attorney, nothing. We went to clerk, nothing. We went to them, nothing. All right? And we went to Bonta, nothing. All right? That's local. Okay. I'm Brew. Anyway, I was in Israel when I was 18. I was busted for a half an ounce of pot and given a felony. They wanted me to join IDF. Okay, I'm incorporating by reference the public square 3 years ago, Fareed Zakaria interview with the Jordan. He said, isn't it true 67% of the world's Palestinians live in Jordan? Yes, it was just formed in 46. And he said, isn't it true that the king of Jordan was murdered?
Thank you, Mr. Etter.
Because they ripped off the West Bank.
Thank you, Mr. Etter.
That's history. People got to learn history and get their...
Danielle Campbell? Thank you.
Hello, thank you. I think I'm going to dial it back a little bit on maybe a little less important issue. First, I wanted to say just to city staff and to council and all the volunteers in Santa Monica, thank you so much for your help with all the Palisades and Eaton fire victims. There were a lot of people out there. Secondly, just moving forward, as some of you may know, I'm the director of Veterans for Youth Athletics here in Santa Monica, a nonprofit that's focused on helping veterans and their families. We use youth athletics as a gateway to let veterans know about services that are available to them. I am up here tonight to talk about filling the vacancy on Recreation Parks Commission Board. I worked with city staff in the past in a constructive way, I believe, that has benefited our community as a whole. I've chaired the Field Sports Advisory Council and have worked with all the sports groups in the city. I very much
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Zoe Montaner?
I have an image.
You.
I have an image for my public comment. This image, it's about a quote of Albert Einstein: "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." Last week, we have a city council meeting, and it was poorly attended because it was a smaller meeting, and I reported to the council and to the city manager and the city attorney the actions of council member Dan Hall. We consulted with attorneys, and we are prepared to recall Dan Hall. Anybody that supports the line of Dan Hall at this room will be added to the recall. We cannot continue having government be for friends. It is ironic that Mr. Hall works for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is the biggest irony of it all, and that's why diversity is having the crisis of its life, and it's on life support right now. Because we reach diversity, we're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Montaner. That concludes public comment on non-agendized items.
Yes, we'll now move on to public comment on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading, and it looks like we have about 13 speakers for this item.
13?
Yep, approximately. Sorry, hold on for a second. I'm sorry, yeah, 13.
Would anyone entertain a motion to limit public comment on these items to 1 minute?
I'll second it.
Okay, so moved, second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Terosa, second by Councilmember Snell. Is it a voice vote?
Let's do a roll call on this one.
Okay.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Snell, Councilmember Snell, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
No.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So just to be clear on this next set of public comment, we're limiting it to 1 minute in an effort to move the meeting along. Thank you for understanding. All right, I'm going to call names up again. Jerry Rubin, Melinda Smith Altschuler, M. Susan Broussard, Cora Peterson. If you could line up behind Mr. Rubin. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Speaking on item 4B, I urge you all of you, to honorably give the Santa Monica Civic at least a 6, maybe an 8-month extension. With the elections that were happening, the fire, and all this stuff, it certainly deserves to get more time to reconsider this. That's one of the greatest facilities we have in Santa Monica, and it deserves the respect of everyone to give everyone some real time to evaluate this and to unite. When the city's united to save the Civic, that's when the money will start coming in. So let's all get on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Melinda Smith Altschuler.
Hello. I just want to voice my support for the hopefully oncoming change in arts leadership for the airport hangars studios. And I'm looking forward to some more organization and programming. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call a couple of names before Ms. Broussard speaks. Cora Peterson, Susan Jane, and Aaron Paley. If you could line up. And then Susan Broussard. Sorry if I'm saying your last name wrong.
Thank you. I'm also an artist at the
If you could just state your name and what item you're
Susan
speaking of.
Broussard, about the, God, I don't know the number, but it's the 5C, that I support cars and hope you vote in their favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broussard. Cora Peterson.
In the interest of your time, we're going to speak together, if that's all right.
Sure, you have 1 minute.
So I'm Aaron Paley, Cora Peterson. Together we put in for 3 minutes. Could we speak for up to 2?
Sure.
So we represent Community Arts Resources. I'm the co-founder of Community Arts Resources. Cora is the lead producer. Why don't you tell them about yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Cora Peterson. I am really excited to be here tonight to speak to you. I am born and raised in Santa Monica. I still have family in Santa Monica. I worked at McCabe's Guitar Shop in Santa Monica as their concert director, off and on for 20 years. So I have deep roots in this community, and I was able to work with them for artists, and just based on the dream that artists need to be supported. And I came to CARS 4 years ago, and I was able to find a bigger platform for that. And I'm so excited to bring that now to the Airport Arts Studios.
And I'm Aaron Paley, the co-founder and president of Community Arts Resources, also known as CARS, and we're very happy to be considered to run the Airport Studios project. Community Arts Resources started in Santa Monica in 1988, and we have done, the things that we've done for Santa Monica include 25 Santa Monica festivals from 1992 to 2015, 9 celebrations of July 4th on Palisades Park, the opening of the Beach Improvement Group project in 1999, the opening of Virginia Avenue Park in 2005, the production of GLOW in 2008, 2010, and 2013, the production of the 5th anniversary of the Annenberg Beach House, the opening of Tongva Park. We brought Coast, which is an open streets project, to Santa Monica 2016 through 2019. We produced Icebreakers at 4th and Arizona in 2019. In 2021, we did Juneteenth at Belmar Park. We brought Little Amal to Santa Monica Pier, and we're on the team working on the airport conversion, and we have been produced Endless Summer Camp at Tongva Park. We also are the founders of Ciclavia, Grand Performances, Grand Park, Yiddishkeit, Chinatown Summer Nights, and Go Little Tokyo. So we're a well-known commodity in Los Angeles and look forward to working with you.
Thank you both. Thank you for condensing your time as well. So we have B. Nemlaha, Ann Bowman, Lori Nafshan, if you could line up, and I just want to make sure, because we got Aaron Paley, you just spoke with Cora Peterson, correct? Okay, so then we have B. Nemlaha next? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Susan?
Susan Jane.
Susan Jane, sorry, hi, Susan, I'm sorry about that. Your name was checked off.
A resident, and I'm a member of the Santa Monica Arts Commission. And Aaron Paley had just said he started CARS here in 1988 in Santa Monica. I started working with him in 1989. So I have worked with CARS for the last 35 plus years. They are consummate professionals. But what I work in the field of world arts and cultures, and what I so appreciate about them is they care about community. They care about diversity. They care about artists. They care about attracting people of all ages. So I am so excited that they might have a position here overseeing that airport art space. So I welcome them full-heartedly to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jane. B. Nemlaha?
Good evening, Council. B. Nemlaha, Ocean Park. I am speaking on item 4B. I am a member of the Save the Civic Steering Committee. Save the Civic was formed to keep this venue for music and the arts owned by the people of Santa Monica to restore it to its original purpose. Hundreds of residents and others stepped forward in support of this idea. Last summer, the City Council supported it unanimously. In partnership with RPG, the city will benefit. The Civic will revitalize Santa Monica's economy and reputation as a desirable destination for visitors. Santa Monica was lucky to be spared by the fires. 2 of RPG's partners were not. Santa Monica can help by extending the time to complete ENA negotiations with RPG.
Thank you, Ms. Nemlahat. And before Ms. Bowman comes up, we have Lori Nafshan, Nina Fresco, Mario Fonda Bernardi, Erica Leslie, and Jason Ron. If you could just line up. Ms. Bowman.
Thanks so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm a Recreation Parks Commissioner. We have jurisdiction over entertainment in the city, but I am speaking tonight just as a resident. Just to build off of what Bea has said, I am sad that I only have 1 minute because I would love to educate our newest council members more on the history of what it's taken to get to the point to have RPG here. New council members, it's Live Nation, it's Tim Sexton of the Make Good Company. They have a real social justice focus. It's the Lewicki brothers, who I've known of since I was a kid in Kansas City. Save the Civic found a unicorn. Let's please not be the ones to not move forward. Let's let the deal play out, and if they can't get it together, that's on them. But let's do it for the public. Let's do it for civic life. Let's do it for bringing something incredibly cool and unique and in-depth back to our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Lori Nafshan.
Hi, everyone. Lori Nafshan. I'm here to speak on item 4B. Honorable council members, we stand here today in our Civic Center, owned by the people of Santa Monica. It has now been exactly 10 years since our community told our elected officials that we wanted what we wanted for the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. Their answer, because the coffers were empty, was to mothball our Civic Auditorium and wait for a better day. I know these are difficult times, but we must not be short-sighted about this. The better day for the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium is now. Publicly owned centers for the arts and music are rare and important. We at Save the Civic believe these special places should not be sold or used for other purposes. The gift of both culture and the long-lasting revenue for our city from a state-of-the-art music venue that belongs to us is huge. I urge you to stay the course. Be the council that reopens our beloved Santa Monica Civic.
Thank you, Ms. Nafshan. Nina Fresco.
Hi, I'm Nina Fresco on 4B, speaking on my own behalf. Santa Monica has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reawaken the historic Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. The revitalization of this unique landmark will restore a major signature Santa Monica cornerstone for our resurging economic vitality downtown. The highly experienced consortium of investors with strong ties to the entertainment industry as well as heavy-hitting funding sources is not asking the city for a penny for the Civic Auditorium. They just need you to permit it. Once we make it through the contracting phase, their professionalism will mean a quick and efficient implementation phase. Please have the wisdom to see that we must get this project to a yes. One last thing, members of the project team have been deeply impacted by the horrific Palisades fire. Please allow them time to regroup. Let's stand with all our Palisades neighbors, including those who will stand with Santa Monica to bring back.
Thank you, Ms. Fresco. Mario Fonda Bernardi, and then after we have Erica Leslie and Jason Ron, Carlos Cilioto, and Carl Berg, if you can line up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Mario Fonda Bernardi, President and speaking for the Santa Monica Conservancy. You'll be hearing this in closed session, and I agree with everything that was said by the last 3 speakers. Our city to the north of us, just on the other side of Santa Monica Canyon, is having its Phoenix moment. It will rise up from the ashes. Well, your Civic Center, our Civic Center, has been having its Phoenix moment for the last 10 years. It's been trying to rise up, and we're almost there. And so I'd encourage you to, it has many moving parts, to take the care it takes to move it ahead and make sure that it happens. And even if that requires a little more time, it's worth it because of the value of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernardi. Erica Leslie? And by the way, there are 5 seats in front. I know they say for staff, but during this time, if some of you would like to take a seat in the front, there's 5 seats available.
Erica, you can begin.
Huh?
You can start.
I can start? Okay. Good evening, everyone. I was just coming up to say thank you for the proclamation for Black History Month. I was hoping to go after the proclamation, but little movement around. To recognize our beautiful diaspora here of the African Americans here in the city. Thank you, because we are not a monolith. We're all different. We're not all the same. And to recognize each and every one of us, I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Jason Ron? Jason Ron? Okay, Carlo Cilioto?
I want to spend a word for Yossi Grovin. He has been the creator and the manager, the leader of the Santa Monica Art Studio for many years. I mean, actually, it was his invention, the whole thing. He put it together from scratches. And as far as I know, as far my experience tells me, while Yossi was there, this has been like a flywheel for the cultural community in Santa Monica, for all of us. I'm a composer. I'm a member of the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences. So my field of expertise is different, but I've been involved in many intercultural and interdisciplinary events. And I really hope that he will go back to his post.
Thank you, Mr. Cilioto. I have Carl Berg, and then if Sam Sneed, Claudio Santini, and Krista August could line up. Thank you, Mr. Berg.
I'm Carl Berg, and I'm also here in support of Yossi. I'm a curator, gallerist, and I've been in the art business for over 40 years. And Yossi really, in creating this Santa Monica Art Studios, did an incredible job with what I think is most important is that he would select all sorts of independent curators to have the opportunity to curate shows there with great diversity. He's done shows from Italy, Cuba, all over the world, as well as local artists. And I think that his unique character allows him to work with such a great, diverse group of people that it's something that really the city needs. And with the loss of years ago of the Santa Monica Museum, this place has become much and much more important as a sort of nonprofit venue for curators.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sam Sneed? Are you Claudio Santini? What's your name, sir? Okay, you might be further down the list, but I'll go when we get to you. Okay, I'm going to go in order first. Claudio Santini?
Good evening.
He's farther.
My name is Claudio Santini. I'm an artist. I'm here in support of Yossi Grovin. I had an experience, I show my work at his facility, which was great place. I think a great place for the community because he had the ability to involve so many people, also from Italy and the US. So I'm really happy to be here for him and then yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, is your name Jason Ron? Sorry about that. I scrolled ahead. So you're speaking for 2 minutes because Sam Snead donated time? Correct. Okay.
I signed up for 2 minutes and Sam also.
I know, we have so many speakers in the queue that we reduced the speaking to a minute, so you can have 2 minutes if you have Mr. Sneed's donated time. Yeah, go ahead. Is Sam Sneed here?
We didn't think we would be this early, so we went to put money in the meter.
Clerk, are we allowed?
Supposed to be here.
Can we go to the next speaker until Mr. Sneed's here, because he has to be here to donate the time. It's just formality. You think you can do it in a minute?
Yeah.
Thank
I can
you.
do it. Esteemed City Council, I stood here in 2018 with 50 other individuals, many of which were tenants of the Airport Arts Facility. They all had the same message, and that was Yossi, the creator, developer of the airport facility for over 15 years, was their choice to continue managing the facility. Unfortunately, the City Council chose 18th Street to manage the facility for 5 years. In the test of time, 18th Street was a total dud. They did very little for the city, the artists, or the city. It was so bad that 18th Street didn't even bid this time around. You should ask yourself, when was the last time in the last 5 years you have attended an event at the Arts Center or have even heard of anything worthwhile there? Now, the City Council is considering yet another untested option, CARS. I read each page of CARS' proposal. It's clear that managing an arts facility like this is one outside of their expertise. They provided no past performance reference in this realm. This is not what they do. I urge the council not to take another 5-year gamble. The second highest ranked proposer is Maxima Art Initiative, run by Yossi Govrin, the same Yossi Govrin who envisioned, built, and successfully ran the facility for 15 years, from 2003 to 2018. Yossi Govrin poured his heart, soul, and time and finances into a thriving cultural hub. Choosing Yossi would be much like Steve Jobs returning to Apple after being ousted and making Apple to new heights. Yossi has the passion, experience, and vision to elevate this facility once again. With me are 2,500 signatures from residents and artists supporting this. Yossi's management of the facility will highlight the city as a thriving arts center. Just a few words on CARS. You're giving them a 4-year option. That's $1.25 million. And there's no metrics for evaluation on the option years. They're putting $500,000 on one person to manage this site, and this person is a young fellow with no experience. He's basically there as a carryover from 18th Street, and he's there to make sure that the floors are swept and the toilets flush. Nothing about arts and making this what it's supposed to be.
Thank you. We actually ended up giving you Mr. Sneed's time by accident there, but I'm going to call up a few names in order. Krista Agius, Natalie Rafisimian, Yossi Govrin, and Farhad Rafisimian. Krista Agius, I'm sorry, how do you say your last name? Agios.
Okay. In the current climate of Los Angeles, with so much destruction and change, it would be a beautiful thing to see our arts leader and our arts community to be reunited and be allowed to flourish as it once was. The selection committee saw this in Maxima proposal led by Yossi Govrin, and I urge you to vote for Yossi Govrin and the management of the Airport Arts Program. His experience and leadership is priceless. Commitment to the arts and the artists is his life's work and achievement. His long-standing leadership relationships with the art world and track record of amazing art events, philanthropic fundraisers for great causes, as well as artist support will no doubt prove to be once again bringing life to the Airport Arts Program that has been missing. We've seen what little was achieved with the past management of the 18th Street Arts Program and the dissatisfaction of the community. Yossi has a record of successful events for 30 years and 2 established art organizations in Santa Monica Fine Art Studios and Santa Monica Art Studios. Not only is Yossi a leader of the arts, he's
Thank you. Who's that person? What's your name, Natalie? Yeah. Okay.
Not only is Yossi a leader of the arts, he's a successful artist with multiple monuments and art museums, and has shown in international galleries and exhibitions that serve as an example as well as experience to other artists that it is possible to achieve and flourish as an artist in Los Angeles. It is unfortunate that there was a turn of events that involved the slander of Yossi Goverin's name in the press, as well as a coup of artists that sought to take over his creation of the studios with further slander and unjustified conduct and accusations. Public figures are vulnerable to unjustified criticism based on personal motives. I absolutely respect Yossi Govirin as a caretaker of the arts, artist, and a visionary, respectable human being that implemented widespread art programs and attracted thousands of people to the airport for art events, including over 14 countries international that came and gave life to our own arts community and here in Santa Monica. He took the hangar, his vision transformed from this state into a beautiful center.
Thank you. Thank you. Yossi Govirin?
I will distribute that. You can move it right.
If I may, I have 2 minutes from this gentleman.
Well, you can get 1 minute donation, but are you Farhad? Yes. Okay, so Farhad's donating 1 minute, so you have 2 minutes, Mr. Govirin.
Great, thank you. Dear Mayor Negaret, dear Mayor Pro Tem Torasis, and Councilman,
You gotta speak into the mic, sir.
I urge you not to select cars to manage the artist studios complex at the airport studios. Number one, because cars lack the experience required to effectively manage this unique type of complex. Number two, they lack the vision, knowledge, and capacity to realize the incredible potential of transforming this center into an internationally renowned cultural hub that benefits both artists and community. I do, together with Maxima board members, we could manage that, and that's how. First, I would like to express my heartfelt for all the people who lost their homes, including 16 of my friends. I'm Yossi Govirin. I'm a sculptor who has created monuments to prime ministers and presidents. I'm also the executive director of Maxima Art Initiative and the founder of Santa Monica Airport Art Studios, which I conceptualized, designed, built, and managed what was once an empty 22,000 square feet pigeonhole building, turning it into a thriving cultural center without any city or state funding. Under my leadership, the Airport Art Studios became a sanctuary for artists and hub of a groundbreaking exhibition. Those included yearly collaboration with the Getty Museum and 500 members of API, an international exhibition all the way from Europe, Asia, and Europe, all the way to New Zealand and Australia. We created a vibrant art community with 10,000 visitors yearly. In one show in 2018, there were 3,500 individuals in one weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Govirin. I know, I'm sorry, thank you. And excuse me if I pronounce this incorrectly. Is it Hurgita Vanasvikut, Farnaz Haroni, Lola Del Fresno, and Marcus Queeland? The last name I can't see altogether, but if you could sign up. Did I say your name right?
Jurgita Vansevichuta.
Okay.
Dear Santa Monica Council, my name is Jurgita Vansevichuta, and I'm here in strong support of Yossi Govirin and the Maxima Art Initiative to manage the artist studios at the Santa Monica Airport. Yossi is an accomplished artist. He is also a dedicated teacher, a mentor who has guided countless artists with patience, professionalism, and care. He has this remarkable ability to inspire, empower, and uplift everyone around him. I haven't met anyone who is more passionate about creating and bringing community together through art as Yossi is. And we need to gather as a community more than ever these days. I personally know Yossi for over 10 years. He's an extraordinary human and a friend. I used to go to Santa Monica Art Studios when it was under his management all the time. It was vibrant, lively, and a safe space to create and gather for like-minded people. I remember every time I would go there, it felt like there is a...
Thank you. Farnaz Haroni.
Thank you so much. I'm Farnaz Haruni. I'm here on behalf of Yossi Gavrin. I'm a participating artist, sculptor, designer, and an instructor at Otis College of Art and Design. Additionally, I serve as a volunteer board member for Maxima Art Initiative, an organization whose name, Maxima, stands for truthfulness in Latin. I've known Yossi for several years and continue to be inspired by his exceptional talent as an artist and his remarkable leadership as the founder and manager of the Artist Studio at the Santa Monica Airport. His vision and dedication have not only provided countless opportunities for artists, but have also fostered meaningful connections within our community. Yossi's accomplishments are far-reaching. He transformed the Artist Studio into a significant cultural hub, hosting national and international exhibitions involving artists from 22 countries. He facilitated exhibitions for local students from numerous institutions, including Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, Evergreen Community School, Pacifica Christian High School, and many others.
Thank you, Ms. Haroni. Lola Del Fresno. Lola Del Fresno. Okay, Marcus Queeland.
Hello, greetings, council members. I am an independent artist, curator, and producer that has worked internationally, but more importantly, I'm a Santa Monica resident, on and off for about 35 years, 20 of them here. I have worked as an artist at the Camera Obscura, Tongva Park, Annenberg Beach House, Santa Monica Pier, Santa Monica Airport. I have received Art of Recovery money. I've been on the Art of Recovery panel. I was awarded a Santa Monica Fellowship Award. I have worked in the Santa Monica Public Library as an artist. I am a founding artist of 18th Street Art Center and Highways Performance Space. So I have an opinion and a thought about what happens in Santa Monica culturally, as I've invested 35 years of my life here in Santa Monica in addition to working elsewhere. I think that CARS is eminently qualified to receive the airport contract. As Aaron already spoke very eloquently about all of the things that CARS has done in Santa Monica, I can't.
Thank you, sir. And if Lola Del Fresno is not here, I think that concludes our public comment for this section. We'll be moving on to special agenda items.
Is Lola Del Fresno here?
I think they said she was on her way, but not as in on her, maybe
Oh. That means she's walking.
not outside.
Okay, then.
We're on a special agenda. We have a few things first. All right, I don't think Lola Del Fresno is in the building, so we're going to move on to item 3, City Clerk.
Did you sign up for closed session? Yeah. You're not on the list.
I'm sorry.
Were you not on, were you supposed,
They're supposed to be under closed session. I'm sorry to interrupt.
is the council amenable to hearing one more public comment? Yes. Mr. Cyrus, you have 1 minute.
1 minute?
Yes.
Nikki, did you get my video?
Which video? You sent several items.
Yeah, it was the first one, but if I only have a minute, we'll just go.
What
Listen,
item are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on 4B, the Civic.
Okay.
You know, I was going to play you guys a clip of the last concert ever at the Civic Auditorium. It was conducted by Guido Lamel. He was leading the Santa Monica Symphony Orchestra in 2013. And back then, we were all trying to save the Civic. And I remember saying, Guido, why don't you bring your violin to the council and play for the council? And he did, right here where I'm standing. And it was awesome. It was a moment. But ultimately, that council closed the Civic. So now we got a new council, a young council, relatively young council.
Thank you. We'll take
And
that.
the
Me and Barry.
question is what, sorry, guys, the question is, what kind of council do we want to be? And do you want to be a council that sells off our civic soul? Or do you want to be the council that finally finds a way to save it? Thank you very much. If you guys take the last 37 seconds of this.
Thank you.
well worth your-
Where can they find it on YouTube?
It should be in the record. Email it to us.
Yes, it's in the record. Thank you. And that does wrap up public comment for this section, for this portion. So we're going to move on to item 3, special agenda.
Yes, item 3A, proclamation for Black History Month.
Yeah, so I just want to, and then you'll do your report, is that correct? Okay. The 2025 national theme for Black History Month is African Americans and Labor. Here in Santa Monica, we want to acknowledge the contributions of Black people who have contributed to the improvement of working conditions, equitable treatment, and access to higher wages and positions throughout the city and across the nation. 2025 also marks the 100th anniversary of the first major Black union, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Maids, created by A. Philip Randolph in 1925. Santa Monica's staff Black History Month Committee has gathered engaging and educational community events in partnership with local businesses, community organizations, schools, and city departments, including the Santa Monica Public Library and the staff at Virginia Avenue Park. And now I would like to introduce Brandy Lockhart, who's our housing specialist, who will introduce Lisa Diane Wedgeworth, the artist that will read an original proclamation.
All right, co-lead of the BHM Committee, Black History Month Committee, city employee for more than 11 years. The City of Santa Monica's Black History Month celebration is organized by the Black History Month Staff Committee. Staff participation, I always like to repeat this every year, staff participation in cultural events, monthly observances, and affinity groups is an optional and volunteer effort. We do this on our own time. And the BHM Committee organizes these events with the support of the city partner affinity groups, local businesses, and city departments, and also community organizations. In addition to the theme of African Americans and labor, 2025 Black History Month events focus on education and advocacy against workplace discrimination. As a city, we continue to fight for diversity, equity, and inclusion in a changing world that seeks to be divisive with terms like Black jobs, you remember that? Whilst plucking away at efforts to eradicate discrimination in the workplace and society. We must remember that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution had lasting effects and benefits, not only from African Americans, but other marginalized groups in the United States as well. I hope everyone can reflect and join us in fellowship in February. All are welcome. I also want to let you know the staff is going to be reading the book Black Folk, The Roots of the Black Working Class, if you want to add that to your reading list. We're going to be kicking off the month with the library has some great events. There's a film screening on February 1st at the main library called Black Surfing and Aquatic Culture. Make sure you get out to see that. Starting February 3rd, you can stop at the library and pick up a take and make kit about Garrett Morgan, an inventor. That's for the younger ones. That's while supplies last. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just want to note some key events. February 11th here in City Hall, artwork unveiling with local artist Gary Tyler. February 15th, there's going to be a mental health and wellness fair by Santa Monica Black Empowerment Association in partnership with LA County Department of Mental Health. And don't forget, every year, Black History Greens Festival. That's going to be at Virginia Avenue Park in partnership with Black Santa Monica Community Group. That's on February 22nd this year. There's also going to be some great events happening on 3rd Street Promenade on Sunday, February 23rd. And also Uplifting Black Legacy is going to be a great dance performance and panel discussion on February 27th at Annenberg Community Beach House. So would be good to see Annenberg back open to the public. And last but not least, there's going to be a career and resource fair at Miles Playhouse. Miles Playhouse has been shuttered for the whole time since COVID started. So that's going to be open on February 28th, and also be food trucks and funnel cakes out there. So for this evening, I am honored to introduce local artist Lisa Diane Wedgeworth. She is going to be presenting her artist-created proclamation for Black History Month 2025. Lisa Diane Wedgeworth is a Los Angeles-based interdisciplinary, I should have practiced that word, interdisciplinary artist employing abstract painting, performance, and video as creative processes to interpret energy as an investigation of personal and collective narratives. She is a recipient of residencies in Florida, Paris, and Santa Monica, and teaches in a variety of institutions in California. Her work is included in private collections and at the California African American Museum and the Studio Museum in Harlem.
Ms. Lockhart, before you go, can you tell us where we can find a list of all those events?
We just went live on the city's blog today, so all of the events are live on Santa Monica's website.
That's cityofsantamonica.gov. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the exact address. Type Black History Month 2025, Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Hello, thank you for having me. It's an honor to read the proclamation and to present this unique work. Before I read the proclamation very quickly, I'll just want to talk to you about the symbolism that exists in this abstract work. The medium is ink to reference the segregated area that was called the Inkwell. Blue paint is poured to represent the coastal community of Santa Monica, the beach. There are 10 beach balls that represent the joy of the Black Santa Monicans enjoying their lives and the recreational beach community that they created. Each beach ball has 6 sides. Each side represents 10 families. So each beach ball represents 60 families for a total of 600. 600 families were displaced when Santa Monica took their land and their homes for eminent domain, burning many of their homes intentionally. And then the green flowing line that exists within this work represents freedom of movement. The green represents health and resilience, but also green as a color sits opposite red on the color wheel. So red was a restrictive geometric line that was drawn on maps and was a metaphorical redlining. So the green confronts that with freedom of movement and joy. So that's the work. Thank you. So again, I'm really honored to write this and share this with you all. Thank you. And just really quickly, I know everyone's limited on time. I'm a native Angelina, but I attended Santa Monica City College. I had my residency at Camera Obscura. I was a Getty multicultural intern at 18th Street alone many moons ago. My daughter attended New Roads from 5th grade to 12th grade. She attended Santa Monica College, worked in Santa Monica. So even though I'm a native Angelina, Santa Monica is my backyard. So I'm excited. On my front porch. You know, I'm excited to be where I am. Okay. Whereas, with remarkable courage, Black Americans migrated from the Jim Crow South in the 1880s, many making their way to California and establishing new lives in Santa Monica, seeking freedom, independence, and the opportunity to build prosperous futures. And whereas, with great respect, we commend the resilience and strength of Black Santa Monicans who built thriving communities for their families, labored diligently in domestic, professional, and service sectors, and cultivated a bright, vibrant resort area with businesses that served both locals and visitors in pursuit of quality recreation and services. And whereas, with honesty, we recognize the use of restrictive covenants, the harmful demolition of property, and the discriminatory practice of redlining as injustices against Black families and their businesses. And we pledge to foster a Santa Monica where Black people of the African diaspora are actively included in community development and decision-making. And whereas, with reverence, we honor the legacy of individuals such as Louis Green, Vernon Brunson, Gilbert McCarroll, Silas White, Dr. Marcus O. Tucker, first Black doctor in Santa Monica, Hilliard Lawson, Thelma Terry, Dr. Alfred T. Quinn, the first Black professor at Santa Monica City College, Lloyd Allen, Laverne Ross, and Nat Travis, the first Black mayor, along with countless other Black Santa Monicans, both past and present. Their activism, creativity, investment, leadership, and vision paved the way for future generations to pursue their wildest dreams and highest aspirations. And whereas wholeheartedly we acknowledge the legacy of Black Santa Monicans as a vital and essential part of Santa Monica history for the contributions of every individual, regardless of ethnicity, race, gender, country of origin, spoken language, socioeconomic status, or political beliefs, form the diverse and vibrant foundation on which Santa Monica thrives.
Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in the City of Santa Monica and invite all residents to come together in this observance, honoring and celebrating the influence and impact of Black Santa Monicans.
Yes, guys.
You want to come? And since Lisa's leaving this beautiful piece of work with us, we printed out a proclamation to give to her. Oh, is that the way we're doing? Okay. Sorry.
Everyone take a step back. Perfect. All right, on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Okay. No, we just smile. All right. We're good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And then I'll, thank you. Awesome. Thank you for all of your work. Appreciate you.
Item 3B, City Manager Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I want to start tonight by first acknowledging the pain and loss that so many of our families, friends, co-workers, and neighbors to the north are experiencing due to the Palisades Fire and other regional wildfires that have been burning these past few weeks. Thank you to all of our first responders for their bravery and heroism throughout this wildfire emergency, including Santa Monica's fire and police departments for assisting. I also want to thank everyone who served in Santa Monica's Emergency Operations Center and everyone on staff who was part of our fire response efforts, from Big Blue Bus motor coach operators who shuttled residents to evacuation centers, to public works staff who monitored our water supply and quality and cleaned up ash and debris throughout the city, to the finance team who approved purchase of needed emergency equipment, and everybody in between. This was an all-hands-on-deck effort, and I was both heartened and not at all surprised to see how quickly folks came together and did whatever needed to be done. That is our city team in a nutshell. We are working hard as a city to actively support impacted businesses, schools, and residents through Santa Monica's emergency order, and it was encouraging to see 2 schools from the Palisades open today here in Santa Monica. I want to thank the city attorney's office and the economic development and planning teams for their efforts in this space. Find more information on fire updates on our page linked at santamonica.gov. And they're also working hard with our partners at Santa Monica Travel and Tourism and in the business community to provide much needed support for our local small business owners who who have also been struggling to make ends meet amid these regional emergencies. I encourage everyone to patronize our local establishments as you're able and help us spread the word that Santa Monica is open and here to serve residents, businesses, and visitors. And there's no better time to do it now during Dine LA. And while Santa Monica thankfully did not see any fires reach over our city boundaries, the flames absolutely got too close for comfort. A reminder for all of us to be ready for any emergency. To that end, the fire department has launched a new preparedness tool called Community Connect. The tool allows businesses and residents to create a profile and upload critical and detailed information such as floor plans, whether pets are in the home, or specialized medical needs that can be readily accessed by first responders in the event of an emergency. The information provided in a profile is voluntary and secure and can help to ensure a higher level of service and response and peace of mind for our community. And you can learn more about this on our website as well. I'm happy to share that we have hired a new community development director, Armine Shaparayan, who will be joining us on February 3rd, and I look forward to introducing her to you at our next meeting. I also want to thank Jing Yao for serving as our acting community development director since David Martin retired in December. She has done a phenomenal job and shown great leadership during this period of transition and with the Palisades fire response and recovery efforts. Lastly, as you saw in the proclamation, it's almost Black History Month. I encourage everyone to attend some or all of the fun and educational events happening in honor of Black History Month through the city in February, as you heard, including the annual Greens Festival coming up on February 22nd. And so now I would like to turn it over to Mayor Negrete for a special recognition of some guests in attendance.
Yes, every mayor has sort of had their little thing during our council meetings. Mine is going to be highlighting community members, a community spotlight. And to dovetail on what our city manager was just speaking about in terms of the fires, it is perfect this evening that we honor 3 guests that are here tonight, and there's many in their group who I met outside of the animal shelter in Santa Monica who committed the bravery, the heroic actions of these people saving people's animals, pets, including facilitating our own Santa Monica Police Equestrian Horses to Safety Go Beyond. Here is a short video that the Washington posted, and then I'll be recognizing them with certificates of recognition.
Currently, my team, I think we're well over 400 animals that we personally trailered or took out initially.
Would you be able to check in on this one? She's the one with
Is
epilepsy.
the house still standing?
There's no house.
So I'll get our team on it and we'll see what we can do. We'll certainly try. I've seen these guys do remarkable things.
Basically just helping reunite owners or just at least get them closure. It just came through so fast. It was a lot like Paradise. It just raced through. Maybe we'll go over to Chris Kelly's property because I got to put a trail cam up. That might be good.
I understand why everybody would say it's always necessary to help human beings out. Of course, that's a priority for the police, for the firemen. But a lot of times people, they're at work or whatever, and the animals are left behind. For me, my animal is my child. I know it sounds crazy, and many, many, many pet owners are the same way. This was a very hard catch. It's the greatest gift on earth to be of service to other people and to animals.
He is so sweet, and despite his injury, he is purring.
Dr. Kevin here at Palms and Paws, he's been my emergency vet. He brought an organization called Angel Network. It's a bunch of volunteer vets and vet techs that literally come and do pop-ups in disaster areas.
That's AC right there.
We've got dietary pet needs covered. We had a huge online pharmacy, Step Up. So anything that you lost in the fires, pet related, we have or we can get you.
Right now, I think it's just been beautiful seeing all the volunteers come together. Despite the tragedy of all of this, the human spirit and the collaboration and the love that we're seeing has been, it's been a tonic for all of us, and it's been a privilege getting to see that.
So my goal is to highlight community members, and I think this year is going to be highlighting a lot of heroes. I know there's heroes everywhere, but I don't want to cry, but when I ran into them, we became fast friends. We've got a group chat that's never ending. And I just asked how I could help. And when I could see what they were doing, it turned into me running into a woman who was getting food and crying about being reconnected with her cats. And they immediately, in 10 minutes, got the keys to the house, went in, and were able to feed those cats that were left for days on end. And the stories are countless. So I'm going to read the recognition and bring them up to recognize them, because these are our own Santa Monicans from our lovely Dr. Kevin, who's a veterinarian here from Palms and Paws, our own Santa Monica resident, William, known as Billy McNamara, and Aaron Christensen, AC, who has been leading these efforts. I'm just going to read this, and then I'm going to call you guys up to, if you're going to come up to the podium now, I'll read it from here. So we've got AC, we've got Dr. Kevin McEvely from Palms and Paws, which is right across the street from our Santa Monica shelter, and we've got William Billy McNamara. So this certificate of recognition is proudly presented to the three of you in recognition of your outstanding dedication and heroic efforts in rescuing and evacuating pets and animals during the recent wildfire. Your selfless service and unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of animals in our community exemplify the highest ideals of compassion, bravery, and civic duty. On behalf of the City of Santa Monica, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your efforts in helping make our city and all of those families a better place for all. And I think it's appropriate to give them a round of applause. You guys would like to say something, please?
It's been a privilege to be a part of this. AC has been going with Billy and others behind the lines of the fires into these disaster zones with one purpose: to help people and to help pets. And so, and he was going into the blazes. Our hospital, I'm proud to say, stepped up for this community, and we've been going nonstop since the beginning of this event to just open our doors up to all that needed help. And this is a time where, instead of looking for differences between people, people have been looking at how to make a difference. And that's been incredibly inspiring. So we're here for the long haul, and we're grateful for this recognition, and we're going to continue to do our best to help people and pets everywhere.
Thank you for being a great partner from the day you opened your doors.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to first, thanks to AC. I was actually just trying to get, I was in the fires Tuesday night, stuck in the Palisades. My car tires melted. And so this girl kept calling me about her cat that was in the Highlands. And so I hooked up with AC. I said, I've got to get this cat. And he said, all right, jump in the truck. So we rescued like 50 animals first, which was great, but it's all AC. He did everything, and he actually finally got me up to get the cat. The cat was alive. We broke into the house. We had permission. And just want to say that the mayor, I think you were visiting the animal control next door where we were set up, and she came over right away, and she was like, what can I do to help? Immediately, I've never met a politician like that before, and she meant it. I'm unsure that she is a politician, actually. She's such a nice person. No offense to anybody else here. But, you know, and another thing, I've been an active animal activist for 30 years. And in 2003, I was with Sea Shepherd, and I went to Japan. I arrived at Osaka. I was immediately detained for 9. I've never had any recognition. I've been arrested multiple times. And then when I got to Taiji, I was arrested again. That's a place in Japan where the Cove was. And so this is the first time I've ever been recognized for this.
Well deserved. And we connected because my mother was a Sea Shepherd who got arrested many times for cutting the lines. That's right.
All for Sea Shepherd.
That's right. AC.
All right, I'm a man of action. I don't speak much, so I do want to thank Mayor Negretti for all her support. Her connections, unbelievable, opened up or cut the red tape for us so that we were able to, I think currently well over 500 animals, turtles, tortoises, yeah, everything.
Peacocks.
Thank you. Peacocks. We moved a giraffe, we moved a camel. I mean, everything and anything. I mean, the stuff that these residents in Malibu have is unbelievable. But I couldn't do it without my volunteer. They're all here right now. It truly takes a village, and we have the best village. So thank you all.
Thank you. Let's
You guys
take
are
a
amazing.
photo with you and your volunteers. Thank you.
Oh, you want us to come down? Okay. Coming down today. Jesse, we're going down. Okay, for the record, animals are family members and children. I have two of them. Here. I don't have the others.
In the hotel room myself.
One, two, three. Let's see.
Not your windows, look.
All right, ready? One, two, three. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
I'll make sure you guys get the picture too.
I'm saying that if we. Oh, yeah.
We'll now move on to closed session
Yeah,
items.
so
Item 4A, conference with legal counsel regarding Stanford neighbors against city overreach versus the city and others. Item 4B, conference with real estate negotiator, property at 1855 Main Street, the Civic Auditorium. Item 4C, public employee appointment, to consider the public employee appointment of the city manager, interim city manager. Item 4D is a report out only, Rebecca De La Cruz versus the city. Item 4E, report out only, Maria Gonzalez versus the city and others. And item 4F, consider the evaluation of performance of a public employee, the city clerk.
And before we leave and I ask what time we'll be back, I just want to remind, we have over 86 people in the queue for public comment when we return. So if you do that math times 2 minutes, that's quite a long time. And I just want to really ask everybody to consider speaking with the group of people you're with and finding someone who could be a spokesperson, even if it's 2 people. You can donate time so they have 4 minutes. That would really help us, and you can show your support in numbers behind, and we will recognize that there are X amount of people standing with you. So please, if you would consider doing that, then we can all actually hear the business of the people this evening. And with that, City Attorney, what time do you think we should return from closed session?
Do our best to make 8 o'clock.
So we are going to do our best to be back by 8 o'clock. And everybody's going to do their best to donate their time and have one spokesperson, right? All right, we'll see you when we come back. All right, I know we want to get this party started, so I'm going to ask if everybody could, if you have an empty seat next to you, if you could raise your hand so those standing could take a seat, please. And please offer your seat to someone who needs it more than you. All right, do we have everybody here? While we get set up, I'm just going to remind people to please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disrupt. And while our city clerk is getting things ready up there on the screen, I just want to ask everybody, we have 141 speakers in the queue. So it's amazing. We love when our community comes out to speak, but if you multiply that times 2, that's 282 minutes. We would not even be able to hear the items that we need to hear, and we really want to do the people's business in the same day that we start the meeting. So in an effort to do that, I know that we have all received over 1,000 emails in reference to the airport, and we have different groups that are here that want to speak. So I know there are some students and young children, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to have them speak first. But I just want to ask, please, that, you don't have to do it, but I'm just asking that if you know you're going to be saying something that a large group of people are also going to be saying, that if you would have a speaker or two with donated time, that means you could get 4 to 8 minutes for your group, and then everybody is heard. And again, you can stand up, you can show your support, you can let the dais see, and those at home watching, that there are tons of people behind you speaking on that item. So if you know for a fact that you've decided to have a lead speaker and we need to remove people from the queue in here, you can come remove your name with our city clerk, Nikki. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion. We had asked folks to have representatives. There's now 140 speakers in the queue. We would like to hear the report from staff at a time where members of the public can listen to it and people at home can listen to it and digest it. We all want to make sound decisions here. So for those reasons, I would like to move that we limit the public comment time to 1 minute per speaker.
We have our city attorney Sloan in the queue. City
That's
attorney.
for the report out.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe he should do that first.
We got a little ahead of
Is
ourselves.
there
So
a
let's-
second on the motion, though?
Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor to,
I'll second it.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment?
Sure.
If there are people under 18 who are here, that we give them the full 2 minutes?
How many people under 18 are here?
I don't know that,
So if they signed up properly, they should be showing up in green. I only have 2 students.
Okay, that's fine.
But one of them actually wants to go with everybody else instead of waiting or being pushed up to the beginning, but just to let you know.
okay, before we move on, let's have our city attorney report out on our closed session.
Okay. For tonight's closed session, all matters on the agenda were heard. There was no report out from tonight's matters. On prior settlements, as shown on the agenda, in the Cruz versus the city matter, it's a personal injury case that settled for $325,000, with the city paying $225,000 and Landcare paying $100,000. The council approved the settlement at the 7/23/24 meeting by a vote of 6-0, with Councilmember Negretti absent. In Gonzalez versus the city, it's a personal injury case that settled for $150,000. Council approved the settlement at this 12/17/24 meeting by a vote of 6-0, with Councilmember Snell absent. That's all.
Okay, so before we hear this motion, I just want to give one last try. If you know and you want to raise your hand that you have convened in the rotunda while you were waiting for us and you found a lead speaker that is so well-spoken you decided that it was worth them coming up for 2 to 4 minutes, please let me know now, or you will all be getting 1 minute, and we will probably be here for 140 plus minutes as we do that.
It's actually only 103 speakers for this item. It's
103.
143 total for this.
Okay, got it. Well, there's still 103. So I'm hearing, I see no reaction from the crowd. And I know there's probably people outside. So there's a motion on the floor to have public comment reduced to 1 minute, and there's by Mayor Pro Tem Trosas. There's a second by Councilmember Snell. Do we need a roll call vote?
And does that include the substitute motion to?
Oh, I'm sorry. And then there was, the substitute motion is friendly to the maker.
Friendly
It's a
amendment.
friendly amendment.
Yeah, we
And you
agree.
were allowing those that are students to have the full 2 minutes, should they wish to have those minutes. All in favor? Aye. All against? 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Reports on travel. Have any council members traveled since our last regular meeting on December 17th?
I did. I went to the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C., where I convened with mayors across the nation. We spoke about policy pursuant to California, locally to Santa Monica, and specifically in regards to the fires. And I was gone from a Thursday to, and I came back early on Sunday, the day before the inauguration. And that's it.
Anybody else? We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And just a reminder, items 5A and 5S have been continued to the February 11th meeting.
Do you have a motion?
I'd like to move the consent calendar.
Have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Hall moved. Councilmember Zernitskaya seconded.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Potentorosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. That passes 7-0.
We're now going to move on to public comments on remaining items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we're not doing a hearing tonight. So it looks like we have about 103 speakers. And Madam Mayor, we do have, as I mentioned, there's one minor who we should move up to the beginning, and that is Jack Abrams.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to call names up to line up. Jack Abrams being the first name. Jack Abrams. And then, I'm sorry, I'm having to scroll.
And I guess we should check if there's a parent here with Jack Abrams, we might want to move them up too.
Yeah, is there a parent with Jack Abrams? Okay. I'm sorry. What's your mom's name, Jack? Amy. So, and Amy Abrams?
Are you signed up to speak, ma'am? No, I'm not speaking. Okay.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay.
okay. And then I'm just want to confirm, I'm looking where it starts after Marcus is crossed off, right? So Jerry Rubin?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to call the next few names. Jerry Rubin, Neil Carey, Denise Spartan, M. Susan Broussard, and Jacob Wasserman, if you could line up here behind our first speaker. And so did you want the 2 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are ready to go.
My name is Jack Abrams. I'm an intern. Hold on.
Nikki, we need the mic on.
Oh, sorry. I'll reset your time.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
There we go.
Hi, my name is Jack Abrams. I'm an intern of operations here at Bertays Flight School, a local flight school based on the airport. And I want to keep the airport open because, you see, it's been my home for many years. I started coming to this airport when I was only 3 months old. My grandpa, he loves aviation, so I would sit on his lap at the airport and he'd point out all the planes to me. Then I met a man named Dan, God rest his soul, and he started taking liking to me and my grandpa, and he'd show me all the planes in the airport and what the names were, and he'd take me, and I just fell in love. And it's a home to me and so many people, and through these fires, it's become a hub for the firefighting operations. There's been CAL FIRE operations, PJ helicopters, and many others that have been operating in and out of this airport day and night, doing operations for these fires. In the event of some earthquake or something that knocks out LAX, Santa Monica is the perfect hub for light aircraft and helicopter operations to come in with supplies, medical equipment, and also being able to evacuate people. In addition to just being a very good current medevac hub, there was a case of a 15-year-old child who needed a heart transplant, and at 6 a.m., the medevac teams were at the airport ready to give that child a new heart. And they flew that heart far and wide in the middle of that morning to give him that new heart. And it's just a true beauty and part of this city, and it's part of all of us. See, if it wasn't for this airport, we wouldn't be able to get Las Vegas. It was the home of Donald Douglas, who made the first modern airliner. And if it wasn't for him, then we couldn't get to Las Vegas in an hour instead of having to wait and drive for 5 hours. And aviation, it's becoming way more environmentally friendly. We already have 2 electric aircraft in our field, maybe more since the last time I saw it. And we have 100 unleaded almost available, 94 unleaded. So we're all switching to unleaded fuels and getting rid of that lead in the fuel, and just making it all better and safer and making it a lot more environmentally friendly.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, there's no clapping because then we'll really be here for. But that was great. I'm going to call Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much, Jerry Rubin, an honored member of the very broad-based and unified Coalition for a Great Park. Closing the airport was already voted on by our people. Respectfully and honorably, we need to keep what they voted for and keep it compliant with recreation and artistic endeavors. I'm a big housing activist. I'm a big union activist. But we need to stay unified. The airport closing will be much better for safety with helicopter access in different points around the city. And always remember, an electric plane could still crash into a nearby residence, maybe more quietly, but just as deadly. I know you'll be smart enough to support the staff report. That's probably one of the main reasons so many people voted for you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. And just as a matter of order, just if you could, I know it's pretty obvious what you're speaking about, but there are other items. If you could just state your name and the item you're speaking on. So for the airport, it would be 7A. Mr. Carey?
I'm Neil Carey. And I'm speaking on item 7A. I'm the president of the Santa Monica Airport to Parks Foundation. I was a Recreation and Parks Commissioner for 12 years, and among a lot of other things that I've done over the years. And for all these years, Santa Monica has been well below for parks and playing fields for a city with the population of its size. And now with all the additional housing and more housing on the drawing board, the situation is going to be a lot worse if something is not done. So you have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rectify this problem and approve the conversion of the airport back to a park, but this time a great park. I also want to compliment Amber and her team for a phenomenal process and report. And on behalf of A2P, we all feel the guiding principles were really well done, terrific. You should approve them.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Before Ms. Barton comes up, I'm going to call Ellie K. and Cody K. to line up. And then M. Susan Broussard, Jacob Wasserman, and Eric Silverberg as well to line up. Okay, so Ms. Barton, she's speaking on 3 items. So just make sure you've got 1 minute on each item and you state which item you're on.
Good evening. Item 7A, your Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project is your way of nullifying the residents' vote on Measure LC because you want to put residential units and commercial establishments on the airport property instead of making the entire area park. With the reason the date of the airport closing has been extended to December 31st, 2028, B, because the city has to repay the loan the city took out of the airport fund, a restricted fund during the pandemic, and now has to repay the airport fund just over $7,355,000. And can you even close the airport if the loan is not paid back? Then for you to go as far as to want to use the little monetary resources the city has to put a new ballot measure to overturn Measure LC is really reprehensible and not respecting the will of the vote of the people. Next, item 16N. As with the other items tonight, again, focusing on increasing housing within the city. Again, I have to question if you are going to try and join the lawsuit that the legislation forcing more housing does not apply to charter cities. The residents have previously objected to the original and updated RHNA numbers, expressing the numbers were excessive for the small city of Santa Monica. But like you, the council before you, you've chosen to gaslight the residents and continue on with the facade or scam, showing that you really are not representing the will of the people, although the majority of you lied to the residents to get your seats on the council. Or would the reason for the owner occupancy for ADUs be so that they are not used or turned into short-term rentals? Another example that you think you're above the law would be the grants pass item tonight. And finally, item 16M, that after the fire in the Palisades, you really have to wonder what negative effects overdeveloping a just over 8 square miles city would be. Think about it, if you have to put so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. She had 3 items.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was 2 items.
So you have 1 more minute.
Hello? Think about it, if you've put so much new housing on Lincoln in Colorado and Broadway, as well as on 4th in Colorado as you can, do you not think that will significantly back up traffic on the on-ramps to the 10 freeway, resulting in, especially north of Wilshire in Montana, people having to wait sitting in their cars, possibly in unsafe situations? Now, how safe is that if you have to evacuate north of the 10 freeway? Be ready to leave on foot, you'll say, but then aren't you depriving the residents of what few items they'd be able to take in their cars? This needs to be one of your priorities instead of how many housing units you can stuff into the city. And I know everything to you is because of climate change, yet the damage in the Palisades was caused by political mismanagement. Sound familiar? Just like you're doing now, like in 2020 when you cut $2 million from the fire department's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. And then we have Ellie K. and Cody K.
Hi, I'm Benjamin K., just here for support staff, literally.
Hi, my name is Ellie. I'm excited about a giant park in my hometown. In my mind, it has a community garden, flowers, lots of trees, mushrooms, hummingbirds, grasshoppers, ladybugs, butterflies, and water where I can play. I also want a little pond with frogs, turtles, and some water lilies that leads to a big pond with fish in it. And one more thing. It would be cool to have a tall lookout where people could see the whole park like Rapunzel's tower. I love nature and I want our city to have more. I also think we should have a space where people can perform, dance, or music. I can't wait to see what our new park has. Thank you. Good night.
Oh. How old are you? Yeah, there you go. We can do these.
I'm 7.
You're so smart. Cody K.
Hello. Do you want a boost? No, I'm good.
Okay.
You ready? Yeah. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I am Cody Kay, and I'm speaking for the recreation of the Great Park. I am most excited about the park having green and blue spaces. I think there should be a lake connected to a stream that connects to a smaller pond. In other words, lots of water. The lake hopefully would be stocked with fish like largemouth bass for catch and release fishing. There should also be natural trails that you can take almost anywhere in the park. Trails for walking or riding bikes. Some trails will have bridges that cross over the stream. Importantly, I believe we should restore native habitat for local wildlife. I think it would be really fascinating to have birdhouses with web cameras so that people can watch the animals in their daily lives on a website without disturbing them. If this doesn't work, perhaps we can have an interpretive center where students can come and learn about our local natural where there would be real, definitely not artificial grass, so I can play soccer because I love soccer. And real grass is the best for me, as well as wildlife. Thank you for listening and have a good night.
Woo! All right, I think we have 2 future city council members right there. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
I don't know how you're going to top that, but we've got M. Susan Broussard, Jacob Wasserman, Eric Silverberg, Robert Jordan, Tracy Alexander, and Caitlin Driscoll. Looks like Susan and Jacob are not here. Eric Silverberg, Robert Jordan, Tracy Alexander? Okay. Oh, sorry. Are you? Robert. Okay, sorry. Robert, Jordan, and then Tracy. Hi.
Hi, I'm Robert Jordan. I'm speaking on agenda item 16N. I'm a proud Sunset Park resident, and I love the walkability and connection that I have with my neighbors. This connection I have with my neighbors is due to the missing middle housing that I live in and the closeness that it affords. I wish for others to have the same opportunity that I do, and that is why I'm in support for item 16N. With the post-fire recovery in our region, there is a greater need for affordable housing, and this is one step to help ease the burden of lack of housing. This combined with the changing political headwinds in Washington, we need innovative solutions that encourage affordable development in our community and doesn't place unnecessary burdens to entry. This item will help others to enjoy this great city that myself, and as you can see, others in this room have a voice in, enjoy and love, and that we all get to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Alexander?
Good evening, council members. I wholeheartedly support agenda item 16N to amend the city's SB 450 regulations for certain lot splits and duplexes on parcels zoned for single families. I'm a former resident of Santa Monica, and we just lost our home in the Palisades fire. Among the thousands of displaced fire refugees, we have Palisades neighbors who don't have insurance and won't be able to rebuild. But they do want to rent in Santa Monica because they love this town as much as you all do. There is very little available here, and they're going to have to go somewhere else. We have a moral imperative to streamline housing production outside of the fire zone, near jobs, transportation, and schools. If we don't build sustainably more missing middle housing, our workforce, children, and young families will also leave us. SB 450 is a gentle density law that can help us build a much brighter future for the city.
Thank you. Caitlin Driscoll, and then we have Hajar, Robbie Jones, Michael Brodsky, and Vivian Flitton. Hajar, Robbie Jones, Michael Brodsky, Vivian Flitton. Do we have people out in the rotunda? Or out? Okay, and then John Fairweather, Nicole Ferries, Patty Braun, and Erica Bell. And then just a reminder to state your name and what item you're speaking on. Are you John Fairweather? Or no, I'm sorry, Michael Brodsky. I know I named a lot of names.
I'm donating my time to him.
Are you Vivian or?
I'm Vivian.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So you have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Michael Brodsky speaking on 7A. A lot of people ask me, why is Santa Monica so deficient in park space? And they say, was it because of the city council way back 100 years ago? Well, the truth is they had a lot of foresight 100 years ago. And they purchased parkland, Clover Park, in 1926 as part of a parks bond so that future generations could enjoy the aspect of having a park in it for it to support the growth of the city. And the city did grow. And the park was a fabulous place. It was the biggest park in the city. It had playing fields, it had tennis courts, it had a golf course that was used for PGA tournament. It was our city's biggest park. In fact, it was considered a great park. And the papers said that it was the jewel of the city and that the greatest park in Santa Monica was the one at Clover Park. And all was good until 1941 when the war broke out and the US government took control of the airfield and the park. And by 1945, they went and they, this is my thing? Wow, how cool. Oh, can I start over because, okay.
Okay, sorry.
She told me it wasn't available. Okay, so it was considered the brightest jewel in Santa Monica, if we could roll the tape. Oh, well, I'll just let that go. What happened was we had no park. And by the 1950s, there was no space to replace that park. So now we have the opportunity to reclaim that park. And you as city council people could do three things. You can go ahead and reclaim that park. You can go ahead and ensure that that deficiency of park space, we only have 1.4 acres per 1,000 people. This is on par with South LA. It's really, really limiting. And finally, you can ensure that generations of homeowners and renters 100 years from now have access to public space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We've got John Fairweather. I have you done twice, but, and Nicole Ferries. You're donating? Okay, so you have 2 minutes, John.
Hi, my name is John Fairweather, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Great Park Coalition, but also as a board member of Airport to Park and chair of Measure LC. January 1st, 2029 will be celebrated as Great Park Day in Santa Monica. And on the first Great Park Day, 5% of our city area comes back to us for park, cultural and recreational uses. The Great Park Coalition was formed just 3 months ago. So far, 40 groups totaling over 25,000 people have joined from almost every aspect of the city in support of the Great Park. So have 13 prior Santa Monica mayors. Our goal is simple: to bring about an LC-compliant park. This park process is the most important planning decision the city will make this century. And as the outreach confirmed, the Great Park has broad, enduring support. We're here to give our support for the planning process and for the vision of a fully LC-compliant park. We know you understand that, so we've limited our speakers, and so have you. Each speaker is from a different supporting organisation. Our goal was to illustrate the many areas of the community that are behind the Great Park. This isn't a group of park activists talking to you. It's a cross-section of the people that make up our amazing city. And every great city needs a great park. And this council has to pass the baton forward from the 100-year relay that's led us to this point, to the next 100 years, to make that happen, so that at Great Park Days in the future, we can celebrate this amazing place and the 100-year relay and the longer history and all its former inhabitants. So thank you in advance for doing that.
Thank you, sir. Then we have Patty Braun, Erica Bell, and then I'm just going to call a couple more names. Yeah, Ignacia Urrutia, Rob Brown, and Lupe Stevenson, if you can just line up.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you call Christina Santiago?
No. Was I supposed to?
Yeah, she was next.
Sorry, Christina Santiago? I don't even see that name.
Madam Clerk, I think 1 minute for time. Okay.
Yeah, they know. Because they donated a minute. He said that right at the beginning. Yeah, yeah. I think she hasn't reset it.
Erica Bell, I'm going to donate my time to Patty Braun.
Ms. Braun, so you have 2 minutes. And I'm sorry, did you say there's a Christina Santiago? That's, okay, you're there, okay. Thank you, Ms. Braun.
Hi, good evening. I'm Patty Braun. I'm speaking on 7A. I'm the VP of Community Concerns for Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council. I'd like to introduce you to Nicole Ferries, President of SMM PTA Council, and to Erica Bell, Executive Vice President. In 2014, concerned about the health hazards posed by a recreational airport situated within a residential neighborhood emitting toxic pollution affecting local schools and preschools, the Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council conducted a thorough study of Measure LC. This comprehensive study evaluated the pros and cons of closing the airport and the value of planning and constructing an exceptional park that would serve the entire community. After carefully considering our own PTA guiding principles, PTA Council publicly voted and endorsed Measure LC. Recently, PTA Council took a vote to reaffirm its commitment to LC and its conversion to a great park. As you know, as people have said, Santa Monica today has only 1.4 acres of park. This shortage of park space and amenities disproportionately affects the health and well-being of our children and youth. Children need safe spaces to run, play, take part in sports and games, explore their creativity, perform, make art, and connect with nature. Therefore, in May, we were thrilled to see that the City of Santa Monica had commenced a community outreach process to begin the planning for conversion of the airport. Thanks in part to the excellent outreach by the incredible Amber Rashane and her SMAC colleagues, the families represented by SMMPTA have participated in numerous SMAC pop-up events, surveys, listening sessions, and virtual education sessions, and attended the community event in early December in droves. I got rid of a lot of stuff here. The Santa Monica Malibu PTA Council, a supporting organization of the Great Park Coalition, recognizes the significant contributions of numerous community families in shaping the guiding principles before you. As advisory committee members of the Great Park Coalition, on behalf of the thousands of school children that we represent, we ask you to approve these guiding principles as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Braun. We have Ignacia, I'm sorry, first we have Christina, I don't know her name's on here, so I just want to make sure. Christina Sanchez?
It's here. She should have gone after John Fairweather.
Okay, Christina Sanchez, is that correct? Santiago. I can't see it on here, so I just want to make sure. Christina Santiago, and then afterwards Ignacia Urrutia, Rob Brown, and Lupe Stevenson, and Christina Navarro. But you're first.
Good evening, council member. My name is Cristina Santiago, and I am very lucky to live and work in the city of Santa Monica for the past 14 years. As I'm always close to home and to my children who get to go to some of the, attend some of the best schools in the area, we need more affordable housing so more of the people who work in Santa Monica can live here too. Please make sure that we consider affordable housing in addition to a park and the airport. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Ignacia Urrutia? Ignacia? Rob Brown?
I'm donating time to him.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Tina Tan.
Tina?
Tina Tan.
Yeah. I hope your families are safe and well after these horrific fires. My name is Rob Brown. I'm a 33-year-old. Yeah, right. Come on. 33-year resident of Santa Monica. Thank you for engaging in this. Sorry, I'm speaking on item 7A. 7A. Thank you for engaging this arduous process, and thank you for your commitment to building an LC-compliant great park. While I was living in New York City, I had the good fortune of being cast in the New York Shakespeare Festival's production of Titus Andronicus, which we called Tight as a Drummicus. It was staged at the Delacorte Theater in Central Park. Shakespeare in the Park was and still is one of the hottest events in the summer. People lined up for hours to see wonderful actors like Meryl Streep, Al Pacino, James Earl Jones, Denzel Washington perform live. It is a mecca for summer theater. Imagine a playing space of our own that could capture the magic of Shakespeare, the music of the Santa Monica Symphony Orchestra on a summer night, a small, intimate, appropriately sized community space to host speakers, comedians, dancers, movie screenings, opera simulcasts, and plays. Something akin to Ojai's Libby Bowl. Sam Ojai is one of the most celebrated music programs in the country. Outstanding orchestra, band, and choir programs, but they also only have Barnum Hall in which to perform. People need to hear them. This is just one possibility among many. And in a world in which people tend to retreat to their homes to binge watch Love is Blind Germany, including a modest LC-compliant amphitheater that could be the nexus of engagement, a place for friends and residents to gather, have a shared experience. A great park is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to build a venue that honors the arts, builds connections, and fosters community. Today is your opportunity to build the tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Lupe Stevenson? There you go.
No. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Lupe Stevenson. I've been working in the city for 35 years. I've been working almost in every hotel in the city. And I work at the Fairmont Miramar for 25 years, living in the city for almost 19 years. For me, it's like I was the lucky one to live in Santa Monica after leaving Los Angeles. So for me too, it's good that you guys can give a housing for everyone that work in Santa Monica, because now when the economy is not gonna be easy for this new generation to afford any house anywhere, so practically they're gonna be homeless. So I'm supporting this commitment, so for these kids and for my family too. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Navarro, and then I'm going to just call a few names: Karen Ginsberg, Diane Reynolds, and Chris Gutierrez, if you could just line up. Ms. Navarro.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Cristina Navarro, and I speak about item 7A. And I live in Santa Monica. I'm a resident in Santa Monica. The very important for us is the item at 7A, right? Is we need to affordable housing. It's very important. Is affordable house to change my life, because I live in an affordable house. When I work in the Beverly Hilton hotels, I drive 2 hours to come to my place to work. And I have a more expense time for my family. And I think this is very important, because right now I drive only 17 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes to my place to work. We want to use support to affordable housing, right? Of course, affordable housing park.
Thank you. Karen Ginsberg.
I have a donated minute.
Are you Diane Reynolds? No.
No, I have a donated minute.
And
from
what's your name?
Christine Harden.
Christine, what's the last name?
Harden.
Harding, is that?
Hardin.
Do you see Christine Hardin, clerk?
Did you sign up as well?
Yeah, downstairs, yeah.
Sorry, it's a really long list. Oh, gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Karen Ginsberg. I'm speaking on 7A. I am speaking tonight as a member of the Great Park Coalition. In my former capacity, serving first as the Assistant Director and subsequently as the Director of Community and Cultural Services, I spent 21 years of my career working with the Santa Monica community to address park, recreation, and cultural arts needs. Juggling the competing interests for recreation was a constant for me and my staff. While I am very proud of the additions and improvements that were made to the Parks and Recreation system during my tenure, as a community, we remain under-resourced. The 2017 Countywide Parks Needs Assessment established that the countywide average of parkland per 1,000 residents was 3.3 acres per 1,000 people. Santa Monica and its surrounding communities of Venice, West LA, Palms, and Mar Vista fall well below this average, with less than half of the amount of the acreage per 1,000 people. As Santa Monicans, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a multifaceted park that embodies nature, provides flexible spaces, celebrates place, culture, and arts, and is sustainable economically. I urge you to support the 5 principles in the staff report and direct staff to proceed with Phase 3 of the project by working with the Sasaki team to develop 3 scenarios that embrace these principles. I further urge you to ask staff and the consultant team to be sure to consider the relationship of each of these scenarios to the surrounding uses, including but not limited to Clover Park and the Santa Monica Business Park. Healthy and safe communities have thriving parks and cultural amenities, supporting community well-being, creating a sense of place, improving the environment, and boosting the economy. Please take the next steps in the planning process so that this great park can become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Reynolds.
Hi, greetings. Diane Reynolds, Chair of the Airport Commission. I am speaking on item 7A,
on behalf of the Airport Commission. I'm a 33-year Santa Monica resident, and the Santa Monica Airport Commission urges you all to adopt the draft guiding principles as proposed, to please authorize staff to commence feasibility studies for 3 alternative planning scenarios based on the draft guiding principles. Please direct staff to explore the feasibility of the spectrum of community preferred land uses, including at least 1, preferably 2 scenarios consistent with Measure LC without a vote, and to authorize staff to explore the feasibility of traditional and innovative financing structures and explore alternative structures or partnerships to construct, maintain, and manage the site, and to encourage staff to seek out creative financing strategies that support incremental implementation. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create approximately 192 acres of park and open space. And as we all know, increasing housing density across the city necessitates greater access to parks and open spaces to maintain and enhance quality of life for all of us. Thank you so much, and to city staff for all of the hard work being done. Appreciate you.
Thank you, and I just wanted to acknowledge that you did have more time as a commissioner, but I appreciate you. Looks like you did it in a minute, so thank you. Chris Gutierrez, and then I'm just going to call the lineup as Stephen Johnson, Liliana Hernandez, Susan Jane, and Lorena Villafana.
Hi, Susan Jane is actually donating her time to me.
Okay, perfect. So 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Chris Gutierrez, Samo Safe Streets Alliance co-chair, Climate Action Santa Monica advisor, and the Great Park Coalition advisor. Tonight, I offer avid support for the proposed guiding principles for the airport conversion to a great park in concert with Measure LC and opening on day 1, 2029. Start with nature, first principle. We all start with nature, from breath to heartbeat. We are biological biosphere beings. That is a critical understanding of these principles. To begin with Earth Mother marks a paradigm-shifting affirmation, indeed a conversion, deeply needed and appreciated in the Anthropocene, our era of human-caused climate crisis and problems that can confound us, even as we may not solve those problems that imperil us. Start with nature, inspire wonder, balance economics, amplify versatility, celebrate place. These principles tell the story of Santa Monica, now 150 years old. Our sustainability story began in 1994, 30 years ago. We were the first in the nation to establish that sustainability plan. By 2013, we had established the Sustainability Rights Ordinance, internationally renowned. I have been interviewed by many people across the planet, documentarians, graduate students from Australia, about how did you pull this off to establish the rights of nature and community rights as fundamental. We did it as a city council with the community and city staff. And here we are to proceed with the guiding principles that so many of us support to now convert the airport, truly old school airport, in the 21st century to a...
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Stephen Johnson.
Thank you. Esteemed council members, my name is Stephen Johnson. I come before you as the current chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission. I hope I can do as well as Chair Reynolds just did. Like many boards and commissions, our January meeting set for the 16th of this month was canceled and rescheduled due to fires. As you may know, our Recreation and Arts Department Director, Jenny Rogers, and our partner lost their home in the Palisades fire. The commission members are devastated for their loss and for the losses of any and all city staff and their families impacted by the fires. The Recreation and Parks Commission did hold its last regularly scheduled meeting in December, and just before the holidays, we were given a preview and had the chance to offer feedback on the guiding principles you'll be reviewing tonight. Tonight's focus on the guiding principles is the next step in that journey. Alongside the feedback from the community and your feedback tonight, our parks planning team is also preparing a condition and needs assessment, a new parks master plan, which will be our first since 1997, which will also help to inform scenarios to be presented in this year.
Well, I know he's a commissioner, so we're going to give you the additional time. As a commissioner, you're allotted more time. How much time do you need?
I
Another,
will commend much of what I was going to say to the email that I sent earlier today. I can probably,
do it in a minute? Okay.
the Great Park is not going to happen overnight. We know that it took years to build Central Park, years to build Lincoln Park, Golden Gate Park, Stanley Park in Vancouver. In Orange County, the El Toro Marine Corps Air Base closed in 1999. It will not be done until at least 2029. 30 years they've been working on that park. So a great park doesn't happen overnight, but your care and commitment to the process right now is appreciated. These guiding principles will launch us into the next phase of planning and closer to the park we can all be proud of. Our Recreation and Parks Commission has consistently voted to support for an airport conversion that is Measure LC compliant, resulting in a great park. We look forward to continuing our engagement with city staff and the council as we move towards a closure in 2028. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Liliana Hernandez, and then we have Lorena Villafana, Roberto Mazariegos, Dylan Jericho, and Kate Davies. If you're here, you can just line up there on that wall in that order. Liliana Hernandez.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I've been working as a housekeeper at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel for 12 years. I currently live in East Hollywood and commute to work using public transportation, which takes 2 hours each way. This commute significantly impacts my family life. Santa Monica's success depends on the contributions of workers like me. While parks are important, we also desperately need affordable housing options. I urge you to consider including affordable housing as part of the airport development plans, not just a park. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez. And we have Lorena Villafana, and then Roberto.
Yes, correct. Good evening, Council. My name is Roberto Mazariegos. Worked in the city for 15 years in the hospitality industry. I'm an alumni at Santa Monica College there. I was a student athlete under Coach Taylor. And Coach Escalera, who coaches Alamo High, once told me that I could in the future work and live here. Since I traveled from South Central to here. Changed my life. So listen, you guys got a tough job in front of you. Because we're either going to go divisive or we're going to unite. I think everyone here is saying a lot of good things, and the reason why we should think about what to do with that place there. Serenity prayer, because that's, we don't control anything. You guys do at some point, but then maybe you guys don't either, right? There's a higher power. So, but you have the opportunity to do a lot of good things, right? Build the park, affordable housing. This is where we all got to unite. You know, a lot of us, there are a lot of things for this country, and we have the opportunity to do something here in front of everybody here. I think that's what I'm basically saying. It's possible if you guys get together.
Thank you, sir. Dylan Jericho, I'm probably saying that wrong. Correct me, please. Yes.
Paul, Lorena Villafana.
I did. Lorena Villafana. I called it a couple of times.
Okay, just checking.
State your name and what, I know you're speaking on 7A. I didn't do your last name any justice, so.
I'm Dylan Jericio. I'm a
Jericio.
junior at Santa Monica High School, a member of the Great Park Coalition, as well as a Team Marine co-president. Team Marine is a student-led, STEM-based environmental advocacy organization based at Santa Monica High School. And I'm grateful to be here to share my experience and why I believe a Measure LC compliant park is the best possible use for the airport land. What the Great Park would mean to me is an escape from the city. Ideally, I'd be able to get lost in green and blue spaces, such as large grassy areas and a lake, among other places that can harbor native wildlife. As someone who has struggled with mental health, being able to escape to the ocean or hiking trails is invaluable to me. However, it is difficult to get to the trails in the midst of busy student life. And in the cooler months, it's not as realistic to visit the ocean. None of our parks currently can provide such an escape. This is due to the fact that these spaces are not merely expansive enough to block out the city's distractions. But the land would offer that space. When traveling with my family, we've biked through Central Park in New York City and Vondel Park in Amsterdam. Both of these experiences are exactly what I hope for with Santa Monica's Great Park. The ability to bike on extensive winding paths around fountains and lakes, breathe the fresh air, listening to the sounds of nature, and to escape the busyness of the city is the ultimate goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jericho. Kate Davies. Joe Pertel is donating 1 minute, or two minutes.
Hello, my name is Kate Davies. I'm a student at Santa Monica High School, a co-president of Team Marine, and a member of the Santa Monica Great Park Coalition. I'm grateful to have this chance to speak with you all today because I, like many of my generation, have a screen addiction. And in our age of social media and the internet, having places for kids to get outside has become increasingly important to motivate kids to interact in the real world despite having the temptation of technology. Even though high schoolers no longer inhabit the playground, it is still vital for our mental and physical health to get outside and be active. And while Santa Monica has several parks, they don't provide the same escape as a larger park would. In preparation for today, I spoke with many of my peers, about 20 or so, asking for their thoughts on the current Santa Monica parks and the idea of a great park. The consensus was that in most parks in Santa Monica, it's still painfully obvious that you are in a city, many being bare and limited. An LC-compliant Great Park would offer a fully immersive experience that would allow you to get lost in the peace of nature. A park can be more than a patch of grass or a couple of swings. A park should be a place of community, peace, and nature. There are very few places in Santa Monica for teens to comfortably get together and spend time outdoors without feeling unsafe or having to spend money. I hope to see this great park come to fruition. I hope to see this space bloom with art, people, and wildlife. I hope to sit in the shade of a tree, the smell of flowers replacing the smell of gasoline. Because we all know that roses are red and violets are blue, but you'll never see any flowers if there's no park near you. Thank you.
Thank you. So Joe Pertel donated his time to Kate Davies. So we have Kathy Knight, Dean Kubani, Kathy Larson, Marlene Suzuki, and Emmy Faye. Kathy Knight, are you here? Kathy Knight. Okay, then we have Dean Kubani. Is Dean Kubani here? Oh, you're coming up. And then after Dean Kubani, we have Kathy Larson, Marlene Suzuki, Emmy Faye, and Nicole Suzuki, if you want to line up. Mr. Kubani?
Hi, Mayor, council members, I'm Dean Kubani. I'm a Santa Monica resident, also 25-year career with the city of Santa Monica. I was the city's first chief sustainability officer, and I'm currently the chair of your Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Great Park Coalition. I've followed the process for the airport conversion very closely since you've started it. I think Amber and her team and the consultant team have done a fantastic job getting public input, and I've been very pleasantly surprised with the 5 guiding principles that came out and how much they support Santa Monica's sustainability initiatives. I feel very confident that when you build this great park, it is going to improve the sustainability of the community, not just the environment, but the economy, and improve the community for everybody here. So I strongly support that you move 5 guiding principles.
Thank you, Mr. Kubani. Thank you. Kathy Larson? Kathy Larson? Marlene Suzuki? Okay. Oh, is Kathy Larson here? Oh, Kathy Knight is, I called that name earlier. Kathy Knight. Are you Kathy Knight? Yes, come on.
Yes, I'm Kathy Knight, and I want to speak on 2 items, 7A and 16M, so I'm asking for 2 minutes.
Okay.
7A, yeah, I strongly support this park, and I have felt very disappointed for years about people I know who've lived in that area and had planes flying over them, I mean, all day long, if you could imagine living like that. And the pollution coming down, some actually very bad pollution. So I really have felt bad for years for these people, and I'm really, really, really glad that it could change for them, you know, that could change, and it could be all a natural area there. So I strongly support that. And in terms of 16M, I I'm very much against that. I think it's going to ruin R1 zoning in our city. And it's, I know it will, and it'll be where, you know, a developer or somebody can come buy a house and tear it down and put up a much more condensed housing, and it'll just ruin our R1 zoning. Right now, I live in Sunset Park, and I walk every day with my partner, and we just love going in our R1 zone, our R1 neighborhood, up the sidewalks and looking at the trees and the homes and getting to know our neighbors, and it's just a wonderful thing. And I worked my whole life to be able to buy that one house, you know, in R1 zoning place. So I just think it would really take away from the wonderful neighborhoods that we have in Santa Monica. And I just hope that you don't support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Kathy Larson? You're passing? Is that Kathy Larson? Thank you, Ms. Larson. Marlene Suzuki?
Hi, I'm Marlene Suzuki, item 7A. There's no affordable housing in Santa Monica. Look at the attached home price showing no affordable housing in Santa Monica. We could build high-end townhomes, condos, and lower-end apartments surrounding the whole rim of the park, about 200 feet all around. We could sell these units to pay for the creation of the park, so we don't have to sell our park to investors and private parties, and they'll sell out, and then we don't have anything. We can make a homeowners association whose dues will cover the maintenance of the park. It'll be nice to have a great park, but we need affordable housing with this plan. We could have both. Please look at the majority race. Diversity around the park would bring race together, not just benefits to the whites. Please look at the household income key. You can see we need diversity, and this is a great opportunity for Santa Monica to shine a bright light on their city. We need to make a lifestyle change here in Santa Monica. It's a win-win for everybody. Let's finally stop the segregation by having these sustainable units along the border. This gives many.
Thank you, Ms. Suzuki. Emmy Faye?
Hi, I'm Roger Allen, and I haven't been called yet, but I'm donating my minute to Ms. Fay.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Emmy Faye. I'm a senior at Santa Monica High School, an artist, an environmentalist, a member of the Great Park Coalition, and a co-president of Team Marine. I'm here today to speak in strong support of a great park, specifically a great park that is compliant with Measure LC. I'm happy that I spent my free time on the weekends before the election canvassing in support of all of you as a progressive council, because I am depending on you to uphold those progressive values and make decisions that will positively impact my generation's future and for the generations to come. I'm an avid park goer. I spend a lot of time in green spaces, using it as a time and place to unwind. As an artist, I use the park to do live sketches. And I find absolute peace among the trees when it's quiet and the sun is filtering to just draw. And I think it's beautiful. However, Hotchkiss is my local park, and it is 1 block large. And I don't know about you guys, but that is not an escape from the city. I and many other people go to parks to escape from urban areas. And oftentimes in moments when I should be watching squirrels play and listen to birdsong, my zen is interrupted by traffic and the sound of passing cars. In addition to what a great park would provide for the community, it also has the potential to be a great place for local wildlife. I regard myself as a bit of a butterfly whisperer. I raise monarch butterflies in my yard, and I have released over 100. A great park could also become a massive refuge for the struggling monarch population if we choose to plant native plants like milkweed. Not only would this be good for the environment, but it would also be a great educational resource for youth in terms of conservation. I'm excited to see the future of this project and what it means for both the Santa Monica community and for our local ecosystems. I would like to close out by saying I believe you guys each got a piece of my art earlier. That is just like how I see parks through my perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Faye. We have Nicole Suzuki, And then before we continue on, I see Roger Allen had just donated his time. We have Michelle LaJoy, Nicholas Stevenson. Roger Allen, you're in there again, but I'm assuming it was a double entry. Frank Gruber, Pam O'Connor, and Gavin Scott. Nicole Suzuki?
All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Nicole Suzuki, and I'm talking on item 7A. I grew up and live in Santa Monica with a median home price of $1.6 million. One would need a household income of $300,000 or more to afford a home, an unattainable figure for the vast majority of families. If your home burnt down and you lost your home's fire insurance, could you afford to stay in your home? I wish to build a future where everyone, not just the affluent, have a place to call home. While parks are valuable, a 200-acre park is a luxury that comes at the expense of livable homes for many. Dedicating just 10% of this park to affordable housing would create opportunities for hundreds of families to remain in Santa Monica. Affordable housing saves residents from becoming homeless. It's a home for everyday people who make less than $100,000 annually. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michelle LaJoy? Nicholas Stevenson?
Hello. Good evening, council members and mayor. I'd like to speak for everyone in this room in saying that we appreciate you waiting and hearing our voices. My name is Nicholas Stevenson. I've worked at the Fairmont in Santa Monica for about 2 years, lived here since 2007. I'm glad to live here. Santa Monica has given me stability, a sense of community, and safety, all fundamental to a child's development in life. Growing up in Santa Monica has taught me that greed has no place here. Sharing this gift with the countless families that are struggling is our duty as Santa Monicans. At the airport, we have the opportunity to build a great park and needed housing. Please take that opportunity and include the needs of the people who work in the city. Good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stevenson. Frank Gruber?
Hi, Frank Gruber, 7A. I'd like to speak tonight about the proposal we at the Airport to Park Foundation have made regarding the 3 options to be developed. We understand the need to review different options, both for legal reasons and to explore financing and other alternatives that may be relevant. However, given the city attorney's analysis that ordinances can expand the definition of park uses, we believe that 2 of the options can be Measure LC compliant. You could do this in 2 ways. Either one of the options could be a starter park to be opened upon airport closure, with the second option to be a fully built 30-year park. Or both options could be versions of fully built-out parks, with each option showing plans for incremental development that includes starter parks. In either case, the third non-compliant option should be planned so that all the non-compliant elements are located on land that is already developed at the airport. All open spaces should be parked. And in the last 5 seconds, I'd like to say, I think this is the best public process since the Roma Group.
Thank you. We have Pam O'Connor, former Mayor Pam O'Connor. Before you speak, Ms. O'Connor, I have Gavin Scott, Claire Thomas, Gina Frazier, and Andrew Wilder will be up next. If you're in the room, if you could just line up there. And our former Mayor, Pam O'Connor.
Hi there. And actually, one of the most significant votes I made on the council was to close the airport. And I knew that the land had been acquired by the city for parks. Other important votes that I took over my 24 years was supporting housing in Santa Monica. And I still am a fervent supporter of housing. There are many places in Santa Monica still where more housing can be built. But it can and will be impossible for the city to ever afford to acquire and consolidate land for parks. Eminent domain requires the city pay fair market value for land, an impossible barrier for land acquisition going forward. The airport area is an invaluable open space park resource, and it must be treated that way. And as you continue the process, think about opportunities such as working with the private sector to redevelop areas adjacent to the
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
other thing, just as being a former mayor, if the fire marshal were here, he or she would recommend that you tell the folks who are lining up against the wall to please find a seat.
Yes, if you have a seat next to you, please raise your hand so those standing up can have a seat. There's 2 in the front. I see 3 or 4 mixed in. Gavin Scott is obviously not you, but is Mr. Scott here? Gavin Scott? Claire Thomas?
Yes, hi. I'm speaking as a president of Friends of Sunset Park. A majority of the Friends of Sunset Park Board supports the staff report and the draft guiding principles. We urge the City Council to approve the guiding principles and to continue the current airport conversion process leading to the incremental development of a great park that is LC compliant. That park can open for walking, skateboarding, rollerblading, and biking on day 1 after the Santa Monica Airport closes to all aeronautical use forever at midnight, December 31st, 2028. Our Sunset Park neighborhood was home to the original Great Park, which exists on what is now Santa Monica Airport property from 1928 to 1941. Since then, our residents have dealt with noise, air pollution, and safety concerns related to the airport. At one time, there were 18,000 noisy jet landings and takeoffs alone per year, directly over homes in Santa Monica and West Los Angeles, in addition to turbojets, helicopters, and prop planes. Jets emit ultrafine particles and black carbon. Prop planes still use leaded air fuel. Planes from Santa Monica Airport have crashed into homes, apartments, garages, playing fields, and narrowly missed the pier. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Santa Monica to restore the great.
Thank you, that was perfect. That deserves, okay, so we have Gina Frazier, and then up after Ms. Frazier, we have Andrew Wilder, Laura, Daphne Dennis, John Given, and Allison Kendall. Is Ms. Frazier, Gina Frazier here? Okay, Andrew Wilder.
Good evening. Do I get to start? Okay. Good evening. My name is Andrew Wilder. I'm speaking on item 7A. I'm currently serving as the Vice Chair of the Airport Commission. Last night, I joined my fellow commissioners in unanimously recommending that you support the draft guiding principles and that you direct staff to continue the process towards creation of the Great Park. I personally want to express my deep gratitude to city staff and Sasaki for running a phenomenal outreach campaign. The events have been incredibly well attended, and the surveys have garnered thousands of meaningful responses from Santa Monica and West Los Angeles stakeholders. As a result of this outreach, the community has been heard loud and clear, and the draft guiding principles are an excellent distillation of that input. It is a reality that we need more affordable housing in our city. But as we build more housing, we will also need more parks and open space to maintain and improve quality of life. Parks are supportive of housing. Before coming here tonight, I walked my dog around Clover Park. Even on this chilly January evening, every field and court was buzzing with activity. There are many places in the city where we can build housing, but there's only one place where we can build a 192-acre great park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. And I can tell you did that fast. I appreciate it. And then next I have Laura with no last name. Laura. Okay, Daphne Dennis. And then after Ms. Dennis, we have John Given, Allison Kendall, Matthew Hom, and Vivian Rothstein, if you can line up. Daphne Dennis.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor and City Council, and congratulations to the new folks. Appreciate you. My name's Daphne Dennis. I've lived in Santa Monica for 50 years. I'm here tonight to advocate for the inclusion of affordable workplace housing in conjunction with the reuse of the Santa Monica Airport. We have a housing crisis, and it's been made much worse by the experiences of the last couple of weeks, as we know. And we have the opportunity to build a fantastic, large, dare I say, great park, and create a wonderful, affordable community. And for future generations, I really hope that that can be part of the choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. John Given.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm John Given. I'm a resident of Ocean Park for the last 43 years. Since the airport initiative, LC, was debated and the necessity of expanding the supply of housing across the region in Santa Monica has become perhaps the #1 public policy priority and is now broadly understood across all constituencies. As if we needed any further reminder, the horrific fires have brought the issue to even greater clarity. Any jurisdiction with capacity to plan and develop as much as nearly 200 acres of public land would be in dereliction of its responsibility to not proactively make plans accordingly. This is ample basis for the City Council to ask the ongoing planning for reuse of the airport include development of affordable housing to low-income households and the workforce of Santa Monica. I wholeheartedly support the 5 principles of the Great Park. However, that is not incompatible with the development.
Thank you, sir. Allison Kendall?
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm Allison Kendall. I'm a 20-year resident of Santa Monica, homeowner and business owner. And I'm here to comment as a veteran of many major redevelopment projects about the alternatives that you might consider as you move forward on this process, assuming that you adopt the broad guiding principles. As my previous speakers have pointed out, there is one area in which Santa Monica is not at all a sustainable community, and that is the lack of affordable housing for our workforce. There are many teachers, firefighters, public safety officers, and critical workers in our hospitality and hospital industries who have.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall. Matthew Hom?
Good evening, honorable city council members. My name is Matthew Hom, and I'm the LA and Santa Monica organizer at Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, CLUE. I want to congratulate especially the newly elected members of the council and express our enthusiasm for working with you on so many issues of economic and racial justice. One of the joys of my work at CLUE has been to organize community members from right here in Santa Monica in solidarity with the members, the hotel workers and other hospitality workers of Unite Here Local 11, as in the past 2 years, they've won incredibly transformative contracts as part of the largest hotel strike in U.S. history. And one theme that came out of that is that the workers who make this city such an incredibly vibrant and welcome place for tourists from throughout the world, they cannot afford to live here. Even these workers who are now caring for people who are staying at these hotels displaced from the Palisades and other neighborhoods are really sharing the unsustainability of the housing situation here, and we support the plan to build affordable housing in the airport as well as parks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hom. Vivian Rothstein, and before Ms. Rothstein comes up, we have Andrew Moss, Louis Watanabe, Joanne Leslie, and I have Watanabe twice, and Joanne Ling. Ms. Rothstein?
Thank you. I'm a over 40-year resident of Santa Monica. When I was raising my kids, excuse me, the fire chief lived down the street and the school librarian around the corner. Today, first responders, hotel workers, teachers, nurses, baristas, the people who make our town safe and successful can't afford to live here. When I heard the city was taking input on how the airport land should be used, I helped convene a group of local residents to spend a year studying what would be the best uses of the land after the airport closed. But through the city's expensive input process, we found it nearly impossible to insert our ideas for below-market rate housing in addition to a great park on the nearly 200 acres. Today, the need for housing is greater than before and is a regional crisis due to the catastrophic fires and housing shortage. I urge you to include below-market rate housing in 2 of the plans you will be considering for the airport, along with
Thank you, Ms. Rothstein. Andrew Moss?
Good evening. Is it on? Okay. Good evening. My name's Andrew Moss. I'm a member of CLUE Santa Monica, and I'm speaking on 7A. I call on you tonight to do all you can to ensure that affordable housing is a significant part of this airport conversion plan. As I meet with a friend whose house survived the recent fires, but which is completely surrounded by ashen ruins, I've come to understand viscerally how a home is so much more than a physical structure. It's part of a human network, a community. The many affordable homes that should be part of this plan will not only take the commuting stresses off the working people who serve Santa Monica, it will help make this city a model of real neighborhood, real human connection, where working folks are a vital part of this community as residents, not just commuters, contributing to the community in so many ways beyond their working lives. The vision for this plan truly becomes visionary when the city's leaders foresee what a
Thank you, Mr. Moss.
housing justice can really
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Louis Watanabe, and then after we'll have Joanne Leslie, Joan Ling, Helen Sklar, and Matthew Thorson.
Madam Mayor, before you go
Yes.
further, Gina Frazier's here. You called her name earlier, but she wasn't in the room.
Tina Frazier?
Gina
Oh,
Frazier.
Gina Frazier. If you, Ms. Frazier, is she lined up here? Hi. Do you want to come up and you can go right after Mr. Watanabe? Go ahead, Mr. Watanabe. Oh, his mic isn't on. There we go.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Louis Watanabe, and I'm here on 7A. I wanted to mention that Santa Monica has been a place where ordinary people have done extraordinary things. I start with a century of my family's history in Santa Monica. My grandfather, Riozo Cotto, came here in the early 1920s and bought a place that had both a rock and cactus shop right there on the 2900 block of Wilshire Boulevard. And one of the things he remembers was that William Randolph Hearst bought some of his plants for Hearst Castle. But my grandfather was actually most known for building the 2 stone sentry posts and the cemetery monument at Manzanar. And my mother actually had to leave Samuel High in her freshman year because of the war. But my mother went on to become one of the first women to be accepted at USC.
Thank you, Mr. Watanabe. Joanne Leslie. Oh, I'm sorry, Gina Frazier, I'm so sorry. Ms. Frazier.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year to all the new city council. My name is Gina Frazier, and I'm a almost 25-year resident in Santa Monica. I already used up a minute?
No, well, everybody's getting a minute because we had over 100 speakers. So we can start your time over right now, but you have 1 minute instead of 2.
Oh.
Unless there's someone donating a minute to you.
Okay, I'll try to do it in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, at the beginning of the discussion of the airport closure, I've always said that my thoughts were to build houses, a community of houses, and possibly invite the families that were displaced to come back in and live in these homes. Instead of the right to return, which I don't think that it went anywhere anyway, why not build some community houses? I propose that we look into home ownership on this property and a park to support the families living in that area. The airport is large enough. The airport is a large enough area for apartments, homes, condos, parks, etc. I can't wait to follow this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Joanne Leslie?
Thank you very much. I'm the Reverend Joanne Leslie. I'm here to speak on item 7A. I live in Sunset Park right near Santa Monica College. I've owned my home there for over 20 years, and I've always been proud to live in a city that was cared for everybody here, the workers, the visitors, and the residents. I too love parks, but I think we can use part of the airport land for building below market housing as well as having a park. And that's the way that we'll be able to ensure that we continue to be a city with economic and all kinds of diversity. I also understand that we have a state mandated requirement to build 9,000 units of new housing by 2029, about 70% of them affordable. This is going to be a big challenge. And I think this is, many people have talked about this being a once-in-a-generation opportunity. This is a once-in-a-generation.
Thank you. Joan Ling. And then after Ms. Ling, we have Helen Sklar, Matthew Thorson, Lynn Naliboff, and Dana Cuff. Ms. Ling.
Hi, Joan Ling, 7A, former Executive Director of Community Corporation of Santa Monica and a current member of Cloverfield Commons team, advocating for a great park and 3,000 units of below market rate housing at the airport. I want to quote our former city manager, Lamont Ewell, who said, "Do the right thing right." I don't need to go over all the doing the right thing because people have so eloquently said in my colleagues and others, but I do want to address doing it right. The important thing I want to say is listen to your city attorney, because you don't want to get sued over the Surplus Land Act, and you don't want to create another builder's remedies mess that the last council created for you that you're still trying to figure out how to resolve.
Thank you, Ms. Ling. Helen Sklar.
Good evening. My name is Helen Sklar. I'm here to speak to 7A. I'm a retired lawyer and a 27-year resident of Mar Vista. Since 1988, when I moved to Southern California, I've lived all over the west side of Los Angeles. As a lawyer, I had offices for a time in Santa Monica. I've observed changes on the west side over these many years that boil down to this conclusion. All the parkland in the world is not going to improve the quality of life for the citizens of Santa Monica if the city fails to build enough affordable housing to accommodate the people who want and need to live here, whether it's for reasons of health, because they work here, or because their family is here. The many benefits of a park, which is being close to nature, clean air, recreation, sports, solitude, plant and wildlife habitat, these crucial benefits mean nothing for community health if a sizable and growing percentage of the population cannot afford to live here. The 200 acres down the street from where I live on Centinela Boulevard leave enough room for the inclusion of housing.
Thank you. Matthew Thorson.
Hello, guys. Thank you for taking time on your Tuesday evening to hear all of us. I really just wanted to come up here and say that a park would be a great advantage to the community. I think we hear like some of these high schoolers that come and talk about this lack of a third place, and that this is becoming like a growing issue for, residents and especially people in like the younger age demographic. And, you guys really have an opportunity to, as kind of cliche as it is, this is a once in a century opportunity to change the future for not just the people in this room, but for me and my children and for generations down the line. So to really consider that. And I have 15 seconds left, but thank you so much for taking the time out of your guys' evening, and have a great night.
Thank you. Lynn Naliboff. And then after Ms. Naliboff, we have Dana Cuff, Penelope Mehra, Alan Levinson, and Karen Melick. Lynn Naliboff.
Hello, council members. My name is Lynn Naliboff. I'm a former city employee. Also, I've been a homeowner in Santa Monica and Sunset Park for over 40 years. Things have changed in Santa Monica. When we moved into our block, our neighbors included Santa Monica firefighter, Santa Monica police officer, nurses, teachers, an electrician, a construction guy, and a secretary. They were able to live here, raise their children, go through our fantastic schools, and then age in place in our community. But that's not true now. People who have those types of jobs now and work in our city, most of them cannot afford to live here. As you've heard from some people tonight, They've got brutal commutes. They don't get much time with their families. And it's also affecting us because we have a shortage of essential workers like preschool teachers. So we need housing plus the park, affordable housing at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Cuff.
Thank you for holding this session to listen to all of us. I'm speaking to 7A. My name's Dana Cuff, and I've lived in Santa Monica for 40 years, raised 2 kids here, sent them both to the public schools, and we've had a wonderful life. It's not a life that they can produce for themselves again because it's too expensive to live here. So I'm speaking to advocate for more affordable housing for the next generation. And I think the logic of this is that the park can hold both these things. We can have a great park and we can have a decent amount of affordable housing. In the groups that we've been working with to try to see what that might mean, we did test fits. I'm also an architecture professor and urban design professor. And we tried test fitting different amounts of housing on the airport land with 2 goals. One was to keep at least half the land park, and the other was to keep the housing at the level of existing housing in Santa Monica. And it appears to us that something like 3,000 units would fit on the park, still keeping 100 acres of parkland.
Thank you, Ms. Cuff. Penelope Mehra.
Hi, I am an Ocean Park resident, have been there for more than 45 years. I own my home. And I'm saying the same thing as many of the same people have said. I think that low income or below market housing is a necessity to maintain the type of town that Santa Monica has been. You know, there's been several levels of income, but I know many families where the kids could not afford to even rent in Santa Monica once they graduated from high school and were in college. I know I ran a mental health agency, and it wasn't in Santa Monica, but it was local. And if case managers and therapists wanted to work for us, they either doubled up in apartments or they had to commute long ways. It was hard to keep people because they couldn't afford to work with us. So
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mehra. We have Alan Levinson, and then I'm just going to call the next names, which will be Karen Melick, John Cyrus Smith, Lisa Dembski, Miguel Lima, and Blanca Malpartida Gerard.
I have
Alan?
an extra minute if I need it.
Who's donating time?
Joe Harden or Joseph on the books.
Joe Harden is donating to Alan. So you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking on 7A. Alan Levinson. I founded No Jet Santa Monica Airport, and I support what the coalition is doing big time. First of all, there's a lot of housing people here, and they're well organized, and I sympathize with them 1,000%. People need houses, but the people of Santa Monica have spoken at least 3 times regarding the land that is bought in 1926 for parkland. In 1926, the residents had the foresight to preserve some park space. In 2014, residents voted again and expressed a desire to restore the land to park as it was meant to be. And just recently, the visioning process overwhelmingly demonstrated the desire to move forward with a park. Through each public process for a long time, the majority chose a park, and that's what we need. We have no other opportunities to get the land that we have available as a park. With the passage of LC, residents bestowed a great power upon the city council, on all of you, even though you weren't here at the time, to build a park without any further votes, without any further complications. You can build a park. Rarely is everyone in agreement. There are those who want the airport to continue, and others want to build homes. Some believe the course that we're on is wrong, but none of these folks represent the majority. The park clearly, and beyond the shadow of a doubt, is what the majority wants. We have a business park right next door, plenty of room for housing there, by the way. It will simply take 4 votes to realize this lofty dream that will last for generations to come. This is the only chance that we will ever have to build a great park. No other chance will exist in Santa Monica. Please vote for the great park that the majority wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. Karen Melick?
Good evening. My name is Karen Mielik. I'm speaking on 7A, a 32-year resident of Santa Monica. I've participated in the planning process and believe that Sasaki and the city have been doing a very good job so far. I urge you to agree with the 5 guiding principles. My one quibble is that the recreational uses of the land is understated. The Santa Monica Aquatics Advisory Committee wants you to know that Santa Monica is significantly below average on swimming pool space. The Parks and Rec Master Plan calls for an additional aquatics facility in a park setting. The master plan for the original Great Park included a plan for a pool, and the aquatics facility was high on the list of preferred recreation facilities in the planning of the survey results. It's time for the city to execute on the plans for a new aquatics facility. I ask you to move forward with the creation of the 3 planning scenarios, and these scenarios, at least 2 of them, should stay in Measure LC.
Thank you. Okay, so next I have John Smith, and then after John Smith, I have Lisa Dembski, Miguel Lima, Blanca Malpartida Gerard, Ben Marcus, and Kyle Rebar.
Ms. Newsom, could you just have that one slide at the very end that says, as Santa Monica Daily Press headline about camping? Keep going, keep going. It's the very last one. There, oh, you just passed it, sorry. You just passed it. There, just keep that up. So, good evening again, Council. John C. Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner. Speaking on 2 items. First, the airport conversion plan. Look at, first of all, housing that costs $1 million per unit is not affordable housing, and it never will be. Not at the airport and not in this city. All right? So here's 3 things that we all know. Builders want to build at the airport. Their political allies are helping them now. And 3, guiding principles should reflect the surveys and the input that thousands of people contributed. Housing was second to last in the surveys that have been taken so far. People have been very clear about what they want and don't want at the airport. All you guys have to do is listen. Next up, I call this the sleeping bag ordinance 16K. You know, for decades, we had a law that essentially said that it banned sleeping bags in parks and public places. 2 years ago, a court ruled that that ban was illegal, so we changed the law to reflect the new law. Now, last summer, the Supreme Court said it's okay to remove encampments and it's okay to ban sleeping bags. And so a previous council, the last council, changed the law. This is what happened in the 2 years that the ban was removed. Encampment calls spike as SMPD responds to homeless crisis. March of 2023. You guys, we're making a lot of progress at Reed Park. We really are. And I know you mean well. I get it. But the smart move is to leave the law the way it is so we can build on the progress that is already underway. And I really appreciate hearing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Lisa Dembski.
Hi, my name is Lisa Dembski. I'm speaking on 7A. I'm the Regional Commissioner and Board President of Santa Monica AYSO, the largest youth sports organization in Santa Monica. I urge you to approve the guiding principles and to support an LC-compliant Great Park that addresses the critical shortage of field space in Santa Monica. Santa Monica serves over 1,500 children a year. We offer programs for everyone. We have unlimited need-based scholarships, and we provide high-quality, low-cost sports that benefits kids both mentally and physically. With kids who play team sports have less anxiety, less depression, lower drug use, higher GPAs, higher graduation rates. Kids are missing out because every year we have to turn down hundreds of kids who want to play more soccer, but they can't because we have a critical lack of field space in the city. So I urge you to vote for the guiding principles.
Thank you.
And to prioritize field space. Thank you so much.
Miguel Lima?
Good evening. Congratulations to the new city council members. My name is Miguel Lima, and I have worked at the Fairmont for over a year now. Living in Santa Monica has had a huge impact on my life. Santa Monica has provided my family and I with great, long-lasting memories, thanks to the safe environment it provides. However, the economy isn't benefiting those of us who are low income. Please consider our future generations and kids because they need housing too. And I'll reiterate, please make sure that we consider affordable housing in addition to a park at the airport. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Blanca Malpartida Gerard?
Hi, my name is Blanca Malpartida Gerard. I have lived near the airport for over 38 years at 3040 Linda Lane. I strongly support building affordable housing at the airport. We have space to have a great park and desperately needed affordable housing. These goals are not only compatible, but they are essential to the future of our city. Santa Monica should be a place where those who grew up here can stay, where those who work here can live close to their jobs. Affordable housing is critical to preserving the diversity, vibrancy, and a sense of community that makes Santa Monica special. I urge that future surveys of airport usage provide affordable housing supporters with a clear and fair platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Marcus?
I'm Alex Silver. I'm donating a minute to.
Your name is Alex, sorry, did you get that?
Yep.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ben Marcus, and I'm here to speak on item 7A. Santa Monica Airport is one of our city's greatest assets. This isn't just an airport, it's a critical resource, a hub of innovation, and a space with limitless potential. I was born and raised in Sunset Park, and I continue to live in Sunset Park with my wife and 6-year-old daughter. I attended Grant, John Adams, Samuel High. I've started several companies in Santa Monica, and most recently started Up Partners, which invests approximately $75 million annually into technology companies that are making mobility cleaner, faster, safer, and more affordable for all. We could have put our office anywhere. We don't need to be on an airport, but we chose Santa Monica Airport because we are inspired by the city's incredible, unique history in industrial innovation. Let's not squander it. In fact, it's funny, we're talking about housing. I was brought up in a house built by Donald Douglas for employees of the Douglas Aircraft Company at Santa Monica Airport. Yet, the current plan to close the airport in 2028 with no financially viable path forward is reckless. Turning 190 acres into only a park sounds fantastic, but it's not realistic. The city has no money to build or maintain it. A bond measure won't work, taxpayers won't foot the bill, and no philanthropist is going to write $1 billion check. Meanwhile, shutting the airport down with no concrete plan forward raises real risks that have not yet been fully considered. Much of what, in the last decade since LC was passed, a lot has changed. Jet traffic and the associated noise is down by 81%. Electric aircraft, which are silent and emission-free, are now flying at Santa Monica Airport. And Santa Monica's financial position has changed considerably. On top of that, Measure LC never mandated a park. It only restricted development on the airport without voter approval. So my ask is simple. Keep an open mind. Sasaki was given a very narrow directive. Let's welcome alternative proposals, and build something truly great. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Kyle Rebar. And then after Kyle, we have Deborah Lynch, John Reynolds, Eve Lopez, Barbara Osborne, and Susan Millman.
Okay, hi, I'm Kyle Rebar, and I'm going to lightning through the 16s.
So 16K, it's cold outside. Let people keep their blankets. 16L, if you can get away, drivers can get away, me included, with not paying attention or driving unsafely, we're probably going to do it because we can get away with it. If drivers know that there are consequences to driving distracted and disobeying traffic rules, it's going to be safer for everyone out there, pedestrians, bikers, drivers too. And 16N. Revising zoning can give those of us who want to set down roots here in Santa Monica the chance and choice to do so. Santa Monica is awesome, and a lot has to go right for you to wind up here. And, you know, we got to work to stay here, and we're a stronger city when we open our arms to more people. You know, we're great, so let's be greater. Thanks.
Thank you. Deborah Lynch. Deborah Lynch, and then John Reynolds.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, did you call Jose Palomares? He was after Kyle Rebar.
I don't have it, but I can call. I mean, I'm not seeing that name.
Yeah, Jose Palomares?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Want to thank you guys for your time. Just wanted to introduce myself, Jose Palomares. We have 2 soccer programs in the area of Santa Monica, which is Audubon and Pacific Coast Soccer Club. We serve several kids that are needy kids, single moms, single parents. The facilities of developing the soccer fields or developing multi-purpose fields at the Great Park would be very positive. And the reason I say this is not only for the game, but this creates opportunities for kids to be able to develop, be mentored, become good community people that will serve their community in the future. This also provides them a place of developing friendship, responsibility, commitment. But these fields are needed over the several past years. Am I done?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I called Deborah Lynch, John Reynolds. So now we have Eve Lopez, then Barbara Osborne, Susan Millman, and the Reverend Daniel Tam.
Good
Ms.
evening.
Lopez.
Speaking on 7A, the future of the airport is the most critical decision you or anybody in this city will ever make. To make this decision, you as elected leaders need accurate, transparent information and forward-thinking thoughts. Unfortunately, several key facts about the airport need to be clarified. First, there has never been a closure vote. Measure LC was not a mandate for closure. Measure LC was a limitation on land use if the airport ceased to operate. The closure decision was left to future councils, such as yourself. Much has passed since LC. Nearly 200 housing laws have been passed, and the Palisades fire has devastated our community. We were fortunate enough to have the airport as a resource for firefighting activities. If the airport closes, there can be no Great Park because the Surplus Land Act will kick in. I ask you to please make this decision honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Barbara Osborne. And then after Ms. Osborne, again, we have Susan Millman, the Reverend Daniel Tam, Zena Josephs, and Ann Bowman.
Can I
Ms.
start?
Osborne?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Barbara Osborne, 7A. First, I want to apologize for holding on to my 60 seconds so tight. I know it's really late. The Sasaki surveys made it virtually impossible for housing advocates, people who support housing in this community, to say, we support housing. And so it was really important that everybody show up tonight so that you understand there's tremendous support for affordable housing in this community. We need more affordable housing. And we're not playing a zero-sum game here. It's not mutually exclusive. We can have a park plus housing. We can do both of those things. I would really advocate that housing be part of the Santa Monica Airport conversion alternative concepts. And as you've already heard, building housing may be able to help finance parts of the park. So there's a kind of synergy that may be found in building on both of those proposals instead of trying to choose between both. Thank you. Oh, God, 60 seconds.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Susan Millman, the Reverend Daniel Tam.
Good evening, and thank you for your service. I'm the Reverend Daniel Tam. I'm speaking on 7A as a stakeholder with the Santa Monica Area Interfaith Council, advocating for a great park and 3,000 units of below market rate housing. I'm considering how we balance economics and respect for the dignity of every human being. If we're honest, there's a deeper moral issue here, the unconscionable lack of affordable housing. With humility, we know, and if we think of humility as simply the capacity to see things for what they are and act accordingly, we know the airport offers the opportunity, indeed the moral imperative, to develop a sorely needed, welcoming, affordable, convivial community and a great park. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. And then we have next up Zena Josephs, and then Ann Bowman, Michael Soloff, Denny Zane, John Raffling, and Ralph Metcher. Ms. Josephs?
Thank you. I'm wearing this T-shirt, but I'm speaking on my own behalf right now. I've lived in Sunset Park neighborhood since 1972. My memories of the airport include a plane crashing into a garage on Ashland Avenue, setting on fire next to a house where children were playing, a jet veering off the runway into a hangar, starting a huge fire across a narrow alley from homes on Pier Avenue, and a pilot on his first solo flight crashing into a house on 21st and Navy. Continuing the airport conversion project process can lead to an LC-compliant, shovel-ready plan when the airport finally closes at the end of 2028. It will double Santa Monica Park space. On January 1st, 2029, the runway can open for skateboarding and cycling. If I'm not able to jump up and down for joy that day, I'll be doing wheelies in my wheelchair. I can't wait. Santa Monica has 8 square miles. Half the airport is 0.15 square miles. 3,000 housing units on that area would result in a housing density 4 times
Ms.
that of the
Josephs.
rest of the city. 4 times.
Thank you, Ms. Josephs. Ann Bowman?
Hello again, Ann Bowman, wearing my Great Park Coalition t-shirt, but speaking just for myself. Especially to our new council members, I just want to hit some facts really quickly that you may not have heard this evening, or to clarify some things. The city has a compliant housing element for the 9,000 units. People have mentioned through 2029, we've satisfied the state that we can meet that number without, impacting the airport land, because of course it's not available. And in fact, residents will be giving up public land as part of this cycle, the Bergamot space, which is a beloved arts center, also the 4th, 5th, and Arizona land. Those are going to be RFP'd this spring for affordable housing. So new council members want to make sure you know that. Second, I guess this is a Rec and Parks Commission point. This whole process is being paid for with Parks and Rec development impact fees. So we're spending all of my parks money to plan a park, and I hope we're doing that because we are deferring needed maintenance in our park space. Please keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Mike Soloff?
I'm going to be speaking on 7A, and Denny Zane's giving me his minutes, so I
Okay,
get 2
thank you.
minutes.
So 2 minutes. Mr.
I'm speaking tonight on behalf of SMER. SMER urges you to include the creation of approximately 3,000 below-market rate housing units in each of 2 non-LC compliant post-closure scenarios for further study. Creating these units will require only a fraction of the 200 acres available at the airport, and so will not preclude creation of a great park, which SMER also supports. While the ultimate decision will lie with the voters, studying the creation of the affordable units is necessary for voters to make an informed decision. For over 45 years, Santa Monica voters have repeatedly endorsed government action to maintain our city's economic diversity. In 1979, they voted for rent control. In 1990, they voted for a charter mandate that the city council ensure that at least 30% of all new multifamily housing be affordable to lower and moderate income households. In 1998, they voted for spending city funds for affordable housing. And in both 2016 and 2022, they voted to raise local taxes to fund affordable housing programs. Creation of substantial affordable housing on a fraction of the airport land is essential if Santa Monica is to remain true to its voter-endorsed inclusivity values and to the voter-imposed charter mandate that 30% of new housing be affordable to lower and moderate income households. As demonstrated in our letter, this is because more than 10,000 current Santa Monica households are both lower income and rent burdened, including 6,500 that pay more than 50% of their limited income in rent. Our lower income workers who generate our sales and TOT taxes unfairly cannot move to Santa Monica given the high initial rates, and inclusionary housing requirements will create only 15% or less affordable housing units. As in the past, we must use both public land and public funds to meet our inclusivity goals and values. Please study that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soloff. We have also before Mr. Metcher, I see John Raffling. John Raffling. Okay, so up next is Ralph Metcher. Then we have Ian Dutton, and our last speaker actually is Ian Dutton, right? Because Alex donated their time. Mr. Metcher.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk here. There's reason and room to build a great park and several thousand affordable housing units to replace Santa Monica Airport. 3,000 units of below market rate housing at modest historic densities will gently integrate with wonderful park spaces. The Cloverfield Commons Group studied the issue thoroughly and through a charrette process settled on this modest number of units. We can reduce the burden of having a healthy place to live for thousands of families and create an amazing green network. We own the land, meaning we don't have to build 3 or 4 times the number of high-end housing units to build affordable housing through the inclusionary housing process. Please direct staff and consultants to return with housing as a key component of one or more of the viable scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dutton, you are going to close us out of this public comment section. Ian Dutton.
I bet you're welcoming that. I'm actually speaking on 2 items. I'll be really quick on 16L, Lima. First of all, I want to thank you for highlighting the dangers of aggressive driving and the need to make it a focus of enforcement. Might I suggest that the burgeoning trend of obscured and defaced license plates also be highlighted for police attention, as it is a clear sign that a driver intends to flaunt the law and feels immune from enforcement activities. Regarding 7A, I'm speaking against the guiding principles as they're proposed. A mile of road can take you 1 mile. A mile of runway can take you anywhere. We have hundreds of miles of roads in this city, but just 1 runway. We need housing. We value parkland. These houses can and are accommodated throughout the city with our world-famous beaches and the world's largest urban recreational area, the urban wilderness, the National Recreational Area. Those land uses are not incompatible with aviation uses at the airport, but the process that has led to these guiding principles did not allow any opportunity to consider the possibility of any aviation use. I can't support these guiding principles. Do taxpayers know that airport fees were recently reduced because the airport is so profitable and the city doesn't want the airport to look so good? The airport currently is a profit center for the city, which today supports hundreds of jobs and stands to be the commercial future of the city. The park concept is enticing, but the money simply isn't there. The cost of maintaining 200+ acres is beyond the budget resources and public safety capabilities of the city. If not an airport, the site will become blighted and filled with unauthorized activity, just as our underpasses and downtown streets are today. I've been fortunate enough to have had a rewarding career as an airline pilot. I could only have come this far because I could begin flying at a local airport. That's a future you should protect for Santa Monica's youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank the public for really working together to get that public comment in there. And we appreciate you allowing us to shorten your time to a minute. And with that, I don't want to talk too much. So that closes out our public comment for this section, and we will be moving on to 10A, as we're hearing that up before our 7 item.
That's correct.
We did some agenda management so we could get staff out of here.
Item 10A, I'm sorry, ordinances. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.36 to establish provisions for the issuance of prohibition orders for the Santa Monica Department of Transportation pursuant to Sections 99171 and 99172 of the Public Utilities Code.
And before we start, Ms. Weezer, I know we have decided to do a condensed version of your report, but we still are getting the highlights, so we appreciate.
My report, I'm sorry, no, I did not, I'm sorry, I highly condensed it. Well, first, let me start off by saying good evening, Mayor Negrete and Council. My name is Lisette Guisat. I almost fell again. Last time I was here, I tripped on this thing and I almost did it again. I'm gonna try to hold my composure. My name is Lisette Guisat and I'm the Manager of Safety, Security, and Training for the Department of Transportation. I'm here to discuss the ordinance amending the Santa Monica Municipal Code, Section 3.36, to establish the provisions listed in Senate Bill 1417 for the issuance of prohibition orders by the Department of Transportation. Now, I condensed it, but please feel free to ask me any questions on this item. Next slide.
Do you have a clicker up there?
Oh, do I have? Oh, I do my own slides. Look at that. Okay, to give you some background on this legislation stems from concerns that we received from our motor coach operators and from our riders regarding individuals on the buses who repeatedly cause disturbances, and they're allowed to continue to ride on the buses without any consequences. So we try to address this issue in the past by obtaining restraining orders or stay-away orders through the court system, but we've been unsuccessful in doing that. So thankfully, Senator Ben Allen heard our security concerns and agreed to sponsor Senate Bill 1417, which added Santa Monica Department of Transportation as one of the transit districts with the authority to issue prohibition orders to individuals who are consistently cited or arrested for specific citations or offenses committed on a Big Blue bus or on our facilities or at our bus stops. SB 1417 includes guardrails to ensure that prohibition orders are issued in a fair and equitable manner, and that individuals facing a prohibition order may still be able to travel to places of necessities such as jobs, medical or legal appointments, classes, and other essential destinations. So the guardrails include the establishment of an administrative process that will allow persons to appeal if they believe they have been mistakenly cited or are transit dependent. It requires the establishment of an advisory committee comprised of persons with experience in the areas of mental health, youth advocacy, public safety, who will monitor the number of exclusions issued and oversee the training of transit personnel who issue and enforce the prohibition orders. It requires training for transit personnel who issue and enforce the prohibition orders as recommended by the advisory committee. And it also requires the DOT to provide reasonable notification to riders that persons who engage in disorderly conduct may be subject to a prohibition order. There are two ways that a person may be issued a prohibition order. One is by receiving 3 citations within a 90-day period. The transit citations are transit specific, so as you can see there, they're all related to transit-related issues. And the other way you can get a prohibition order is by being arrested on our bus or one of our facilities, bus stop for transit-specific issues. The duration of these prohibition orders are short-term, and they're progressively increased in duration if the person continues to be cited or arrested. So the steps to issue the order are something that we are asked frequently. So for example, if there's an altercation on a bus, a driver will call dispatch, request for law enforcement assistance. Law enforcement will at that point respond. And if they arrest the individual, then transit staff will issue the prohibition order. a physical prohibition order like the one that you see on your screen to the individual. And I just want to emphasize that our motor coach operators are not going to be issuing or enforcing the prohibition orders. This is going to be by trained staff members. At that point, the person will have 10 days to request an appeal. If they don't request an appeal, then on the 11th day, the prohibition order becomes effective. And once it's effective, we'll issue a bulletin to our operators with a picture of the individual. It's going to go to our operators, our supervisors, our transit safety officers. It'll say the duration of the prohibition order and instructions for the operators at that time if they see the person on the bus. So now, if a person violates that order by going on one of our buses on our property, the drivers will be instructed not to confront the individual, so we just want to make sure that our drivers are safe and not doing any sort of enforcement. They will contact dispatch, let them know that an individual with the prohibition order is on the bus. Dispatch will contact law enforcement, and at that point, they will be removed from the bus. Our supervisors or our transit safety officers will respond with a copy of the order as well, and then the incident will be documented. Now, we know that this is going to be a major and welcome change in our system. So to prepare for this, our community engagement and customer experience team will launch an extensive public communications campaign. And while the campaign will educate the public on the disruptive behaviors that may lead to prohibition orders, it will also focus on how these changes will create a more welcoming, safe, and pleasant experience for our transit riders. And then finally, the advisory committee will be established to ensure that a compassionate approach to enforcement is taken and that persons issuing prohibition orders are properly trained. Now, the committee will be appointed by council at a later date, so we will come back to you at that point in a few months for this specific topic. And that's all. Very condensed.
Wow, well, thank you. That was great. Got all the information. It was perfect, and we appreciate you condensing it. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Yes.
Thank you for
Councilmember
your
Snell.
report.
Yes, sir.
A couple of things. How does your drivers know that someone has a citation?
So we're mostly going to be focusing this on, more than likely going to be focusing this on arrests, because right now it's difficult for us to get citation information from the police department, so we wouldn't know if a person had 3 citations.
Right.
So what we're going to be focusing on is if a person is arrested on the bus, which we do get, unfortunately, quite a bit of those. And so once a person is arrested, the police department lets us know and gives us the report with the person's information. We also have a supervisor that would respond at the scene that would be able to issue the prohibition order at that
All your
time.
drivers get that information?
I'm sorry?
No, your drivers get that information?
Yeah, which information?
Like they get the bulletin. He's saying, how would they know?
They get the bulletin with the information on the person that's not allowed to be on there. So we put them in our ready room with the pictures, and a lot of the problem passengers, what we call them, is they're frequently known by our operators. So if there's a prohibition order that happens, the picture is up, they tend to know who the individual is.
Got you. And then my other question, with respect to the advisory committee, I know you said you'd come back for it. Have you any thoughts about how many people, how large it's going to be?
Yeah, so it's actually in the Public Utilities Code. It tells us that it has to be a minimum of 5 people, and one of them has to be someone with experience with psychiatric, developmental, or other disabilities, a youth advocate, and someone with law enforcement experience, and then 2 at-large members.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Raskin?
This just occurred to me, but I wonder if there's a way to cross-reference, like, when a person taps in, it's linked to your public data. So what if there's a way to, cross-reference a person's name when you tap in, like to pay for a bus?
Well, so it doesn't provide us with that information. Like, it's not anything that we can pull. So it wouldn't be helpful for this particular issue. It would be helpful, though.
Yeah,
They can
all right.
tap, and then a loud noise comes on.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion? Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion?
And I'll second it.
Okay, here we go. Move to approve the item.
It's like we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Terosis and a second from Councilmember Snell. Can we get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernetskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 10B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending municipal code section 2.32.020 concerning use of the city seal and other city symbols.
Council, would you like a presentation?
No. We'd like to move to, I'm sorry, does anyone want to move to waive the staff report?
I'll move to waive the staff report.
Do I have a-
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
We don't really need.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Someone want to make a motion to move item 10B?
I'd like to move item 10B.
Councilmember Hall has moved item 10B. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis seconded.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, shortly before the meeting, somebody asked if it's possible to put in an image of the city seal and city logo in the E-code.
Yeah, I assume clerk's office, we could include illustrations.
Yeah, we have to figure out with the code company, but I'm sure we can figure it out.
Okay, cool, thanks.
I'm sorry, you want the logo and the seal? Or just the seal?
Yeah, somebody mentioned it'd be helpful to have
We know what it looks like.
the seal and the logo in the online code so people knows what it looks like.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Agree with that, yeah.
Do we need to do a voice vote or, oh, we have one more question. Councilmember Zernetskaya.
So I just wanted to quickly get clarification in the ordinance. It had some language about allowing depiction of city facilities and public resources in campaign materials with a disclaimer. So I just wanted to get clarification on how is this different from the current rules?
That's not necessarily addressed in the current rules. This would be an addition. This is separate from city seal.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Just to clarify, you're saying that currently there isn't anything that requires us to have a disclaimer if we're using, for example, a picture of one of us in front of City Hall?
Correct.
Yeah.
There's no further discussion. Do we need to take a roll call vote or can we do a voice vote?
I think we can do a voice vote, there's no money.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so that motion passes 7-0, and that takes us back to, dun, 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 the moment we've all been waiting for, if I could do a drum roll. Item 7A.
Item 7A, Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project Guiding Principles.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and many members of the public. We are so excited to be here tonight and with so much robust discussion. So thank you so much for having us here today. I'm gonna move this over here. There we go. So the staff report, hopefully you've all had some time with it. We just wanted to remind everyone what the staff recommendations are. Oh, I should introduce myself just to start. Sorry. My name is Amber Rashane. I'm a Principal Design and Planning Manager with Architecture Services and Public Works, and I lead the illustrious team that is doing the airport conversion project. Our staff report recommendations, you can see them here. The way we're going to go through it tonight is with a series of questions. Those were also in the staff report, and we'll be asking you for feedback as we go. So this is not sort of a presentation and then all of the comments at the end, so that we can have more of a dialogue as we work through this. So they are all based on the recommendations, though. So tonight we are going to do a very brief overview of the project, just so that we're all on the same page. We'll also do a very quick recap of the community engagement to date. And then we will dig into the draft guiding principles, which are fully enumerated in the staff report and online, and get into the phase 3 direction. So the project overview. This is the airport site. We're talking about all 192 acres with that thick black line around the edge. We do talk about it generally with the north zone, south zone, and then the runway and taxiway. It just helps people understand where we're talking about. The south zone includes all of the buildings along Airport Ave, does not include Santa Monica Bundy campus, Santa Monica College Bundy campus. The north zone includes all of those hangar buildings up into where the Boston property and Watt properties are. It abuts Clover Park as well. But Measure LC applies to all 192 acres, even the 17 that are in Los Angeles on the right-hand side of that purple line. This is our project mission statement. You have seen this multiple times. We're not going to belabor it, but this project focuses on discerning a preferred scenario, right? That is why we are here and what we are doing, centered on a great park, consistent with Measure LC after its closure at the end of 28. And you'll notice a little bit of a change in the language. Where previously we had said anticipated closure or estimated date or anytime after December 31st, 2028. But upon further analysis, the City Council in 2017, so it wasn't the consent decree that became a council action. It was when City Council adopted Resolution 11026, and that constituted the decision to close the airport. So that is something that we have spent a lot more time understanding deeply, watching transcripts or watching videos and reading transcripts and all sorts of things. And so the decision to close was made at that time. And the environmental review is not required at this time for closure. That was something that we previously understood we had to do for closure and the future uses. We are now going to focus our project on the environmental review for the uses that come out of the airport conversion engagement process. So you'll see that language change throughout. This is a 5-phase process. We are at the culmination of phase 2. Each of these phases build on each other. So what we've learned in phase 1, we brought to phase 2. What we've learned in phase 2, we are bringing to phase 3 and forward. The community engagement summary, we are lucky to have Anna Korse from Sasaki with us. She's the partner in charge, so I will let her go through this portion of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time tonight. You guys are amazing to be here this late. Everyone's very engaged, and I'm excited to be presenting to you the community engagement. I am Anna Korse. I'm a landscape architect partner at Sasaki and also chair of landscape architecture, civil engineering, and ecology at the firm. I want to quickly go over the community engagement to date, starting with phase 1. Phase 1 was all about the existing conditions, understanding the site, asking community members what they wanted to see. You'll notice that we had over 14,000 people visit the project website. We had over 2,700 people watch the virtual education sessions. Those are not short sessions. We also had 1,900 online survey responses. So it was a really great first outreach, and we really built on that, as Amber was saying. That phase 1 engagement led us to phase 2A, which was all about collecting community preferences and priorities. We went out to board and commissions, had pop-up events, had additional community conversations that led us to those draft guiding principles. The draft guiding principles were presented at that community event in December. They're part of Survey 2B, came out again for boards and commissions, and this is where we are today with the final draft guiding principles for approval. We wanted to quickly go over some of the demographics from surveys 1, 2A, and 2B. Of the zip codes, you'll see that a lot of them were from Santa Monica residents. Survey 1 was 60%, 2A 70%, 2B 76%. Of the top 10 zip codes were self-reported from Santa Monica or adjacent zip codes. We also wanted to look at the age, and we noticed that it did skew slightly older than the 2020 census data for Santa Monica. And racial and ethnic identity also skewed a little bit wider than the 2020 census data. So it's really important for us to continue building on this, and we did the community conversations. This is really great to get that qualitative feedback. So 20 small group discussions with over 370 participants. And we were able to take this feedback, plus all the feedback we got on from the online surveys, and move that forward into phase 2, or survey 2A. So Survey 2A was building off the 147 uses that we heard from the community. We're able to consolidate that down to 94. And when I say consolidate, we're able to look at some of the feedback, like individuals wanting a tot lot, a nature playground, or a playground, and say, all right, play is an important aspect, and so that made it into the 94. You'll also see themes. Obviously, you can't read all of these, but you'll see kind of the green, which is really highlighting passive recreation at 38%, and 25% active recreation was not far behind with most liked. So some of the big captures from the Survey 2A. Top 10 land uses were park or park supporting land uses. Of the top 50 land uses per Measure LC, 83% would not require a ballot measure, 17% would. Of the most liked uses, 60% of them are some form of recreational activity, and housing ranked 39th on most liked and second on least liked. This led us to the next big community event. And I have to say, this was an incredible attendance, and this is the most amount of people I have seen at a community event in my career. There was over 800 people that came here. We had activities for the youth and kids to be involved. People could start looking at different scales of programs and really, really get engaged. We also started collecting feedback on the draft guiding principles. And you'll see a lot of notes, and I'll go over some of these comments, but there was broad support for these guiding principles as they are written today. So a quick capture of the Phase 2 community engagements. We had 4 more pop-up events. We had the online survey 2A with 2,383 complete responses. We're really proud of that number because that, again, was a very detailed, long survey. And then we had another virtual education session with over 1,100 total views. And as Amber was saying, every event we kept building on one another to understand how we can reach out more and more individuals. And at this point, you'll see we have over 42,000 people visiting the project website, which is truly incredible. This is an amazingly engaged community, and I saw that tonight with all of the comments and people coming out.
We're trying to keep it concise. So the 4 questions that were part of the staff report, you can see them here. They loosely follow the recommended actions. We're going to start with the first 2 because these deal with the draft guiding principles. And as Anna mentioned, the draft guiding principles have gone, they build upon Phase 1 and Phase 2. It was really great to hear from the community because so many really support what we're doing here and what we've brought forward. And so Anna's going to walk us through each of those, not all the detail, don't worry, but as high-level concepts and some of the comments that we've heard back. So she'll take over for guiding principles as well.
I know you're disappointed that I'm not going to read each one and every single goal for every guiding principle. But I just want to point out what is a guiding principle. So guiding principles are value statements. They're describing the aspirations and expectations for the conversion of the Santa Monica Airport. These principles will be used to explore design proposals and serve as definitions of success. So we'll be coming back to them as we do the scenarios and referring to these guiding principles. And each guiding principle is organized through a thesis, description, and key goals. So the 5 guiding principles are start with nature, inspire wonder, balance economics, amplify versatility, and celebrate place. So starting with nature, we heard strong support for green spaces, protecting open spaces, a lot of interest in sustainable practices, desire for recreational areas, and then support for blending nature with urban life. On the right of each of these, you'll see the support for each of the guiding principle, as well as one of the top goals for the guiding principle and the support, and as well as one of the goals that maybe had a little less support. And in the survey, we wanted to show options and what that might look like, including an urban forest, a nature park, an arboretum, a wildflower meadow. Guiding principle number 2 is inspire wonder. There was support for sports fields, walking trails, recreational spaces, a strong interest in arts and culture. You'll see this come up again and again. Really a desire for green spaces, thinking about environmental education, with a mix of structured and open areas, really thinking about accessible spaces for all. Inspiring wonder could look like murals, sculpture gardens, it could be art galleries, it could be small outdoor amphitheater spaces. 3 is balance economics. The support for all spaces as public open spaces, focus on sustainability, funding the park through existing leases, and again, an interest in cultural and recreational amenities. Some of those examples could be a large outdoor amphitheater, food hall, food truck, cafe, restaurant, maybe a family-friendly beer garden. 4, amplify versatility. So this is, again, support for recreational amenities, accessible transportation, art and cultural activities are coming up again. And that could look like anything from those multi-use paths to aquatic centers, to flexible lawns and plazas, to dedicated biking trails. And then the 5th guiding principle is celebrate place. There's a lot of interest in reusing existing buildings, honoring the Indigenous history, and desire for recreation and community spaces. You'll see on this one there was a little less support, but it's still over 55% written as is. You'll also see this one actually had a little bit higher of neutral support, so adding those together, we still see this as strong support. And some of those examples could be a senior center, youth center, education interpretive walk, community farm, orchards. So there are some key themes that came out of the engagement opportunities in both Phase 2A and 2B. So there's broad support for the draft guiding principles as written. There's excitement for the project and planning process. There's a desire and need for uses beyond those mentioned in Measure LC that would or could require a vote. So you saw some of the comments were around housing, and so we wanted to point out that there are a variety of opinions about housing. Heard that tonight. Seeing the need for revenue-generating uses as well, including restaurants, cafes, and other venues. And then finally, the community expressed gratitude for learning about the realities that make a project of this magnitude possible.
So after almost a year of community engagement, we started this project in earnest in this form 2 years ago, almost to the day. It was January 24th, 23. And then the Sasaki contract was awarded and authorized in December of 23. So that's also about a year now. And we went out to the community starting in May. So we're about 9 months into robust community engagement. And I think that's what you're seeing here, is that there, in many of the comments from tonight, there's support for the draft guiding principles as written because we have done a lot of work. We have tried to reach out across demographics, across groups. We've tried to learn from where we have seen folks responding and where we haven't. And we're trying to adjust, and we will continue to do that. So tonight, the draft guiding principles, hopefully you've had time to read through in the staff report so that you're comfortable with the thesis statement, the description, and all of the goal statements underneath of it, and that you feel comfortable providing feedback on them. We would love to hear your thoughts and ideas, as well as authorizing us to use those to explore the options as we move into 3A. We'll go through questions 3 and 4 as we continue, but we wanted to at least stop here and give some space for the draft guiding principles.
Okay, Council, if you want to put yourself in the queue, we have Mayor Pro Tem Trosis first.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the incredible amount of work that's gone on. I myself attended and participated in some of the community engagement. I think it was really heartening to see so many of our community members out giving feedback. Just in terms of these, start with nature, inspire wonder, balance economics, amplify versatility, and celebrate place. Would any of those preclude exploring housing as an option? Because I think we heard tonight from a lot of advocates from the housing community who felt left out of the process. Can you just explain how, if at all, housing fits into any of those?
So the draft guiding principles really are the basis of how we go forward. They're not necessarily saying a use is or is not in something, right? That's where we would see those preferences within the different surveys and the different community outreach, right? We have qualitative data as well as quantitative data. And so the draft guiding principles, and we'll get into this a little bit more in Phase 3, but people have alluded to, right, sequencing. We need to study a full range of options. We can't presuppose something. And so the draft guiding principles don't suppose any particular use. They just show where community preferences are.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
So for these community surveys and the outreach that you did you guys do any, did you guys conduct random sampling of residents in Santa Monica?
No, this was a process that was built on a more traditional approach where we are open and anyone can come and tell us all the things. I would say the only part of targeting necessarily was when we got responses back from Survey 1, we saw that we were very low in youth participation. I think it might actually have been 0, and that we did not have as much representation as the 2020 census data for our communities of color. And so that's where the community conversations came in. We did very robust outreach with PTA Council and the different schools. You heard from some of them tonight, and we will continue to do those things and look for opportunities.
So the numbers, the quantitative data we have, that's just percentages of people who self-selected, who had a deep enough interest in the subject to want to go forward and voluntarily participate in this process. So we can't really draw any conclusion from what the average Santa Monican thinks about any of this.
Well, I'd say the average, or as we look at demographics, right, we tried to explore another way of doing this, right, with the lottery selected panel. That would be the way to do that. In a more traditional...
Or polling? Anything statistically significant?
We did not do polling. And with Sasaki, right, the way that we've gone about it is, right, in a community engagement process, it is who shows up. We are trying, right, through having it in 2 languages, providing a survey that mimics those in-person abilities. So we are trying to reach out to folks, but it is completely up to community showing up and taking either time to show up in person or do the online activities, shoot us an email, sign up for the email lists or comment cards and things like that.
Are you aware of like research on, generally what populations tend to participate in these kind of community outreach events and whether there's any sort of trends that we see when we do this kind of work that's been studied?
For in Santa Monica, for this process, we haven't done any sort of.
No, I just mean generally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we are trying to do is constantly learn from the engagement in the phases that we did before. And that's why I mentioned the community conversations were really important, because that was an opportunity to have those smaller opportunities for people to express their opinions. And we got really, really great feedback from those community conversations of 370 participants. And those are really that qualitative data that we're adding to the quantitative.
Yeah, I guess it's just, I saw a lot of things up there like, housing ranked 39 among most liked and second among most hated. Of what though? Of who? I don't understand. Like of people who took the time to fill out that survey, like people who tend to show up and protest housing developments around the city, for instance, are very engaged citizens in our community. So do you think that that's representative of the community? I mean, can you make any determinations about whether the people that filled out the survey are actually representative of the entire community? I'm looking at these. Do you have these charts that show the demographics? It looks like maybe people 18 to 24 are like maybe 10x underrepresented. People 25 to 34 are maybe 7x represented. I mean, I can't tell exactly. I'm just eyeballing it from these charts. That seems pretty large, right?
I mean, it is. It's why we put the demographic slide in there. The people that participated. And again, it is a self-reported, right, where they live, how old they are, and what their ethnicity is, skewed older and skewed more white. Those are, at least from the surveys where we asked those questions, those are, like, we can't do anything about that in a traditional process.
You can do polling or statistical sampling or something like that, right?
I don't know.
We have done projects where we do statistically valid surveys, and we've gone out and we have seen that it's actually not too dissimilar than some of the surveys we've put out. So we have done that before and looked at that. The other thing I want to point out is at this point in the project is where we actually see community participation increase. When we come out with scenarios, when people start to see drawings, when people start to understand the spaces, that's where we actually start to get a lot of engagement. And in our experience, that's where kids and people that can actually understand the spaces are really going to get excited about this.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Thank you for the presentation and all the work that y'all have done so far. I had a couple of questions. Some of the other council members have already asked a couple of them, but I did want to get clarification on, so given the nod to seeking to acknowledge and celebrate the history of the place, including pre-colonial history, I wanted to ask how the project is engaging with Native people and Native tribes as part of the public input process.
So there's a couple answers, and I know you'll add into it, but we are reaching out, and I would say we're starting the relationship with a number of the local communities, indigenous communities. One of our arts commissioners that has been working with the airport conversion project as part of an ad hoc, he is a member of one of those communities, and so we're starting to make those inroads, but we're also working with ESA, which is our historic consultant, and we'll have a historic resources report that is part of this project and coming out, it's just not out yet, that we're continuing to reach out as part of that as well. And so it's not that we have made strong ties yet, but we are actively pursuing those, especially in phase 3, where we can start to have as Anna mentioned, right, when people start to see things, when we start to draw and show physically what we're talking about, a lot more people tend to get engaged. I don't know if you're going to add on ESA at all.
No, I think that's great. It's now it's in the guiding principle, which really means we want to start building those partnerships, and also recognizing that timelines mean different things for different groups, and so being able to work with that partnership and ensuring that we're being respectful of how that unfolds.
Thank you for that clarification. One more question for now. I'm sure I'll have more later. But in the draft guiding principles that we just saw in the presentation, there were a couple of potential conflicts among just kind of the goals or how those guiding principles would be followed. Because some of it was like, no, don't build housing, and some of it was, well, we need to balance fiscal, balance the economics and have it be self-sustaining. So how do you anticipate kind of reconciling when there are those types of potential conflicts within the guiding principles?
Go ahead. I was going to say a lot of those comments weren't necessarily to the guiding principles. They were more comments that we wanted to capture. So I think, again, the support for the guiding principles was there, but then these comments that we're starting to see is what we really want to unpack and understand.
And I would add that at the community event, right, were a number of comments on the boards that said no housing at all at the park. There were a number of comments that said yes housing at the airport site, and ones that said yes housing, just not here, right? Other places in Santa Monica, and I think it mirrors what we heard tonight, that there are a variety of opinions on what should happen here. Staff's job in this project has been to bring, or we try at least, right, to bring forward a transparent, inclusive, robust process where people feel that their voices are heard, and then we bring it to council to say, here's what we've heard, here's what we're seeing, and then how should we move forward as a city. So that's where we're looking for direction, but we definitely have heard that, right, that in phase one, we started with tell us all of the things, right, this is an open and inclusive process. From there, you started to see that build where housing came in to say, we heard this. It has not been something that we had been focusing on, but we heard this. And as we've now moved into 2B and tonight, you've heard a lot more community comment around a variety of topics around housing. And so the question about, right, do draft guiding principles allow or disallow any of the uses? They don't. It will be a framework to say when we look at the body of this project and as we're developing the 3 scenarios, do they hit all of these guiding principles and in what different amounts and scales? And we'll get into a little bit more on that in 3, but we can talk about it now too. So that's how they're evolving.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, and whoever else.
Councilmember Raskin?
Thank you. I want to preface this question in 2 ways. One, with the understanding of what Mayor Pro Tem DeRosa said about the fact that the council does have discretion in the future, and 2, that this is mostly for the public to be aware of. But I'm correct in understanding that there is going to be further public engagement in phases 3A and 3B. So I'm trying to understand how what we do tonight is going to tee up what's presented to the public in phases 3A and 3B.
I almost want to just jump to question 3 because that might help answer. But so what we're deciding tonight, 1, we're looking for affirmation that the guiding principles, right, do you have comments back specifically on them, and should we be using those going forward? But then as we get into what are we studying in 3, what shape does that take, right? We've said that there will be 3 scenarios, and we can study a variety of things. All within the guiding principles and using that list of uses that we've generated from phase 1 to phase 2 and then using them in phase 3. There will be a lot of community engagement in 3A, right? So phase 3 actually has 2 full rounds of community engagement. That's what takes us through the next year. So we had a year of community engagement to hear what people were saying, and then we'll have another year of community engagement to understand where people's priorities and preferences are. So these community preferred uses, you'll see us use that language a lot. There's community events, additional surveys. We're working through like how best can we get to as many people as possible in a workshop capacity? How do we use our boards and commissions to do these things so that we can continue to refine? The way that the 3 scenarios will take shape will be very different on purpose. And so we'll be able to explore a lot of different things so that people can provide feedback, not to say, I like A or I like B or I hate C. It's more to say, I like this piece. I want to see more of this. I like the way this connects. I hate where you put this thing, right? I want to see more of this or less of that, or how big, how, what's the scale, scope, location, quantity of, right? We did 4 soccer fields in one and we put 10 in another, or we put, 5 baseball diamonds or 2 in another, right? So what is the right balance? And that's where we're looking to do as we move forward.
So just if I understand this correctly, then the direction that comes out of tonight is going to frame what comes back to the public over the next year's process. But the city will still have ultimate discretion through reviewing multiple alternatives through the CEQA process or through the broader scope of what we're doing to potentially have discretion to do something else.
Absolutely. And that's where we've been working closely with the city attorney's office to make sure that we stay in those planning and feasibility analysis. And we are not saying that we are presupposing any of the outcomes, because that definitely gets us into hot water. So we are very careful about that. So we want to study a wide range of options, one, because we need to per CEQA, but also so that we can show people what we're actually thinking about, what we think we've heard, right? There's been a lot of community input tonight, and it's really helpful for us to hear those things so that as we go into those 3 scenarios, we bring back good options that people want to engage with and see their voices reflected.
Okay, thanks.
There's no more people in the queue, so do you guys want to go on? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Zweig.
Sorry, just so I understand the process, are we supposed to be providing feedback on these principles now, or is this just question?
Well, we were in questions, so
Okay.
we're still on number 2, so now we're going to go around, and would you like?
Will there be a time to provide feedback on the draft guiding principles, or is that now?
That would be now.
Okay, so,
Okay, because we haven't been providing any.
no,
per
there were
se.
just questions first, so the
Okay.
second part is feedback on number 2.
What about number
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Does the city have feedback on the draft guiding principles and to explore the feasibility of the 3 alternative scenario concepts in phase 3 based on the guiding principles?
Yeah, I have one piece of feedback, I guess, when it came to reading the principles. I do worry when I read through number 1, start with nature, that in some ways it reminds me of an environmentalism that I associate with the late 60s and the early 70s, where planting flowers and fighting new development is what it means to save the earth. Whereas environmentalism today is very informed by climate change, which we recognize to be the greatest existential threat to man, and is driven, predominantly in this state, in this city, by vehicle miles traveled. And I fear that our definition of nature in statement number 1 is flowing from that more outdated definition, where we're looking all at what are we putting on this site? How do we make sure that, there's nothing bad here, that, no machine has ever touched anything on this land? And I think we talked about this a little, and I think we used the term embodied carbon, right? Like, well, yes, if we plant a flower versus build a building, like there's more embodied carbon in that building. But there's other ways of measuring, environmental effects. Specifically, there's attributional, life cycle effects, which I think you're kind of referring to, versus, say, what we call a consequential life cycle assessment, where we're not just looking at what's in the thing that we're putting there or what resources we're consuming there, but we're looking at the consequences of the decisions we make on the region as a whole. And to me, I think it's really important that if we're going to try to be good environmental stewards, we make it clear that we're going to be doing some sort of consequential analysis of our decisions. For instance, if we don't build housing here, we might be building sprawl housing in very high fire risk zones where people have to drive 1 to 2 hours to their work. Or if we put an amusement park or even a beautiful nature garden that's like the Tuileries or something, and people want to drive to it from all across the region, that would also be generating a lot of new car trips. And I think it's really important that we at least consider this in our analysis and in our definition of what it means to stand with nature or start with nature or whatever that is. I was researching park conversions around the world. I stumbled upon a quote from one of the lead designers of Downsview Airport conversion in Toronto, which is an award-winning project that many of which actually had to do with envisioning this concept of a 15-minute city where the residents therein would be able to meet all their daily needs without often getting in a car, or at the very least not going more than 15 minutes from their house. And that designer said something which I thought was interesting and apropos. He said, the city is an inevitable fact of the future. So in order to ensure not just quality of life for future populations, but also the conservation of nature, it is essential that the relationship between city and nature is both and, not either or. Downs View is a commitment to that vision. I like that a lot. You know, I think we know now as environmentalists that living in New York City is far better for the environment than pretty much living anywhere, especially in a meadow somewhere where you have to drive 2 hours to get to your basic needs. And to me, you know, there's a lot of ways I think we could try to incorporate that, but the easiest way, if I was just going to insert a little clause into that first sentence, I would say the project design should consider the impact of any future intervention on the natural environment and its consequential life cycle greenhouse gas reduction potential, as well as the airport land's ability to regenerate species and build community resilience against climate change. So that's my particular piece of feedback on those principles.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to pontificate on the item. I'll keep it short. I do want to thank you for the robust community outreach process. I know you were operating under the guidance of a previous council majority, and I think it's a bit of a shame we weren't allowed to explore the lottery option as a community. I think that would have addressed some of the concerns my colleague, Councilmember Zwick, brought up. I do really appreciate your efforts to try to balance for that through the community conversations and to targeted underrepresented demographics and neighborhoods. And particularly for reaching out to youth and engaging with our next generation who will use whatever ends up on that land. With regards to question one, I am supportive of the draft guiding principles as written. I want to emphasize that when we're thinking about balanced economics, we're thinking about a day one plan. And that obviously we're not going to be able to implement or fund the final vision for whatever this land is used for, and that it will likely be a staged process. And then for Celebrate Place, as an aviator myself, I truly appreciate our aviation history, particularly for our female aviators with the 99s and Amelia Earhart. So I want to make sure to emphasize that when we are thinking about Celebrating Place, we are celebrating that history, particularly the 99s and Amelia Earhart's history here. On question number two, I would ask that as you explore the feasibility of the three alternative scenarios, I encourage us to use a voting system or a system where we are ranking our choices, or maybe like a preferential voting system where individuals are given a set number of lots and they can proportion their lots based on how much they really care about each of the scenarios, as opposed to just a simple plurality. I like scenario A the best and forget about the other two. So I think it's really important that we truly understand what respondents' preferences are amongst the different scenarios.
Do we have any other council members that want to offer any suggestions? Mayor Pro Tem Trosas?
I mean, it's not a suggestion. I would just say that I'm on board with the guiding principles. I acknowledge what Councilmember Zwick said, and I think he raises a good point. I think we have to build a future-proof solution that doesn't just work for now, but obviously we're building a multi-generational asset, so we have to have climate change considerations at the forefront. And I would just say, as someone who does economic development, I'm extremely concerned about the economic feasibility of the project. So we'll get to that, I'm sure, but I agree with the guiding principles.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, I'll just note that it's interesting, and I might have missed this, but I don't think the word park is in any of the guiding principles. It frames up a number of uses and goals and priorities without specifically referring to a park, but I think I might have missed it.
There are a lot of words.
Yeah, no, I agree with what's been said. The only thing that I would add is I wonder, and I'm not sure how to do this, but I wonder how we can incorporate phased uses in the way of perhaps something like just closing the airport, opening up the tarmac to uses. And I'm not sure how that all fits into this, but thinking about the timeline of things and all that, I think is going to be crucial.
Absolutely, and that is, go ahead.
I would say that, balance economics, that's something we'll consider as we think about the incremental kind of phasing and funding and how that becomes available, and that's why that's an important piece of that guiding principle.
Councilmember Snell?
Thank you, and I also support the guiding principles. And I also think that Councilman Hall, with respect to rank type of scenarios, is something that you should look at. And when you specifically look for people of color, times of group seminars, group outings tend not to be those outings where people of color will go to. So you have to go to them. And I think that you can find a scenario with maybe different social groups and different areas in the community to be able to meet with their needs, to explain to them. I mean, this is an incredible time for us to be able to do for the future. None of us will be here when the park is completely completed. And I think we need to make sure that we can have all voices heard when we make this decision. So thank you again.
I'm just going to round out and say that I think we're so early in the phase, and I just hope that, obviously the next phase, I think, because the conversation has started, I know my kids are in the public school system. I spoke to third graders at many schools who had diagrams of what it should look like. Our high schoolers are now coming home and talking about this. This is becoming home projects. So I think as that continues, more families will be discussing it, and it'll capture a broad spectrum of families, very diverse. But I just do also want to mention that while we go through this, as we do many things in the city, there's this idea that in 2028, we're going to go and it's going to become something, and that this body is going to have something to do with that. And I just think at every point and possible turn that we can remind the public the realities around when this is actually going to come to fruition, the phases in which it will be, and then, of course, the fiduciary responsibility of who knows what that will look like when that comes to fruition. And I only say that because there's a lot of emotion and passion behind what it will be. And as we see forces of nature happen upon communities neighboring to us, I would imagine that that would inform what we do in the next couple of years. And with that being said, if we want to move on to the next part.
Well, I guess, Mayor, I do want to chime in. We did get some very specific language for the guiding principles. I think otherwise it was general consensus, but I just want to make sure we're moving forward in a way that reflects the discussion. So I guess I want to be clear.
There was
Is
some
the
addition, yeah.
Is the council accepting the language changes?
The additional language,
Councilmember Zwick?
Councilmember Zwick added to inform what nature means as it has its impacts to the consequences and what that really means in terms of environmental sustainability. And then there was some additional comments as it pertains to outreach. And it sounds like, does everyone feel comfortable? Do you feel like we received that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very clear. Thank you.
Did you have another comment?
Yeah, sorry, can I make one more point? I mean, if you are looking for specificity in what we're looking for, if we are going to go down the path of the park and the recreational uses, I do feel pretty strong that we do need to focus on making more ball fields available in the city. More what? Ball fields available, yeah.
When you say ball fields, do you mean baseball? That's not a guiding principle, though. You mean?
Well,
like-
I don't know, maybe it's not relevant in this stage of it.
I think we're getting a little detailed. That came back from the community, right? Is
Yes.
that- You mean sports?
Sports fields, yeah.
Yeah, sports fields.
Yes, and that's something we heard very clearly. I know we went really fast over the 2A survey. I mean,
Okay.
we could spend
Yeah.
a lot
When we
of time
say
on that one.
recreational space, I think that's what we mean, right? It could be a broad, whether it's soccer, or
Active recreation is kind of what we're using. And
women's
that
basketball. or-
would be, yeah,
Women's rugby,
studies.
right, since that's all.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are absolutely, we're also, Tony Lopez is one of our project team members. He's a senior park planner for the city, and he's working through with our Rec and Parks and our RAD department on a park needs assessment. And so we'll have that information as we move forward to say how many of what things do we need, what condition are they in, those sorts of things. And so we'll be aggregating a lot of information. We're working very closely with the Recreation and Arts Department to make sure that what we bring forward is being considers what we need as a community.
At the risk of asking a premature and possibly stupid question, at some point, is there going to be the financial aspect of looking at what recreation spaces can bring in financial? Okay.
Yes. That's question 4, but yes.
Oh, great, sorry. Let's keep going. That was a hint. No, I'm just kidding.
Move it along, got it. All right, so phase 3 direction. First of all, thank you very much for your commentary and just thoughtfulness, because we spent a lot of time on it, and it's so nice to hear that the community cares a lot, right? It's heartening for staff to know that the work that we're doing is impactful, and that the community cares, and that council is paying attention and cares as well. So thank you. As we move into phase 3, right, our question is, does City Council authorize staff to explore the feasibility of the spectrum of community preferred land uses, including one scenario that is consistent with Measure LC without a vote? And there was a lot of conversation around this tonight. What this means, we've gone over this a little bit, so I won't belabor the point, but all 3 scenarios will be based on the guiding principles. What's different between them is the balance of those uses and how they're used, right? So they could vary in size of a thing, the quantity of a use, the scale of it. Is it wide and low? Is it taller and height, right? If we're doing a Little League stadium, how tall is that? How wide is that? Does it have extra facilities associated with it? Those sorts of things. The location, where does it go in the site? As we look at rewilding, right, the biodiversity, it's 80% impervious right now, so there's a lot of work to do to amend that soil into something that can support, whether it's active recreation, passive recreation, or any of these uses. Each scenario will show the incremental implementation. We've heard that loud and clear, that we really want to show what that day 1 scenario is, as well as what that build out is. Right now, we've not been able to do that because we don't know what we're drawing yet. And phase 3A is where we'll really dig into those types of things and show along the way the financing structures that we think are appropriate, as well as what those timeframe realities are based on different types of things. I guess that was bullet point 2, about how we achieve self-sufficiency and associated timeframes. Housing, again, has remained a topic of conversation. We don't want to shy away and say we haven't heard this. We've just heard a very wide, very varied opinions, right? At the community event, there were, a couple hundred, or 100 comments roughly, and it was almost split evenly. And so it is a topic that continues to be part of the conversation, and you heard that tonight. And to answer, just to reiterate, yes, the community engagement continues, and it probably deepens even more in phase 3, because this is really critical and where people can visually see something and start to give us feedback on that as well. So we're looking forward to that. Measure LC, hopefully you had some time to look at the legal memo that was part of the staff report for tonight. Because there were a lot of questions, especially as we moved from phase 1 into phase 2, about what could or would require a ballot measure under Measure LC. And so in that memo, there's a flow chart in there that tries to help explain how staff will continue to look at this, right? And this is not just the project team. It is working with city attorney and planning and other city staff as we start to weigh different options and say what it is, right? Basically what this comes down to is if it is new development as defined in our zoning code, right, that has to be the parks, public open spaces, and public recreational facilities. If it is a maintenance and replacement of an existing cultural, arts, or education use, right, those are all things that are would not require a vote under Measure LC. If things go outside of that, that's where we then have a variety of ways to understand that. But being that we have certainty that the airport will close, I think that was a big part of fear in the community of we don't want to do anything outside of LC because the pro-airport contingent will come after us again, and we're very fearful of that. And so having that date certain is actually something that we're really excited about, because hopefully that kind of starts to settle people down as well, to say we can do this, and what do we want? What do we need? What does Santa Monica need for generations to come, as been said? I won't belabor this either, but the whole idea around CEQA of this is a planning and feasibility study, right? We are not presupposing any outcome, whether that be park or other, and that we are studying a wide range of options so that the community is looking at a lot of scenarios to get to that preferred scenario, which would then be how we're defining the project for the CEQA analysis that we'll need to do on any new use that comes up. So phase 3 is 3A, right? 3A is on the left-hand side, 3B is on the right. We've talked about 3 scenarios. Again, just reiterating probable costs and timeframes, right? Those things are inextricably linked. We have spent a lot more time talking about cost, but timeframe is equally as important. An ability to compare the different scenarios, and then again, a very robust set of community engagement around the 3 scenarios to get to 3B, which is then the preferred scenario. And so what that kind of looks like is looking at those 3 scenarios, and again, not saying like, ooh, I don't know what that was. Something beeped. Right, not saying I like option A, B, or C, and having that be, well, this one got more votes, so that's what we're doing. It is more about the systems within each of those parts and pieces. How does that make you feel? Does this have the experience that you want? It'll have more, one may have more passive, one may have more active recreation and those sorts of things, so that we can really get to what does Santa Monica want and need. We heard a lot of things tonight, so that'll be really helpful as well. But again, all based on those community supported uses to get to that preferred scenario. And so our third question tonight is about going forward with the 3 scenarios and having at least one. I know we heard from a number of folks tonight about saying, about having things for Measure LC without a vote. And so we're saying at least one, or including one. And so we'd love to hear your comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yeah, a couple questions, because I think we're in questions now. So I understand that you have an economic subconsultant, HRNA Advisors. Are all 3 scenarios that you're going to propose to us going to pencil?
They will show the economic realities, right? So that'll say, what does that capital stack look like for paying for whatever the things are, right, as ROM costs.
And I assume that you're evaluating all different types of financing models, including public-private partnerships? Okay.
Yes, that's question, in question 4, we get into a little bit more detail though, but that is absolutely one. And we'll show you some of the results from the community outreach about different financing structures, and public-private partnerships is one that has pretty broad community support into A as well as into B.
And are we looking at things like bonds, tax increment financing districts, special districts, other things like that as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Those are all my questions for right this second.
Councilmember Zwick.
So when it comes to this spectrum, I'm still just trying to understand, like, for instance, there's one, for instance, there'll be one that's consistent with LC, but it'll also fit within those guiding principles, one of which is that the projects be economically self-sufficient. I mean, based on the constrictions that I just saw for a project to fit within that, I struggle to see how a project could satisfy both of those things. Can you give me an example of how something that's just, public recreational, cultural, facilities would be able to be economically self-sustaining?
Do you have examples? Or do you? I'll answer first. Okay. So really what that leans into is reusing existing buildings, right? We have a number of existing leases out there. All of those leases, except for the 4 that have come before council, end in 2028, at the end of 28, right? If we're, one of the things that also had support in 2A was, can we extend those leases so that we know how much revenue going into the future we may have? And so that'll help us understand how much of what can we maintain. You'll also see, right, do we start having small youth day usage fees, or are we having any of these larger events that pay for other things? So I can't answer the question of how we're going to do it yet, because that's the work of 3A, but that is absolutely the goal. That's why that balanced economics guiding principle is there, right? It was from the goals that were set 2 years ago, self-sufficiency was one of those, and it is something we're very focused on.
And when you, excuse me, lost my train of thought there. When you talk about repurposing the buildings that are there, you're saying that they could be used for commercial purposes, even ones that are not now or something, or just that they could be the sort of public recreation culture? I'm just trying to say, if you could you change the use of a building and make it a commercial enterprise that isn't one right now?
So commercial gets you, right, and this is
Well,
where.
isn't, commercial is what generates money, right? Like generally?
There are a lot of, I heard you breathe, okay, no. So there are a lot of different ways to go about it. And it is one that'll probably be financially tricky, right? We are prepared for that, but we can't answer it yet because we haven't studied it yet. But there are a lot of ways to reuse buildings. If there's, right, currently, let's say, right, the Museum of Flying is there as an example. If, they wanted to expand and add a, IMAX is too big, but a, right, immersive theater, right, of some kind. And that was something that they then were renting out for events or other, it's still a cultural museum, but now there's a revenue generating component, just as an example. Or as we're looking at soccer fields and baseball fields and, right, those multi-use things, right, if we start generating, if we have enough of those and we start to bring in tournaments and things like that, where again, people are not having to drive hour, 2 hours to go to these types of tournaments, right, those things bring in money. So it's a recreational use, and that could be new development, right? The new development of recreational uses is allowed without a vote. And that we would just prioritize those types of uses that have a revenue generation. Same with, like, let's say an aquatic center, or we've heard skate park, and a variety of uses. But if there's an operator that wants to come in and it's the development of a recreational use, that's allowed. And so we want to be able to explore those types of things.
I would just add that as we get into studying this, there's going to be a range of kind of economic, revenue or the balancing that we're talking about. And so we'll be showing that in each scenario and what that looks like for you all to understand better of what that could look like for, this scenario, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Raskin?
So, again, so the public understands, if we're going to go down the EIR route, am I correct in understanding that we're going to have a proposed project and a reasonable range of economically and legally feasible alternatives, including potentially a no project alternative?
Yeah, typically in an EIR process, you would study the project, a do nothing, and then whatever alternatives make sense.
Right. Yeah. And so by the time that we get to the end of the phase 3 portions of this, is the idea that those will be teed up to begin the CEQA analysis?
Yeah, when we get to 3B, where that preferred scenario is, right, basically the way that it works, 3A is the 3 scenarios, then we will consolidate, come up with a preferred scenario that isn't what A, B, or C, right? It's an amalgamation of all of the things that we've heard. We'll come back out with community engagement to say, did we get this right? More of this, less of that. It should hopefully at that point it's more tweaks, and then that preferred plan that would go before council and boards and commissions and to the community would become that basis of the CEQA project.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So I apologize if this has already been answered and it just didn't click in my brain, but so I understand we don't need to do the EIR in order to close the airport, but in order to do something with it, we would need to do an EIR.
Absolutely.
So at what point would we do it? What would the cost be potentially? And kind of how long do you anticipate it might take?
So as part of Sasaki's contract, right, it gets through that preferred scenario. The CEQA analysis is after that. And so this process concludes at the end of this year, at the end of 2025. So we could then begin that CEQA process in early 26. And then depending on what uses we're looking at, right, we anticipate that it would be a year or two. That gets us to 28. So then we've got what we want to do from there, and then we can move forward with closure. Now, again, to the mayor's point about on day one, it doesn't mean that these things happen, right? But on day one, we should be able to clearly communicate what is going to happen and what that time frame for completion is. We do. Right, there's different internal regulatory frameworks, right? Does this become a specific plan? Is it something that's a zoning overlay, right? There's a lot of different ways to help create those regulatory frameworks locally so that we get the park and project that was part of this community engagement process. Does that make sense?
Yes. And if if there are uses in the preferred scenario that would require a vote under LC, at what point would that be something that we'd need to consider putting on the ballot?
So it's really kind of up to us, right? It's something that at the end of '25, if hopefully, right, if we do our jobs right and we engage deeply with the community and we get to that scenario that has broad support for it, and if that was necessary, then it's up to us. If there was going to be, that's something that could absolutely wait until after actual closure. You know, it's all that's possible, and that's also part of the timing in that you have to get through CEQA first. And so depending on how long CEQA takes, right, we wouldn't want to put something on the ballot before we have, you know, that would probably get us into trouble as well. So you want to get through that CEQA process first, and then if that is what we're looking at. But we'll have time during that CEQA process to really understand what are we looking at, right? This could be a tweak or a clarification of when we say recreational facilities, what does that mean? When we say cultural, what does that mean, right? We can do those things as well. So there's a wide variety of things that we can do. We just need to know what we're dealing with first. And so when we're through 3A, I think we'll have some idea, and then certainly by 3B, we'll be able to come back and tell you what that is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I know we heard from the public about a lot of potential ideas, and I think there was, I'm speaking for myself, there was some confusion for myself about would something like an outdoor theater be subject to LC or would it not be? Because in my mind, it's in recreational arts use, so hypothetically it should, but I saw it had the little star next to it on the thing. So that's my questions for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Hall.
So as we're exploring the spectrum of uses here, specifically in 3A, where we're developing 3 scenarios, I'm curious, can you give us a preview a little bit on how we're going to be teasing out differences with just these 3 scenarios? So I'm thinking in a fully Measure LC compliant, there's this tension between passive and active recreation uses. If we're talking about housing, you know, are we talking about like how do we find the preference for deed-restricted affordable housing versus market rate? Or if we're talking commercial uses, how are we teasing out differences between a public golf course versus, you know, cafes or a beer garden?
Nobody liked the golf course. That was the least liked use. But beyond that, point taken. And some of that will come up in question 4, but one of the things that we want to do is in the frame of that public-private partnership, looking at letters of interest to say, what's out there, right? What's possible? What does our local regional community think would be a great idea for here? Because if we learn what those things are and we can start to understand what the economics of those things look like, is that a long term, is it a short term, right? Is it a big upfront cost? What does that mean, right? Or is this an operator that we want to continue to work with for some amount of years? But to know what's out there so we can realistically say, when we say active recreation, what does that look like? What is that outlay of funding that we're going to need to figure out? And so in question 4, that's where we're asking for those things. And that's where you'll see those climate resilient districts or the EFIDs. There was support during the different community outreach engagements around naming rights or corporate sponsorships. So there's a lot of different ways to go about it. And we would start to pull on some of those different strings so we could bring that forward to you to assess.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yeah, are we taking into account any of these concerns that have been raised both around the Surplus Lands Act as well as any sort of legal and financial risks that the city faces if it fails to comply with future RENA mandates? And this is more of a question for the city attorney.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so again, in evaluating these future options, and we're going to get more specific here in the 3 options, are we taking into account legal advice? And I know that there's been some confidential memos that have been sent, but are we taking into account legal advice both around the Surplus Lands Act as well as any considerations that HCD may or may not be telling us with respect to a future RENA obligation when the airport closes?
Of course, those would be considerations at some point. I'm not sure they are at this point in time. I think this is more conceptual.
I mean, I guess what I'm concerned about, right, is that we go down this process, we come up with 3 options, and then we have options that are illegal effectively.
Right, I think we would weigh in on legality as we go. I mean, if the council was proposing something that was not legal, we would tell you that.
I would just implore us to not only look at what's consistent with Measure LC and what's compliant with Measure LC, but be having, I mean, I don't know, are we looking at the Surplus Lands Act? I mean, I think that was in some of the documentation that we
Right,
received.
yeah, of course, Surplus
right.
Land Act would be a factor if we were choosing to sell the property.
Right,
Yes.
or if I assume if we're giving some sort of ground lease to anyone for development, correct?
Yeah, long-term leases require
Right, so I
surplus land.
would encourage us in our economic analysis to look, when we're looking at these options, to ensure that we're consulting with the city attorney. And I think it's better sooner rather than later to get some sort of thought from HCD around what's going to happen when 200 acres of vacant land that's not being used for an airport gets on the books of the city.
Right, I think it'd probably be appropriate to include the legal analysis at the time we're looking at the financial analysis.
Okay, and then I just want to put a finer point on Councilmember Zwick's questions. Can you just give us, me and the public, some information about what kind of analysis was done on the feasibility of integrating any sort of small-scale commercial uses like cafes, community markets, event spaces, without needing to go forward with a new ballot measure, and whether that would be LC compliant, or can you just clarify any commercial use would not be LC compliant?
I think the way we analyzed it was, what is the primary use? So if the primary use is a park, for example, like Central Park, and within Central Park you had a kiosk with selling food, planning would do their analysis and may consider, the primary use to be the park and the ancillary use to be the kiosk. On the other hand, if you had, let's say, a sports arena where there was a very small strip of green space around there, they may not view that as a park,
Right.
and therefore that would not be the primary use. That may trigger a Measure LC. So it will come down to establishing a record of facts that support whatever the determination is made based upon whatever project is proposed.
So that would mean looking at the totality of the 200 acres and see, like, if you did so if you did like a small cafe, an existing,
See, this all depends on how the land is parsed out, whether there's, financing involved. Again, if the Surplus Lands Act is involved, because we decide we need to break the land up and provide leases. So it's really hard to speculate at this point, and I think what they're asking for is the ability to explore all of that.
Yeah.
And come back with something a little more defined.
yeah, I mean, just to answer the question, I think the answer is yes for me, for Tyrosus. Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick?
Just to dig in a little more, I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, housing is in the conversation. There are a lot of people asking for it. You say it's in the conversation. Does that mean it's going to be explored among these non-LC compliant uses? I'm just trying to clarify for people that are come here tonight to speak on it and at other times.
I mean, it's one that comes up, and I guess we're looking for direction on what these 3 should entail, right? Staff feels that at least one should not require a vote, but in the other 2, what are we looking at, right? Is it we're reusing all of the buildings and we're keeping the, in all instances, let's say the runway and the taxiway, something like that, at a minimum, right? Or do we look at this as the whole thing as a park and there are pieces within it, right? As we talked about those, oh goodness, with the existing uses, right? The buildings may not be in the right spot. So as a use comes in, do we want to put a restaurant somewhere else that would be a new commercial use, right? But so we want to explore some of those things that are very clearly a community preferred use, but it might not be in the right spot, right? And that's something that might require a vote. Again, back to what the city attorney's office was saying. And so we want to be able to explore like what what could that be, right? Without a vote, it limits us to the structures that we have for a lot of things. So that might be option one. Option two could be, okay, let's put things where we really think they should go and then see what that means, right? And again, to Mayor Pro Tem Katarosis's questions around, yes, we absolutely have in mind what the Surplus Land Act is and trying to figure out what actually triggers that, right? There's a lot of things that are very nuanced, and it's hard to say what something does or doesn't do until we start drawing. But it is something that, if we want to say that there is some level of, right, for balancing economics, we can put it on that to say, do we want to have an option that breaks even, an option that shows us what this is possible within still remaining centered on a great park and all those sorts of things that we've heard a lot of support for as well, right? We've heard a lot of people say there's room for both. So what does that look like? Is that worth exploring? And what does that look like?
Sure. Okay. I mean, I guess to my answer, I guess is, yeah, it seems like there's room for a lot of things. The space is really big, and it seems like people who are saying one thing and one thing only are going to run into some challenges when it comes to making it work financially. And I think there's also maybe a lack of appreciation for the vitality that multiple uses bring to a space, specifically also commercial and residential uses. I mean, every great park in Europe I've ever been to does have private restaurants and beer gardens and other things like that that add to the life of that space rather than detract from it. And just as many people today have said that dense housing requires parks, and I totally agree with that. Parks also require dense housing to be vibrant and active places. Central Park, surrounded by single-family homes on more than 5,000 square foot lots, will be a mostly empty place, especially one that's not very well served by transit. And due to our housing crisis, it will probably almost immediately become the largest homeless encampment in the entire region. So I think it's worth, considering a mix of uses to make sure that it is a lively and vital place, because a 200-acre empty place is, I don't think, going to feel very good or very safe to anyone. I will point out also, when it comes to the marriage of commercial and park and other uses, the park process, as someone pointed out, is being paid for by park fees. Park fees are being paid for by market rate developments. So even this process is being funded by market rate development in the city. And the idea that we can do this one or the other, to me, I would say, look, you have a lot of built up infrastructure in the north side and the south side. It's serviced by electricity, water, all the things that you might need. You have a runway that probably is less well serviced. I don't know the details of the infrastructure everywhere, but I imagine it'd be much more expensive to bring that all to the entire site. I could imagine personally that when we're looking at scenarios, it would make sense to keep very undeveloped space roughly, not as a rule, but generally less developed, and then looking at alternatives of various uses for areas that are already essentially on the grid, which are many in this place. And you still have probably one of the greatest parks, in the city, excepting, as someone mentioned, the Santa Monica Mountains, the beach, and all the other enormous resources that we have. That's just my 2 cents. I think that, just regardless of whether you're talking about making it pencil or just making it a vital and exciting place, it needs a variety of uses. And personally, I think housing is one of the things that would lend itself to that.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Thank you. So I just wanted to note, I agree with Councilmember Zwick that I think housing should be considered for at least one of the other scenarios. And I do agree that at least one scenario should be consistent with Measure LC that wouldn't require an additional vote. And just to add on regarding the it being paid for with the Parks and Recreation fee, it's kind of interesting because that was actually one of our consent calendar items today of the 2023-2024 fiscal year fee activity. And it does specify that, I think it says 888,000 was allocated for this process, but the actual ending balance for fiscal year 23-24 is like 6.9 million. So there's still funds in there for parks as well and other things. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
So with that, I'm trying to keep moving. I just, out of curiosity for time, because we're coming up on midnight here, how many more questions do you have for us to go? Oh, okay, great.
And
Okay.
it's the shortest one.
Okay, so there's nobody else in the queue. And I don't want to belabor what my colleagues have said, so I feel like we're in a good space if everybody agrees here to go on to question 4. Okay.
Great, thank you. Question 4. We're almost there. So this one is about exploring those financial strategies and timeframes and things of that sort. And so at the community event number 2, we asked a variety of ideas. These were by no means exhaustive of all the things that could be possible. These were ideas of things that could be possible to see. Is there consensus anywhere? Do people have general support for an idea or not general support for an idea? And this was the bonus cards that was part of Balance Builder, but there was also the dot exercise that you see on the right, and then it's sort of made a little bit easier to read on the left there. We also asked a series of questions with the rangefinder about some of these large revenue generating events that then make other programming free or very low cost throughout the year. And there is some support for that. You can also see there was also support for having small fees for daily usage of things. That one was a little bit more distributed with some preference for the larger events and more things being free. But then we also asked, what about city-funded, public-private partnerships, and private ownership? You can see there's very few dots on the private ownership side. There seems to be a lot of dots in that middle in the public-private partnership, and then there's also appetite for city-funded funding. And so from this, what we're taking is that, or what we'd like to do is open this up and say, what is possible? Look at those letters of interest for public-private partnerships and bring those back. Weave them into what is possible. What are the ideas that are out there? What does that look like for these community-supported uses, right? Looking at a friends of structure, what does that look like? What does that mean? What is it capable of? How to set one up? Is that something that we have interest in from the city side and from the community side? There's special financing districts that you asked about for infrastructure, for climate resiliency, and other that help keep those ongoing revenue sources. As we mentioned, corporate sponsorship or naming rights, and those green infrastructure projects to, again, dig into climate resiliency and future-proofing against whatever is going to come about from Mother Nature next, because there's a lot there. And so we would like to explore those types of things. So as we build in 3A, we can start to look at that stack, and then as we get to 3B, we can be a lot more specific on time frame and where funding comes from and what's possible on any of these planning and feasibility scenarios. So that's question 4, is just opening that up so that we can really dig in and get 3 scenarios that show the range of possibilities.
Councilmember Snell? And I just wanted to say if we could all try to go
As
one
quick as
time.
possible, yeah.
Well, no, just to go one time.
So, can you go back to the slide that showed the dots before that one?
This one?
No, the next one.
This one.
So the first one is substantial tree coverage.
So there's a little bit, right? These were the bonus cards, and the substantial tree coverage was a bonus card that really spoke to sustainability balance. And so it's not necessarily a funding strategy, but it is something that would help us combat
So
climate
really,
change.
I don't see many funding strategies.
Well, the
Corporate sponsorship.
yeah, you see the create the Friends of the Park entity, renewable power generation, if that's something, I mean, we'll see what that one actually starts out to look like.
Yeah, and I think you also said funding by the city also, did I hear you say?
So that was in this rangefinder when the second activity.
Which we know based on our financial situation is something that just can't happen.
Yeah.
So, I kind of waited to ask my remarks, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I think that when we're looking at these different scenarios, I think it's real important that the financial aspects of making this happen should be front and center, okay? Without it, I mean, I could sit with many ideas about different scenarios for the park, believe me. And to answer your question about golf, you didn't go down to Penmar to check it out. The guys at Penmar, because they would definitely have a say in that one. But anyway, even saying that, I just want to be careful that when we have these different group studies with the community, that we emphasize how important the financial aspect with with all our desires with these options is important. And how each of the three scenarios, if it doesn't pencil out, we can have a lot of dreams, but the reality of the park is not going to happen that way. So I think it's real important that we talk about it when we talk with the community. So thank you.
Absolutely, and it's why you see one of the guiding principles is balanced economics, and that it will be critically important.
I would just say when we have the scenarios too, we're also going to highlight the cost of each of those scenarios and then some of the costs of each element, because what we don't want is people come in and say they like each of these and all the scenarios, and those happen to be the most expensive pieces that we know that would actually be really hard to do. So we will balance that and we'll look at that cost as well.
Councilmember Zwick.
Do you mind going to the next slide?
That one?
Sorry. Well, I guess one question about here. I mean, city funded, that doesn't really seem to indicate self-sustaining, right?
Well, yes, I mean, we were trying to show a range, right? This was sort of the polar opposites. The city can own all of it and fund all of it, which we all know, right? And we put that in the staff report on purpose, and that's why we're asking these financial questions, is that the city can't fund this. And so while the community may have had, a lot of dots on it, they're really not happy about the private ownership, right? So this exercise was really to say something like this or something like this, and then financial realities are going to play into this.
Okay, so the next one, I guess, maybe, sorry, the next slide I was looking for. So I understand we can't really answer these questions until we dig in or whatnot, but I think like it is worth being realistic, about some of the potentials of these kind of options. I mean, we have a beloved building that you also heard some people talk about today called the Civic Center. It's next door. It lost money for the city for the last 38 years until it had to be shut down. And there are a lot of people that would love to see it going again. I assume they could create a Friends of the Civic entity or, corporate sponsorship or naming rights or something, but so far in the last couple decades, that seemingly hasn't worked, even though there's been no lack of love for that building. So I guess I just want to be realistic, and I assume that's what we'll do in our analysis, but, that's just an $100 million renovation that we can't afford. I assume a park, the level of revenues required would be many, many, many times multiple that. So, and I mean, I guess I'm open if a billionaire wants to lend us his name, but I'm not, I just want to be realistic about what the potential of these options are. That's the big thing. I mean, obviously, let's explore all of them. But especially when you talk about EFIDs and EIFD is how it should be. It's fine. But again, just to clarify, an EIFD, as I understand it, you're taking an area of land and you're taxing an incremental, you're taking the incremental earned tax revenues from there. That presupposes redevelopment and growth in that area, correct? I mean, otherwise there's no increment to take.
Oh, okay. Yes, and that's where we really need to understand what that means, right? What is the area that's being included in that, right? If it's just
right, because if it's not the park, then again, the park isn't really sustaining it.
But for example, and this is not like we have not gone down this road, but right, depending on what that boundary is. So are we looking at the like the business park next to it? You would think that being next to a active park, their real estate would be more expensive. So there may be a tax increment there, but that's something that we need to understand what we're drawing, and one of these may not be appropriate.
Right.
To,
But-
and,
right.
we will just look into
But just to
it.
be clear, the tax increment only comes in redevelopment, right? Because otherwise the assessed
in-
value won't increase without redevelopment.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of increase.
Yeah, so we'd have to have that happen. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
I just want to say that I am supportive of this number 4 and want to conclude this study session.
Councilmember Ruskin.
Yeah, as we've discussed before, when you're talking about the CEQA process, you have to study economically feasible and legally feasible alternatives in your reasonable range. So this is, I think, a key component of driving what's going to play out in phase 3. But if you're looking for direction here on what the whole scope of things are in number 4, and this is not to constrain the city's future decision making with respect to this, but I, for one, would be interested in a range of alternatives that do not result in the sale, the permanent sale of airport land to private parties?
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Okay, I would say yes to this question. I just want to make a couple of points. We haven't talked about ongoing operations and maintenance of the park. We absolutely have to factor in for any of the plans. If we're talking about long-term resilience and future-proof solutions, there needs to be some sort of long-term operation strategy and who's going to do that. Not just who's going to pay for it, but who's going to do it, because there is evidence of parks around the world, and if there isn't some sort of use, activation, and maintenance, we have a problem. And then secondly, I just want to go back to Councilmember Snell's point earlier. If you look at the demographic data of who participated in this survey, it is not representative of the demographic data in Santa Monica. And I think I said this 2 years ago, this is not just a Santa Monica asset, this is a regional asset. I would really hope to see in future iterations here that we make sure that renters, youth, communities of color, et cetera, are incorporated, meaningfully engaged. We don't want to be an economically gated city. We also don't want to be a gated place where all communities from throughout the region don't feel comfortable coming to our city and patronizing our park. So I definitely think we need to do a little bit better on the outreach. We need to go to people where they're at, and we need to think about different mechanisms of outreach. And looking forward. Thanks.
In closing, I'll just say that, thank you for all your work. Sometimes I think it feels like we're sort of, you have to do this work. And I mean, I think what I'm hearing up here is like a lot of this is perfunctory because we have to do it. And I think we have the forecast of a financial situation that doesn't have a lot of sunshine to put on this park that we want to do. So I think just number 4 is an absolute must. And when we go into talking about maintaining this park, looking at the difference between the cost of having in-house and outsourcing that, because obviously paying for benefit packages and retirement, things like that. So we're just in the very beginning phase of this, just to remind the community as the merch continues to grow, there's a long road ahead of us. So thank you. I think you got the direction you needed.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the time and for staying here this late.
Mayor, do we need a motion to continue past 11?
Yes. Would anyone like to make a motion to move past 11?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Zernitskaya seconded. Aye.
Aye.
So we have the vacant seats.
So now we have 14. Oh, wait, that was moved. The commission, the vacancy.
We have the vacant seats.
Wait, I thought Ellis moved those
Or
vacancies.
doing 8 items after the 16 items, or?
Oh, that's right, yeah. It's with the 16 items. So,
Okay, so we're now moving on to item 8A.
yeah, so it's
We have
just,
appointments to vacant seats on the audit subcommittee. So with the election, 2024 election, we now have 3 vacant council member seats for the audit subcommittee, and so we need 3 council members to now sit on that body.
I'll nominate Barry Snell. Are we doing one name at a time?
It's probably the easiest.
Okay, I'll nominate Barry Snell. Councilmember Snell.
I'll second that.
We need 3?
We need
We're gonna
3.
do one at a time.
It has 3 seats, 3 council member seats and 2 resident seats.
3 council member seats,
I don't know if
correct?
you need motions, I think you can probably just pick 3 people.
Okay, does anyone want to nominate themselves to be on the audit subcommittee? We know Councilmember Snell is interested.
This is on.
Councilmember Zernitskaya. Do we need 3 council members?
You need 3, yes.
Jesse's
I'll
trying to
do it.
look away. Okay, Councilmember Hall. Okay, so we have Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Snell, and Councilmember Zernitskaya. Thank you for taking on that commitment. Do we need a voice vote?
No, I think
Okay.
that's all we need. Okay. Item 8B, designated council member as a governing board representative to the West Side Cities Council of Governments and designate an alternate governing body representative. The joint powers, authority, and bylaws require each city council to designate one of its council members as a governing body board representative and one council member as an alternate governing board representative.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, point of order. I think per the council rules, we do actually need to take an affirmative vote on the appointments to the subcommittee.
Can we do a voice vote?
You can do a voice vote.
All in favor for the appointment of Councilmember Snell, Zernitskaya, and Hall to the vacant seats on the audit subcommittee, say aye.
Well,
Aye.
I guess we need a motion really first and then a vote, so.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hall, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, back to 8B.
No. Okay, so as it states, we need a governing body representative and a alternate for this body.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Negretti.
For the governing, and then what about an alternate? Does anyone, would someone want to be an alternate to me on the West Cog?
Sorry, I'm going to have to nominate Councilmember Zwick.
As an alternate or as the
No,
main?
as
Okay.
the main person.
Who served on it
He did.
originally?
He was the
I
alternate.
serve on it currently.
As an alternate or as the main?
As the alternate.
De La Torre was the
Though
main.
I've become the voting member in recent meetings.
Oh, okay, I thought it was Delatorre as the alternate.
Once he left the council.
I see.
Okay, so I take it, I didn't realize that you were alternate.
So I'll, if that's okay, then I could be the alternate.
Yeah,
West Cog will reverse it.
Negretti, the alternate.
So if someone want to make a motion?
I'm nominating Councilmember Zwick as the appointee and Mayor Negrete as the alternate.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 8C, designation of city's voting delegate and alternate to Southern California Association of Governments, 60th Annual Regional Conference and General Assembly Business Meeting from May 1 to May 2nd, 2025 at the JW Marriott Desert Springs Resort and Spa in Palms Desert, California.
I can
I'll nominate Mayor Negretti for that one.
second myself. Is it just one? We also need an alternate. Does anyone want to be an alternate?
I'm happy to do it.
So can someone make a motion?
Sorry,
I'll nominate-
did someone
no.
else want to do it? No.
The
I'll
motion
nominate
as an alternate. So the motion is made by Councilmember Snell for myself, Mayor Negretti, and and then Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Terosis as the alternate.
right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I better be free on that day.
Okay, item 8D, I'm sorry, designation of a council member to the Independent Cities Association. And actually, this one also requires a delegate and an alternate as well.
I thought this was, D was designated to Cal Cities.
No, that's E.
It's E.
That's
It's
E.
E.
Okay, sorry.
Who's on, I'm sorry, ICA currently?
I have no idea.
I thought it was Christine.
You, wasn't it?
Well, no, I was an alternate, but I never got to, it was like for 2 weeks and then,
But you still were made the main.
okay, I mean, I will nominate myself to be it if someone else wants to be the alternate.
Are we a
I'll second
member
it.
of this independent?
Okay, would you want to be the alternate?
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, so the motion is to have Mayor Negretti be the designee and Councilmember Snell be the alternate?
Yes.
Made the motion?
I guess I'm making the motion and Councilmember Snell was seconding it, but I don't know.
No, that's fine. Snell seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then the next one is item 8E, designation of a voting delegate and alternate or alternates for the Cal Cities Annual Conference and Expo to be held October 8th through 10, 2025 in Long Beach.
Just to clarify, it does not preclude other people from attending. It just means
No.
that you're voting.
I don't mind as mayor nominating myself, but if someone is really hell-bent on being there, I will do it.
I'll nominate you.
No one
Mayor
here
Negretti?
wants to go?
I mean, I'll go, but it
Nominate
is,
Nam Negretti.
It's good networking.
Mayor Negretti.
okay.
I'll
I'm
nominate
happy to
you.
be an alternate unless you wanted to
no.
be an alternate.
So Councilmember Snell is nominating Mayor Negretti and then Councilmember Zernitskaya as the alternate. But you can also still attend, Councilmember Hall or whoever wants.
Sorry, if I didn't know if you want to be an alternate, I'm fine with that.
I want to attend.
Everybody can attend. We just can't talk to each other. All in favor?
Sorry, who
Snell, and then who?
Snell made the motion, Zernatskaya seconded.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 8F, appointment to 3 unscheduled vacancies on the Disabilities
Here,
Commission for
two.
2 seats.
Oh, 3, sorry.
Well, there's 2
Yeah.
and 1. So vacancies on the Disabilities Commission for 2 seat terms ending June 30, 2025, and 1 on June 30, 2026. So we have 5 candidates for this seat. 1 candidate isn't qualified, Dominique King, because she is not a resident. The other 4 nominees or applicants all meet the qualifications, which is 2 seats are required to be filled by a person identifying as having a disability, and all members or all applicants identify as such, and they all identify as applicants. So any of these applicants could fill any of the 3 roles. And the 4 remaining applicants that are deemed qualified would be Arlene Frame, Zoe Montaner, Mila Royale, and Paul Squire.
Can I ask a quick question? I saw we have a revised application for Kevin Glover for 16A. Did he indicate that he was interested in serving on the Disabilities Commission?
He's not on the list, so it doesn't look like he applied for it. I have to,
But we can appoint anyone, can't we?
you can only appoint an applicant.
That
You'd also,
You have to appoint an applicant, they have to apply.
yeah, they have to apply.
I think that people serve at the pleasure of council and we can nominate
Right, but how do you know that they want to if
Yeah,
they
I'm
haven't
not,
applied?
I'm not super comfortable nominating him if he didn't apply for it.
Okay.
I have to review his application. I don't know offhand.
I see 16A written on top of it, so I assume that he just applied for the Human Services Commission.
Yeah, it looks like it's just Human Services. I don't see any.
Yeah, it was on our desks.
Yeah, it just looks like Human Services on the application.
We moved all these, right?
I mean, I guess I would move that we appoint Arlene Frames and Mila Royale, and those are the only 2 that I'm comfortable with at this time.
Second that.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem DeRosa, seconded by Councilmember Hall. Can you repeat the names?
Mila Royale and Arlene Frames. And I can tell you more about them if you need to know.
So filling 2 of the 3 seats. Does anyone have any other nominations for the 3rd?
Yeah, but can I just make a comment that several other nominations we received were, I would say, missing crucial information, and I think we might be interested in other applicants if we had more information.
Do you want to only nominate?
Duly noted.
No, I'm fine with that nomination.
And then we'll still have 1 vacancy on the Disabilities Commission. And if you filled one out, maybe go back and check your application and include additional information.
So so there are 2 seats that term out in June 2025 and 1 that terms out June 2026. Are these both for the 2025 seats?
Yes.
Yes. All in favor of Royale and Friends, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So for 8G, there's 2 applicants specifically for the seat of, the seat requirement is that the members shall represent the homeless behavioral health services community, and neither applicant qualifies.
Yeah.
So we still have
We have to try again.
a vacancy on the TOT, and maybe we can just reiterate paying attention to the requirements, correct? That seat that's vacant has to be somebody who is from the behavioral,
And it's specified.
and it's specified there.
If we could please go back to 8A, please. For the audit subcommittee, there's 2 seats that expire on June 30, 2027, and 1 that expires June 30, 2025. So you should decide or you should decide who's gonna fill which terms. So 1 seat for 2025, 2 seats for 2027.
So one is just a few months and one's till 27.
Put that Councilman Hall do 2025.
Doesn't mean you won't be back.
Okay.
You will be.
Councilmember Hall doing 25,
Yeah,
and the other, Zernatskaya and Snell are doing
that.
27. Got it. Hall doesn't look too displeased, so do we need a voice vote on that?
No, it's, no.
Okay, those are just, all right.
So we're
Now
now
that we're
at
moving right along.
16A, or
Well,
no?
12A, or no,
No, we.
Sorry.
Continued.
Continued.
we continue
everything.
those.
16A was continued. 16A through F were continued.
Yeah.
So then we're at 16G. Appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Transient Occupancy Tax Committee for a term ending June 30, 2025. So the same two applicants, Kevin Anawati and Dennis Puri. Of the two, only, hold on, let me just double check my notes.
Why couldn't we do 16?
Sorry. Okay, so the qualification is that you must be a resident for this seat. Only Dennis Puri fits that qualification.
Oh, so he's the only eligible applicant? Okay, so by acclamation, Dennis, welcome, Dennis, to the Transient Occupancy Tax Advisory Committee for the term ending in June 30th, 2025. And then 16H is an easy one.
So recommendation to accept Greg Morena's resignation from the Parks Commission, Rec and Parks Commission, and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
The
Anyone?
motion to accept that, his resignation.
Councilmember Stowe moves that item and Mayor Pro Tem Trust seconds.
Question.
Yes.
So that means now that there will be 2 openings for the Parks and Recreation?
Correct, one that was continued from
Tonight.
earlier, yes, and then this one still needs, we need to post
To be
for 30
posted.
days. So it'll come back at the first meeting in March.
Okay.
Was there a vote? We need a vote.
All in favor? Aye.
And, sorry, Mayor, I also just wanted to note, with our gratitude for his service.
Yes. Thank you, former Councilmember Morena, for serving.
Item 16I, designation of a voting delegate and alternate for the Los Angeles County Division of Cal Cities.
Again, I'm happy to do it. Do you want to be all?
Yeah, sure.
So I'll nominate myself and Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Drosis as alternate.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, was that Snell?
Yes.
Yes.
Item 16J, request of council members, so, Mayor, did you?
Yeah, I would like to offer that we make a motion to adopt 16J through N, because these are just items to come back to council, and we can have the, more robust discussion when they come back. They're just directions to staff to look into these items. Oh, that was quick.
That Terosis?
Yeah.
Anybody have any problem with that?
So J through M.
J through N, N is an N, basically all of
Move
them.
to approve on,
16 items, and just for the public's knowledge, these are just items that are being directed to staff, so we can still have the robust discussion. It's not a decision on it when it comes back and we have staff input.
That's provided in the council rules, too.
Right. I'm just making sure people know that, so people don't get
So
too
I
excited.
seconded it, let's vote.
Just a quick question. Is it contemplated as part of 16L to look at the issues about license plate obfuscation?
Oh, is it possible in moving this item to add in 16L, or do we have to pull that out in order to make to add in license plates? There were some comments.
You can read in just,
So can we move item 16J through N and adding in 16L, the addition of looking at the coverings or obscured license plates? Okay. Or missing license plates? I'm losing my brain power. Can you second that?
yeah, second.
You need a voice vote, or all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now we're back to 14A.
So close, yet so far away.
Adoption of a resolution amending this council rules of procedure.
Okay, this is 14A.
Would the council like a presentation on this?
I don't, but
Happy waiving the presentation.
I'm also wondering if we can move this because there was more discussion.
Well, actually, council, there was one proposed change I would need to read into the record too.
Okay?
On the ranked choice voting section.
Wait, sorry, this is in here?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
on the dais for you.
And I was, sorry,
What page?
Page 29.
Just to answer your previous question, I was curious because when this came before us as a 16 item, there was issues of sort of how will we implement some of these things? And
Yeah.
it pertained both to the city clerk and I think to the city attorney just about. So, I mean, I'm interested in understanding just the mechanics a little bit more, if that's possible, whether it's from city attorney or the city clerk about whether it was the ranked choice. And there was one other, just around time limits as well.
Time
That was the
limits,
other
yeah.
issue that I just wanted to understand better.
I did too. Do you feel like that's something we can get through tonight, council, or do you feel like we should push this?
I would suggest to push it forward. I wasn't here for the last council meeting to do it, so I would
To hear it through?
get here.
And I'll be honest right now, I haven't quite figured out the mechanics for either. We're working on it internally. We've been working on it since this was brought forth as a 16 item, but I am not prepared to explain how that's actually going to work yet.
And that's my only concern is that we move forward without having figured it out and having given a full, everybody on council the, did you have a comment, Councilor Member Hall?
So I don't want to move this. And I would again offer the clerk help. Like there are AI tools that can build us 7 timers that we can run and we can self-police ourselves. There are tools out there that we can use for ranked choice voting that we can build on the fly like relatively easily. And I'm happy to assist in that process.
Yeah, it's not that we can't figure it out and we're working on that, but we need to figure it out. We need to test it. We need to make sure it actually works because nothing's gonna be more embarrassing than accidentally appointing, the wrong member or something like that. So we're in the process. We're working on it. Staff is on it, but I cannot intelligently speak on that tonight.
My only concern, Councilmember Hall, is people won't be able to effectively vote on a process if we don't know what that process is. And then furthermore, I'm just going to make a comment that I think we've been doing pretty darn effective at not over speaking. And I know some of these items might have been brought up based on past council meetings, but I'm looking at the time. We were supposed to go to 3:20. I do recognize I did a lot of agenda management, but it's 12:20 and we're nearly at the end. And I think that's because of this council's ability to be concise and stick to questions and comments. So I just want to give the respective staff to come back to actually have us understand what we would be doing, because if we move this forward, we wouldn't fully understand it. If you're amenable to it, we won't keep pushing. I mean, do you think this would come back by the 11th or the 25th? Do we have an idea? Sounds like it might be the February 25th meeting, but I don't.
I mean, I would love to say February 11th, but we were kind of banking on, we were planning to have it prepared to be able to put it into place for the March meeting when we will have, we thought all these appointments would be taking place tonight. So we have a couple of appointments that are coming forward at the March meeting. And so we were gonna actually test it out at the meeting. So I think we should you could have the conversation at the next meeting, and possibly, or the February 25th meeting. And then we would try to actually implement it at the first meeting in March.
Unless there's the ability to move all the other items within it and then withhold those 2 things as they're still being looked into.
Or Mayor, another option is to approve it with direction to implement certain sections when we're ready for that. You could do that too.
I don't personally know. I mean, if we're now like in discussion basically, so I'm not sure how I feel with the time limits just because I don't see it necessary and I'm still confused myself about the management of it. Oh, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
No worries. You actually suggested what I was going to recommend of moving the item with the exception of the the two issues that are still outstanding with direction to implement those two when feasible to do so. I don't know if that would, if Councilmember Hall would be comfortable with that.
So basically, you're suggesting moving the item with the exception of changes to Rule 19.
Well, implementation.
What?
Well, I understood it as approving everything, but with direction to implement certain sections later.
Well, does everybody want to have the time? I mean, are we saying that we actually want to go forward with it if we don't understand it? That's my only concern. Because if we're agreeing to implement something that we don't know what it is yet.
Well, what questions are there? I think it's pretty straightforward.
I would say, so I think that, trying to limit ourselves whenever possible to 10 minutes would be great, but we don't know if there's ever going to be such an item that's going to require some sort of additional discussion. So maybe the language could be, shall try to stick to 10 minutes or something like that. I'm not a lawyer, so I would defer to.
Best efforts.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say previous councils tried to get meetings before 11 p.m., and that didn't happen.
We are a new council.
I mean,
Councilman Hall, I just think that, we're all cognizant of time frame and being considerate. I just don't want to feel like I'm set to a time in discussion if something is much more needed in depth. That's all I'm concerned about.
We could always suspend the rule if in the events that we feel a need to talk more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Councilmember Raskin?
Thanks. Yeah, I think I generally agree about the 10-minute time limit. One thing I do want to bring up is I've thought more about the mayor pro tem part, and this is part 9C on page 16 of the
I wrote in about that.
printed packet. And, we talked about this when framing the 16 item when it came back last time. I think I've reversed my thoughts with respect to the mayor pro tem part, and I appreciate the work that's been done to frame this. I do think that there should be opportunities for the mayor pro tem to identify themselves as such in public. I don't know whether it's on a LinkedIn profile, whether it's at a public gathering. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's within the spirit or the letter of the current law for a person to represent themselves as having any authority that's greater than what's conferred by law, which is simply that the mayor pro tem is the one who assumes the duties of the mayor when the mayor is not there. But I don't think that should preclude a person from identifying themselves as such in public.
Can I just make one comment? Because I know that was brought up when I was being referred to as that. So I'll just say that I don't know that there's any benefit to it, except I will note, because I remember you had wrote in as a constituent about that. People may not realize that the mayor pro tem also attends the additional meetings, which are agenda setting, chamber meetings, and also is ready to attend any other council leadership asked invited items. So there is something of a council leadership that's shared between the two. But I do realize, again, that there was a point to the last council. I'm just saying, as somebody who sat in that position, I realize that you are actually attending all of those extra hours and participating in those extra events. So it's not just when you're here taking over the meeting, just as a point of personal experience. So it sounds like we have a motion to, I don't know if we have a motion, but it sounds like if there is a motion, that it would be to move, Councilmember Zernitskaya, I think, was attempting to make a motion to move this item, as I suggested, as it is, and it sounds like we have a couple of amendments, and I haven't heard a second yet, but it would be to, I'm hearing Councilmember Raskin to remove item
Everything except for
C.
Yeah, let's say everything except for the last sentence in 9C.
So changing it from vice mayor to mayor pro tempore, that's important. And then we're removing all the other stuff so that the title can be used beyond just in the meeting space, yeah? And then in terms of the ranked choice voting system and the timed speaking for council members, we are going to implement that once we hear back from city clerk and staff how that will best work. And so going forward, we're just moving these items, but we've also added in the language that we're going to make it more flexible, or we're going to be able to allow to suspend the rules if a council member needs to speak.
It's already in the rules.
That's already in there, so we don't need to do that.
I think we're.
So we're moving forward,
fine
we're
to
suspending those two
implement
items.
everything except for, yeah, it's,
And we're marking, do you guys want to mark the sentence,
Mayor.
Member Hall, of where?
Still need to read that addition into the record, too.
Yeah,
it's 12I, are you talking about the limitation of debate? Sorry, 12J? Sorry, what do we need to read into the record on 12J?
On top of page 29,
Oh,
the addition on ranked choice to provide for ties,
We
or
have
if there are
to-
only two nominees.
Wait, I'm
That was
sorry.
not in the council packet.
what's the edit?
At the top of page 29, on the.
Two nominees are tied for first or second applying
Yes.
the ranked choice process, or if there are only two nominees, the clerk shall call upon each council member to state their choice between these two to break the tie and make the selection.
Right.
I make a note.
Yeah.
If we do what has generally been the practice of having appointing the when there are all 7 of us here, I think that would be mathematically impossible if there are 7 people voting.
That's correct.
I guess our point sticks out that there's some conversation to be had.
But that's a norm and not a rule.
Right.
So,
No, I don't, yeah. I'm not proposing to change it, I'm just pointing it out.
To be clear, I just, as we talk about timed, and that's in an effort to do the people's business and get through the evening, my concern was that that ranked choice would add an extra layer. Like tonight, we just did it, we called names and we voted. If I had to rank choice, does that mean that we'd have to say our ranked choice and we wouldn't just be able to do what we did tonight, like say the names, all in favor, aye?
I would argue that this council has taken ranked choice votes together and has done it within 30 seconds.
In closed session, you mean? Or you're just saying? Is it going to add extra time? You're saying no, you don't think it will? Okay.
I have to test.
I mean, I'm reflecting back to when we have created committees, and we have committees that we just created tonight. I'm thinking of like when the PSROC appointments were done. That was done over the course of maybe 30 minutes. A ranked choice vote would take 1.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
so I just wanted to clarify what the motion is. I don't know if it had a second yet. So the motion would be to implement the item with the exception of providing direction to staff to implement the time limits and the ranked choice voting when feasible to do so, and to amend the language for Rule 9 to remove everything from 9C except for the last sentence. Was that accurate?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Aye.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes. So that passes 7-0.
That's it. That's all he wrote.
All right, well, there is an adjournment, and I know there was other adjournments, but we wanted to, those will be read at the next meeting, but there's one that Councilmember Hall is going to read into the record tonight.
It is with deep sadness that we adjourn the council meeting in honor of Judith Ann Mershon, a truly remarkable Santa Monica resident whose life was tragically cut short just before Christmas in a hit-and-run vehicle collision on Wilshire Boulevard. Judy's passing is a heartbreaking loss to her family, friends, and the entire community. Born on March 4th, 1939 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Judy's life was extraordinary and inspiring. She began her career after attending secretary school in Washington, D.C., where her exceptional skills earned her a position with the Central Intelligence Agency. She typed for the agency during the Vietnam War, stationed in Saigon from 1966 to 1968. At age 35, Judy joined the U.S. Army, serving 2 years of active duty and 18 years in the Army Reserve. She later pursued nursing, but returned home to support her family following her father's passing. In the late 1980s, Judy moved to Santa Monica to care for her elderly aunt and later her mother, who lived well into her 100s. Judy's selflessness defined her life. She became an active and beloved member of Lighthouse Church, where she volunteered tirelessly and was known for her kindness and generosity. She also gave her time at the West LA Veterans Affairs Hospital, further demonstrating her dedication to service and to others. Judy's vibrant spirit inspired all who knew her. Whether swimming in the ocean, biking, or walking around town, she embraced life with energy and joy. Friends remember her as forgiving, humorous, and generous, always quick to help those in need. Judy is survived by her fraternal twin sister Nancy and her nephews. As we mourn her loss, we also celebrate her incredible legacy of service, love, and faith. Her memory reminds us of the best qualities of humanity and challenges us to live with the same generosity and purpose she exemplified every day.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. And that concludes our January 28th meeting. We will be back February 11th. I want to thank my colleagues for an efficient meeting, and stay sassy, Santa Monica.